Ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between. I'm in a great mood now because apparently some bullshit was happening in my server, and I was like, dude, can these people like not be 5 years old for 2 seconds? And then I was happy because I got Toki's music approval for the first time ever. This has never happened before. Legitimately, this has never happened before. Now I just need Ali Khan and Nico's content approval, and I can die happy. Hold on. Sorry. What now? I just need Ali Khan and Nico's content approval. I die happy. And yeah, take Toki likes my music. Take that, Dad. Take that, Dad. Anyways, so yeah, I woke up at 1 a.m., so I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, okay? I know my hair's a little bit of a mess right now, okay? It's like half wet, half dry. That's when it's in its worst phase. Um, we have some stuff to cover today. Somebody just talked about a situation involving, if it's not in the inbox, I don't know it, okay? So if you come to my chat saying, hey, Aiden, there's this, if you don't tell me, if you don't link it in the inbox, I don't even know what you're talking about. Off center. There we go. Anyways. Wait, I'm really fucking off center. Wait, why is my shit so zoomed in? Wait. Or no, zoomed out, but my OBS is zoomed in, so I can't real... Okay. Anyways. Haircut stream when? Never. It's never happening. Hair's never getting cut again. Alright, I guess I could just, like, move this a little bit. And then, like, yeah, maybe like that. That makes me a little more centered. Streaming from IKEA showroom. True, I'm just a minimalist, man. I'm a minimalist. What's the problem? But yeah, we got some stuff to cover today. We'll get into it. To get us started, apparently Purple Perry Gaming has found himself in some new drama, and apparently, somehow, I am being roped into it. Somehow, I don't know how, but I guess I am. So, we're going to check this out. Hold on. Aiden, this is rough. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. So, let's look at the Perry clip. So, Perry's talking about somebody known as the girl with the microphone. The girl with the microphone. I don't really know much about this person other than... Wait. Is the audio play? Okay. I don't really know a whole lot about this person other than... aren't they like pro Ethan Klein or something? Or promoted by Ethan? I don't, remember. Hold on. Did you get any sleep? Yeah, dude, so much. So much sleep. Soul Skibbity with our first fucking dono of the stream. Thank you so much. I love you, Aiden. I love you too, Soul. I want to, I'm going to sending you a virtual kiss, buddy. But the girl with the mic is like, I guess like a pro Ethan channel. I don't know. I'm not like, I don't like Ethan Klein. I think he's dishonest, but I'm not like one of these kosher Kathy types where he's like my particular interest, and I just want to constantly snark the guy. I don't really care enough to talk about him all that much. When I have talked about him, it's been very unfavorably, and it will probably continue to be so unless he makes some significant change in his life, or the way he interacts online. But regardless, the girl with the microphone apparently is a defender of his, and Parry's covering her. So let's look at, is he gonna have some great insight? Like, for example, one of her statements in defense of Ethan is like verifiably false, built upon false pretenses. Let's see what statement he's gonna call out.
I got my little like ideal
piece
settle.
of shits.
Catty, you're such a piece of
YouTuber named
shit.
Purple Perry Gaming is joining your fundraiser.
You're such a piece of shit.
Charities live now.
Don't
really,
do
that's
that.
Awesome.
Don't do that.
How do they know who I am?
Fuck you, Catty. Fuck you. I hate you, Catty. I hate you so much. Okay, shoutouts. Bot from Guam here. Thank you so much for your support. No! Don't do that. You're such an asshole, Catty. Please rewind the VOD. Please rewind the VOD, and then please rewind the VOD, and then make up your own mind.
She does not have cancer. She's doing a cancer research, I think, fundraising stream.
Oh, so you're actually shitting on her? Yes,
Regardless if I like or don't like people, I respect people who do fundraising streams, as I think that, yeah, raising money for a good cause, always a good thing to do, of course. Brave take, I know. So, whether I disagree with her takes or not, I'm probably not going to find much problem with her doing a cancer fundraiser or whatever the fuck.
The jig is, this wasn't me. I didn't make this up. This is Catty's fault. I've been saying that girl with the microphone is making her niece's cancer about herself. I've been calling her a narcissist. I was saying that girl with the microphone should just get eaten to pay because he's a millionaire, which is true.
So we got it. So Perry wants to criticize the person everyone else is criticizing, but he wants to find the angle on it that's going to make him get him the most negative attention to create discourse around his name. So he looks at somebody like Cameron where there's a bunch of criticism against him. Perry's angle is going to be that Cameron faked his suicide attempt when he was 15 years old, as if that's at all relevant now or any of us care, right? That's just the edgiest angle to go. So for her, I guess he's now going to go on an angle attacking her for her assuming bad faith and her public statements about her niece having cancer.
Listen, Deej, obviously it's a bit awkward.
Charity fund.
Fuck you, it's a bit awkward. That you're in chat here. Go to live a minute back, Guam. You are such a piece of shit, Catty. I don't even know if I want to show that.
Why is he talking trash? Because I'm raising money for kids.
Why, Catty? Why?
Purple Perry to thank him. I think he must actually be.
Why, Catty? Why?
On me?
Why did you? Such a fucking piece of shit, man. Such a piece of shit. Why are you doxing your fucking niece? Did you ask permission?
Why is he talking?
See, I would I'm not mad. It's just the bit gets old after a while. I think it was fun. It can be funny sometimes, but the whole bit dude, this guy's so awesome, defending I don't know, the most unhinged take about something. I'm not saying, oh, this is morally fucked. I'm just saying it gets old. I see through it at this point. And it's not going to be jingling keys in front of me now. I just don't find it, I guess, as funny as I used to. Right, and the other thing too is he won't say he's trolling. He'll seriously defend these positions in calls. I don't think he actually believes them, of course, but it's just not funny to me anymore. I don't know.
Trash.
What if Bad Empanada sees the stream? What if Bad Empanada sees the stream girl with a microphone and they see your niece and they dox them? What happens then? You are such a disgusting narcissist idiot. It's disgusting, dude. You're a scum.
Oh, he's got a new word.
Back.
I don't know. Anyway.
Well, I'm not doxing my cancer little nieces for attention, so.
2 from Soul Skibbity. I think I'm gonna rage bait. I think this guy sucks.
Oh.
This fucking subhuman freak.
So you're a troll. He isn't serious. I didn't. Listen, I didn't.
Mods, I want a full report of what the hell is going on.
Wait, she's telling people to brigade.
There's no truce with the Oreo. There's literally no truce with the Oreo. We settled that one back and forth that was happening with clips. There was no truce that I had with the guy. I can talk about him if he's fucking up, right?
Brigade me. She's telling people to brigade me. She's telling people to brigade me. This is brigading. I'm telling on you.
I get it's a coping mechanism to say that any negative statement that I have about Perry must be being influenced by Diorio, who has absolutely zero leverage. I get nothing from him. I don't talk to him anymore. He doesn't follow me. He doesn't rate into me. We're not on good terms. We're just not on terms where we're actively beefing, going back and forth. So that's obviously not going to affect the entire reason I fell out with Diorio was mainly because I wouldn't cut Parry off, right? So why would I cut him off now when I have like nothing to lose from maintaining a bridge with Diora? I'm obviously, my criticisms of Parry, and it's not cutting him off, right? I'm not anti-Parry, but like the criticisms that I've developed of him are completely independent, and it just seems like a weird like cope kind of thing to try to claim that there's like an external force influencing it. What about this? What supposed truce with Liam? There's no truce. He just unblocked me and we talked. I think he's like weird and shit. So I was from Belinda. You look good, Aiden. Thank you.
Dude, you're such a...
Okay. Well, that's the clip, I guess. And I get what he's trying. Like, this is a good way to gain. It's not going to be the traction normal people would want, but he is going to get traction from this. And if he wants it, I guess he's achieving his goal, right? But she does the thing you're not supposed to do with people like this. She actually goes and like responds, and she says, "Hey, I'm proud of how I spent my day yesterday, raising money for the hospital and research that saved my niece's life. I hope Purple Parry is proud of how he spent his clowning on a children's cancer fundraiser." So it's just stupid to even reply, because like, it's like, you if he's willing to do it to begin with, why do you think he's gonna care that you reinvoke that, right? Why do you think he's gonna give a fuck that you reemphasize that it's for a children's cancer fundraiser? This guy's obviously baiting you, right? Why are you wearing the same outfit? I'm not. I'm not. This is actually not even a shirt. It's a fucking sweater. I'm just cold, right? So I put it on. But this is not the same outfit. I don't know if you personally, like, every time you wear a shirt, like, burn it. I rewear shirts and, like, sweaters and shit. Personally, like, you watched the last stream. This was not what I was wearing on the last stream, and it's been a day in between. $2 from Soul Skibbity. You look awesome. 80. Astro John would love this. Thanks, man. She's obviously calling for Ethan's fans to go attack him. Okay, who gives a fuck? Like, that's good for him. That will give him tons of content and debates. Like, that's not something that's going to negatively affect Parry. I don't know this person. I probably wouldn't like her if I was to watch her coverage, right? There's no reason for me to stick up for her. But, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, she's brigading, as if that, like, would cause, like, some unwanted outcome on Parry's end. Like, that would literally be, like, Christmas for him, dude. Mr. Parry, that was a rhetorical question, Kathy. Mr. Parry is having second thoughts about his behavior yesterday. Just let him know my fundraiser. Well, I never downloaded McAfee, so I don't know why it's on my Brave. Mr. Parry's having second thoughts about his behavior yesterday. Just let him know my fundraiser is for Connecticut Children's Hospital is still open. Great. But yeah, I don't really like. Obviously, like it's just not like I don't find that the bit doesn't hit the same for me anymore, right? Like it's somewhat you've been shocked so much, and the shock humor is there, and it is genuinely, legitimately funny, and I think Parry can be very funny. But at some point, yes, you do the mere notion of like shocking someone with your takes in and of itself eventually loses traction with some people. There are tons of people that still find it funny. Parry can still go keep on doing that. This isn't me telling him like, oh, stop doing this. It's just my personal preference. That's why I'm not laughing at this. I would personally not do this like someone who's like to the stream where someone's trying to do a cancer fundraiser either, like even if I dislike them, but I don't think that you're like the community we're in. I don't think this is like some egregious fucking moral wrong, but obviously this is not my act. I didn't do this and I wouldn't encourage it. So it's weird how how like my name is even being mentioned at all in this regard, because on Clipped Live, somebody posts, wait, Nick must be feeling pretty vindicated for cutting Aiden off due to his association with this schizophrenic troll. What does cutting me off have to do with this? What? Does mere association equate to like responsibility for everything for everyone else's act? It's unironically like chatters do this as a joke, like this was your top guy, but like that unironically. The fuck does that have to do with me? So what you're saying is the Guam, who's the Guam? The Guam has done more for kids with cancer than the Jomhas. Jomha! Dude, when like if somebody just says the word Jomha in a conversation, I just fucking lose it, dude. I lose it. I don't get it. I do not get the obsession with these with items and like yeah, like items like a pathetic like cock whatever. Like he's not like somebody that's like particularly funny to laugh at because he like compared to the large pool of people we have you know, within our general realm, he's very light in comparison. I don't know how people could spend like months of their life still finding this funny. Mr. Jomha! Mr. Jom, he's like, you took her last name! Like, get a fucking life. Is that the same guy who accused Brandon Buckingham of faking his whole dying? Yeah, it's almost like this guy wants your negative attention. Wow, dude, wow. 5 from G's. Wow, another black shirt. Thanks, man. I just don't find iDubbbz to be particularly interesting. Oh, what? Dude, Kathy, that was the ramen noodle joke. So funny. I've never heard that before in my entire life. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Toki with the 2, you look horrible today. Thank you. Oh wait, Soul Skibby already donated. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. Anyways. I was told that somebody potentially made like the worst video about commentary people ever. This is a guy, I don't have he is really, really trying hard to get back into IC, okay? I don't have anything against the dude on a personal level, but I let him into IC. And the first day I let him in, I say the most non-controversial, like semi-hot take ever given, and he thinks it's a leak. And he's like, I'm leaking this, screenshots it. He's like, I don't give a fuck, you could ban me, lol, I'm leaking it. He leaks it, and nobody gives a fuck, because it's such a boring take. Like, literally nobody cares. So he gets banned, of course, because, like, you know, that's against the rules. And it's like, people have leaked before and been allowed to stay. I don't care if you, like, I'm not going to ban you for fucking leaking. I mean, depending on what it is, right? But I'm not going to ban you for that. But if it's your first day and you're willing to leak the most non-leaky thing of all time, it's like you're a spurg. Why would I keep you in there? But besides that, I have nothing against the guy. But apparently he made a really bad video, so let's check this out.
With the power of the amphetamine stones, reality bends
Destiny!
To my will. The brain-damaged barely legals will be mine!
And with the resources...
Sorry, it's just my comfort character.
For my adult baby clothing line, all the fucking snarkers will be forced to apologize or face financial ruin.
Not if we have anything to say about that.
Okay, dude.
Narcos, assemble.
Focus, Queeman.
This is such cancer.
Pretend they're black.
This is what Peter Thiel wants. That you're gonna sit and laugh at AI slop all day.
Transgender females.
I am N Stock, god of sweeping. This is my hammer, Cherry. Don't worry, she enjoys being thrown around.
That is not what that's not Chase Dog's face, little bro.
Hey guys, it's me, Purple Perry Gaming. Can someone point me to the nearest woman or asexual? I have the sudden urge to punch or grope someone.
Insolent lefties, don't you know woke is dead? You're no match for our wealth and status.
No
Not
need
funny.
to fear. Cultural Maoism is here.
Who the fuck is this?
Who invited the diversity hire?
Arrogant Mayo monkey.
Is this Shelby? Shelby mention?
Somali lobby owns you.
Can we all
Wait, that's CPC. What the fuck?
Arrogant Mayo monkey. The Somali lobby owns you.
Can we all just be wholesome
What
chunguses and
the
get along?
fuck?
Unless you're Tommy C, I hope he drinks himself to death.
What's up, everybody?
What? Why do I have fucking breasts? Are you serious, bro? Really, dude? Really? You're never getting back in IC. You're never being allowed back in IC.
I'm here to cut the content. Any females want to join my moderation team?
Can someone tell me which side to join? I'm so confused.
My Zog chip is overclocked to block ban
Okay.
every mention of you. Soon we'll be impervious to all criticism.
Silence. FFW.
I still don't know what's going on.
You guys can't do that. You're going too far.
Can we hurry this up? A 17-year-old dog is waiting to race play with me on Discord.
Stop this snarking immediately. I'll sue all of you.
This is for cheddar.
You guys were supposed to
It's so retarded, bro.
lose. I hired Prince Andrew's lawyer.
Please forgive me, Father.
So are you like trans or something? How old are you?
Great stuff, man. Great stuff. You're not. For that, you were never getting back into IC. If it was funny enough, I might let you back in. You made me Black Widow, and you kept the breasts. To us from Bobby, let him back in. This is Kino. No. What the fuck? 10 out of 10? Okay. Anyways. This guy is never getting back into IC. It's never happening. Belinda with the 2. Aiden in leather. Thank you for the $2. Anyways. You're in what? There's like this ginormous psyop to try to like make me trans. Like, unironically, there is a entire botnet now on Twitter that is just posting like AI trans images of me. Somebody posted their dinner in the food channel. Soul Skibbity post this. Let's take a look. Salmon and veggies. What is that? Edamame? What kind of vegetables are those? And then like shredded I don't know why. Like I like carrots, but like when they're shredded, it's just like so fucking unappetizing. I like petite, like the little petite carrots, whole. So unappetizing. And then we've got, of course, the salmon. You got like the concentration camp portion of, I don't know, did you like play with it before you put it on the fucking plate? It looks like a Jackson Pollock art piece, dude. Interesting, man. Potato soup with cheese. This is unironically the type of shit my ancestors fucking ate living in like the shithole of the Russian Empire. If that was the concentration camp diet, this is the fucking gulag diet, bro. What kind of Russian shit is this? And then fries. Those are not fries. It's like, what kind? Okay. You want to talk about how to do a salmon? That's how, man. That's how. Nice job on the outside. That little bit on the inside looks cooked. Looks good. The rice looks good. The broccoli looks like it was like eaten and then regurgitated on the plate. Is that that's not broccoli? I don't know what vegetable, that unidentified vegetable looks like it was eaten and then regurgitated. This is what I'm eating. I hope you get your eating disorder treated, man. It's no joke. Aiden knows. I love salmon. I love sushi, but I don't like salmon in sushi. Salmon's like so easy for me to cook. Like if I'm lazy, I just like make like a tinfoil boat, do some salt, pepper, a little bit of paprika, and then chop garlic and some butter and put it in the oven, and it comes out. Tastes good. I've been eating cereal for dinner a lot recently. I think I've been living on cereal for the last 2 days. I've been craving sweet shit like crazy recently. Then from the Himpleton server, because we have to look at the food channel in the Himpleton server. Some cookies. These are like unironically, these are like the does everyone's grandma just like bring these cookies to like any like family event? Like they're always like super dry. They crumble really easily. You know what I'm talking about? I feel like these are always there. It's just these dry like cookies. And then what is this? Maybe I need to know what it is before I insult it, because I have no fucking idea what that is. If you tell me that's pumpkin pie, I'm gonna lose my shit. It's not. I don't think it is. $2 from Mastro Bricks. Your blood glucose are through the roof. Probably. See, I was gonna say this was ramen, but I think, is this not pho? I think this is pho, because they also post this dish, and this just looks very Vietnamese. That's like glass noodle wrapping, and then there's like some leaf. Every Vietnamese dish has to have like some leaf. I don't know why or what exactly it is, but I'm tempted to say this is pho. I like pho. I think pho is good. No, pho is thinner. Oh. Looks good. Looks good. Honestly, a W. Okay, anyways, our food segment is over. If you want to post what you're cooking or what you've made or what you're eating and have it reviewed, put it in the food channel. Can make for some good content. Okay. What the fuck is this? The saddest, like, I don't know why, I just don't like spaghetti. I don't know why, it just, like, reminds me of worms for some... I love pasta, I just don't like spaghetti. I like every other pasta. Dude, when I was in Naples, Naples got me into pecari. Pecari is so good. They do it with this, like, sauce that I've never had or heard of, where it's, like, fucking fire. Serve with some fish. It's so fucking good. Why is there a banana in your pasta? Why is there just, like, a banana there? Weird choice. I'm allergic to banana, so maybe I don't eat it, but maybe it is maybe it makes it good. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a weird choice. It's like one of those things. Don't knock it till you try it. Bananas are good. We'll put it on a separate. Have it for dessert. Why does it need to be in the with the pasta? Anyways, that's our food segment. Somebody got arrested. Some guy called Sticks and Hammer. I think he's like from the like skeptic era of YouTube. And he's like some sort of lolcow. Problem is, I don't know anything about him. So credit to Bobby B, who keeps up with these people. He linked me 2 quick videos that essentially break down who this guy is. So it's like a mini retrospective on a slow content day. The first video is about 6 minutes. Let's check it out.
All right, so get this. Sticks Hexenhammer 666 arrested for domestic battery. You know it's going to be
Sticks Hexenhammer
wild when even Kiwi Farms is freaking out and they've seen some stuff.
No kidding. We're talking about a forum that practically invented internet drama.
Right. So for everyone listening to this deep dive, we are going to try to unpack this.
Is this a podcast?
Whole Sticks Hexenhammer.
I thought this is like this is like a podcast you'd hear on like fucking Spotify.
666 situation, the arrest, and everything that happened on Kiwi Farms.
It's crazy because it's like you're seeing the underbelly of what it means to be internet famous, the good, the bad, and the...
I used to have a jacket like this, then I realized I looked like a tryhard.
Just plain bizarre.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. Sticks Hexenhammer.
So it's AI, got it.
His real name is Tarl Warwick. He makes occult videos, right? Spells and rituals and all that.
Yeah, but he also has this, kind of chaotic
I was suspecting it was AI.
Like, remember that whole thing?
It sounded really out of
Pixel
place.
Planet, that website where you basically just like wage war on other users for territory?
Yeah, vaguely.
Well, Styx basically became their Alexander the Great, just conquering this huge chunk of the map and then making...
All right, I'm not doing it. I can't in good faith support AI. Scratch it from the docket. I'll look for something else. Forget it. I'll save the topic for another day. Forget it. Anyways. So apparently Frogan is in EHD, I know, but apparently Frogan made a video that or did something on stream that she's being made fun of for, and like people like Caleb Hammer chimed in. So let's check out this. Frogan gets emotional talking about how difficult streaming has been for her in recent months. Let's listen.
It's been bad for a few months.
Yeah, but just have fun with it. Like if you have fun with it, it doesn't matter. Forget about the money, just have fun.
It's my job though. I have to focus on the fucking money.
I know you do, but that's unfortunately like you can't control the money. You can only control the content, you know? Like you can't control how much money people give you. That's not going to be something you can control. You can just control on how much fun you have, and then hopefully the money will come, you know?
I guess.
No. It's like when honestly, like you can't control it. People are hurting right now. It's not a great time for anyone to like be giving, discretionary funds. So if you just have fun, like you're going to make money. Like do your fun stuff. I love when I see you. I was just fucking with you, but I really do like when you do like silly stuff. You're really funny at that stuff. Like the Joker thing that we did together, that was hilarious. I'll come back to streaming if you do Joker.
Nobody wants you back.
Everybody
finish your fucking YouTube video first before you come back to stream.
I got yelled at today by my editor. He was gonna text you. He was so mad at me.
How many viewers does she get? How many viewers does she get, by the way?
I was like, I'm sorry.
What's the appeal of Frogan? I mean, she's not appealing to me. I don't know what she does or covers. Some people, like, unironically, her personality just might be appealing to, like, I don't know, some, like, Catwoman or whatever sitting in her, I don't know, like, and people will watch streamers sometimes for, not parasocial has negative connotations. I think it could be negative, but, like, to feel less lonely or just to feel like you have a friend in the room. It's a little bit like people watch for that, I guess, and maybe because she gives them attention in chat, they feel like they have a friend, somebody to talk to. I don't know. The reason somebody watches streams are very multifaceted. I don't really watch streams. I only watch Chud sometimes. Streaming's never been like for me, but so I don't really understand the mindset per se of the stream audience or why they watch someone. You know, I don't understand why some people insist on watching live content like they always need to look like who's fucking live right now instead of watching like pre-recorded YouTube videos, of which there are many that could talk about whatever it is they want to talk about. And I genuinely suspect the reason might be, first of all, the potential for the person to actually be a part of something and get attention through giving their commentary, feeling like they're a part of something that is actively unfolding, which it is, right? The potential for unscripted, crazy shit to go down, or almost feeling like you're having someone to talk to. You're just as lame as us. Stop. I'm not saying it's lame. I just don't watch streaming. I like in my free time, I watch either like I watch like TV episodes, or I put on like YouTube videos about history, unsolved mysteries. I watch free documentaries on YouTube, and then just like play a video game while I listen or watch. It's just like very passive. It's not me saying I'm better than you. It's not me saying I'm better than you. It's just saying that isn't in alignment with my personal preferences. Therefore, my own experiences and my own reason for seeking out content is not going to be reflective of your experiences. That's not saying I'm touching grass. I don't touch grass. I'm making no secret that I'm like a fucking terminally online like loser or whatever. But it's like I just, that's not how while being terminally online choose to spend my time. I'm not saying that's better or worse than what I'm doing. So that was from Chris. Holy vent, bro. Can you cover something interesting? Like what? No, I'm not saying you're a loser. I'm saying forget it. $2 from G's. Thanks, Aiden, for being I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm sorry you took it that way. That wasn't my intention. That wasn't what I was trying to do. Also, Blurg, I saw your DM. It seems like a lot, so why don't you show me what you want me to cover this stream out of all the stuff you were sending? Or TLDR or something. Because you just sent me like a lot of stuff. Are you still looking for Lioconvoy related content and information? Yes. Yes, I am. If you have it, DM me. My DMs are open. Aiden Underground on Discord. You could join my Discord through the link in the description, and you can find my account that way. Don't send me a friend request, DM me. Not because I'm like not going to accept your friend request, because I have a lot of them, so I'm probably not going to see you that way. Shoot me a DM, or if you have X, you could go on X and shoot me a DM on X, where my DMs are also open. Anything you have, if it's a personal anecdote, if it is whatever the fuck, send it my way, right? Send it my way. But that actually kind of sends us into our transitions us pretty nicely into our next topic. Okay? for those of you who don't know, Lioconvoy's debate experience is mostly him screaming out in a very controlled environment with 100 shittos that are there in complete support of him, where he gets no pushback, and on a case where he did, he had a whole mod meeting about it, right? Where he just like berates some like mentally disabled person or somebody who clearly can't fight back. It's not like really a debate or a structured format or anything. But apparently, Lio actually did participate in a debate once in a structured format. Okay? So let's see how he did. Because I've been saying he runs from me and Malcolm because he's never actually spoken to people. He's never actually spoken to people that are competent enough to fight back in the course of his online argumentation, right? So let's see how he actually does when he is facing people who, you know, come from BreadTube, are familiar with how to structure an argument, can actually, and probably are not, you know, cognitively disabled, can actually refute what he's saying. So let's look.
With the rose.
It's 2 hours, 58 minutes. We'll do some skipping. We'll speed it up.
With the Rosa call, you apologize for being ableist, but that's about it. You didn't apologize.
Is this the one we're looking for? Got it.
For
Okay.
calling her a hole. You didn't apologize for calling her a whore. You didn't apologize for threatening to call her mom. You didn't apologize.
Let's go! Let's go! Is this going to be a Stardust W? Listen, I know everybody has problems with Stardust. I have in the past, okay? Stardust has been liking negative tweets about me. It's gotten back to, I don't give a fuck. But, listen, I do not hate Stardust by any means, okay? I don't hate her. I've made fun of her, but I don't hate her. I hate Lio. So, any beef that you or I may have with Stardust needs to be put aside. We need to look at this. We need to look at. I've never seen like the post hoc like pushback on, or not. I've never seen like pushback in the aftermath of Rosa directly against Lio relating to his apology in and of itself, because an accusation of mine and everyone else who's been critical of Lio's is he has not actually reformed or redeemed himself in regards to the Rosa call, like a horrific 4-hour call where he got a vulnerable adult who was so mentally disabled, she was under conservatorship, in a call with like 200 people, where him and others verbally abused her for 4 hours under the threat that if she left, her parents would be contacted. So, let's see.
For, you know, knowing beforehand that she had all of these conditions and still continuing to let people call her.
No, we prefer the line. Okay,
and letting people, you know, berate her for 4 hours. How closely have you worked with a local police department or child safety organization to make sure what you were doing actually protects children and doesn't jeopardize any legal investigation? NCMEC is somebody who offers classes and seminars for child safety. It's the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So you haven't done any classes in that? Yes. You haven't done any classes in that? UNICEF does classes. You haven't done any classes in that? Have you?
Based! Questioning him on his qualifications because Lio constantly presents himself as some sort of authoritative figure on this subject.
Any education, any formal education, and how to properly.
Wait, is this even the right one? Is this the one where they debate the fucking... Oh, wait, here it is.
Properly report these things. I have a lawyer I can bring in. Can I add a lawyer to this call? Because they want to explain the free speech law.
What state is he a lawyer in? What city a lawyer in?
You can ask her. It's a her, by the way.
Lio, you are incredibly incorrect when it comes to the protections afforded by Section 2.
Oh, not this Barbie person. I don't know why I hate this I don't know why I don't like this person. They were in like a Dickers VC once, and it was just like, I don't know. There was some reason I don't like that. I can't remember.
Both free speech and as well as other threats made in person. Until or unless someone is making a time, manner, and place-specific threat. The protections, especially under Section 230, as it has not been reformed, are incredibly high for that type of free speech. So yes, you are absolutely allowed to make those threats. It is also incredibly inappropriate for you to think or try to state, oh, so these things are all right to you, as opposed to legal. You know that those are two different standards. First, I want to make sure that they're mentally and physically okay, and that they feel safe wherever they are, and make sure that they are currently safe. And
which is contradictory. By the way, it's contradictory directly to what Lio does, because he has had Jordan directly confront one of their predators. So
what?
True, he did do this. This guy who claims to care about the victims. He has to veil every like petty, like fucking pathetic, like personal beef he has with some like disabled person online under the guise of like he cares about the victims, jeopardizing the victims. This guy took one of those victims and for the sake of content, actually went over their grooming allegation with them in the call and actively did a ton of victim blamey shit and then had the groomer join while this person was still in the call, while they were still a minor.
Why would you do that?
Because it wasn't somebody that was sitting there, it was somebody who was
Toss from G's. Wow, 2 random women you don't like, woman hater. You have me confused with Queeman.
talking and orbiting around. And it was also something Jordan demanded.
If you're putting the welfare of the victim first, it doesn't matter if they demand it. They don't. That is not healthy for them. That is not protecting them.
Get to the fucking... I, Stardust, do not condone, support, or encourage irresponsible or dangerous behavior. What? Because I thought you did. I thought you were going to support, encourage, and condone it. Additionally, I do not condone, support, or encourage harassment of any kind. Really? I thought if I was to ask you if you support harassment, you'd say yes. Towards the subject of my content exists for entertainment purposes only.
All right. Well, welcome. Thank you for agreeing to do the interview with me. I really appreciate it. I know you've been under a lot of heat, especially recently. I guess... part of the reason why I want to do an interview is, like, I think it's a good way for you to get your side of the story out, and as well as, like, people to ask, like, pretty pointed questions and get clarification.
Why is it
right?
quiet? Is
So,
it quiet
like,
for
if
you
want-
too? Is it quiet for you too? I feel like it's a little quiet. Hold on. How long does it take Aiden to get to a point, by the way? Why don't you fucking time it?
Just, like, give an intro to who you are, introduce yourself to the chat for people who don't know who you are, I guess.
Okay, well, I'm Lioconvoy. I'm a dork that would prefer to talk about things like comics, cartoons, and action.
He always does this! He always does this! He always does it! Alright, we're off to a great start. Great start. I would look at the shit I have to do. I have to be doing this. He wants, like, the whole, like, fucking, like, beat cop noir type, like 2 weeks away from retirement and pulled back into the case he can't forget, like, type of vibe. He loves doing this. He loves doing this because he does so voluntarily, actively seeks it out, strong arms his way into fucking calls involving disputes between other people. He loves this. Any of the people whose calls we've analyzed, Lio could have just blocked and ignored them. They have zero influence, zero ability to affect him. He voluntarily chose to engage. So just, and if you like conflict, that's fine. Obviously, not the mere notion of liking conflict, I don't necessarily have a problem with. I have a problem with the way in which he goes about that. But just fucking admit it.
Figures, but I've been doing predator hunting and trying to help people for the past 6 years. And with fluctuating results, to say the least.
Okay. And when did you start making content?
2016, if you can call it content.
2016?
Okay, that's cool. So you like to focus on, like, dorky kind of stuff, but you have encountered a decent amount of, like, at least success in viewership, at least, through the Predator Hunter content.
Well, not even through the Predator Hunter content specifically. It's more of just dealing with unpleasant individuals. Because even if you go on my channel, there's not as much predator hunting content as you'd probably assume. Most of the content is dealing with nefarious individuals of different calibers. It's not all predators.
Okay. And then also, I've heard that you're, like, a religious person as well.
Well, I guess you could call me a religious person. I'm a practicing Christian. I screw up, but I try.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Were you always religious, or is that something that's, like, recent in your life?
It's not recent. It's something I've always been.
Okay, that's cool. And does your, like, religiosity influence your content at all, or?
It influences, well, if you're going to be a theological individual, it's going to influence every aspect of your life.
Okay. Like in what ways do you think it influences you?
Well, in general, even though I fail to, abide by it in several instances, it influences the moral values, it influences what you do, how you act, how you try to conduct yourself, things you will say, things you won't say, people you'll be around, stuff like that.
Okay, for sure. I think it's kind of interesting because I feel like I look into the art commentary community and I see, like, a bunch of...
I don't care about your her analysis of the art commentary community.
People who are, like, drawing while they're listening to you. It's very, very interesting.
Don't care.
How do you? That's one of the things. The other thing would be, well, any person, I wasn't right to do it. So this would go.
Explosion in drama, I guess, in your words. What do you think happened? Community that you think caused this big explosion in drama, I guess, in your words. What do you think happened?
Well, there's people randomly picking up a call from over a year ago to talk about, which was the Rosa call, and I made it very clear.
This call that I'm so sorry about, it's gaining traction a year later. I would get frustration, by the way, if there was actually any effort to change, and this guy still wasn't somebody that just like derived pleasure from like finding people who can't fight back online and like doing like berating them while being a giant fucking pussy and also an idiot that just like doesn't know anything about what he's fucking talking about, which is evident by, as we a few streams ago showed, his understanding of how hospitals and diagnoses work. So, you know, I mean, I think that maybe it would be like the internet kind of removes a sense of time, and you get this with like when somebody goes and like starts like a fucking new career and starts blowing up for it online, and then some like tweet or comment from like 5 years ago comes up, and everybody's going, that's because like the internet removes the sense of time. It's like recent to these people, the reactions and emotions associated with the comments and feelings, and therefore like the treatment of the individual may be disproportionate, because you see that thing from 5 years ago as if it's recent, but don't see any of like the change or development of or growth that has occurred between then, and that's why it can be bad, because I think it can lead to kind of unfairness. But not here. I don't think Lioconvoy has actually changed at all, and I don't think he legitimately feels sorry.
Clear in my content, in my discussions, in conversations with other people, that's fair game. I was a complete and utter dickhead in that call. I was monstrous, and I wasn't right to do it. So if people want to criticize me, I will take it. I will not clap back. Have fun with it. Do what you need to. Anybody's open to have criticism thrown at me, and I'm one of those people. So you do you. That's one of the things. The other thing would be, well, the stunt Hopeless Peaches decided to pull right after the FCK stuff came to light. So that would be the things that kicked all of it off.
Okay. And what was the stunt that Peaches pulled off?
Basically, baselessly accusing me of being an abuser.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So I know you know what I'm talking about.
He is an abuser. I just don't think, I haven't seen the Peaches doc. She probably, the thing is, Peaches is as well, or at the very least, she's like a sadist that's like very giddy at the abuse of others, and seems like just like a very manipulative, horrible human being. But like, is Lio gonna deny that he's like abused people?
Yeah.
If he's saying that, to be fair, he's probably he's obviously specifically addressing whatever it is Peaches accused him of, and knowing Peaches, with the little bit that I do know, it was probably a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, so yeah, one thing I wanted to, I guess, go over is she accuses you, as well as other children that you have adopted, they have accused you of abusive behavior. And you said, basically, I guess the question—
Don't say that it's adopted children, because that fucking feeds this guy's, like... By the way, were any of these people ever legally adopted by him, by the way? But, like, it just feeds, like, this, like, delusion he has that he's had kids. No, the fuck you haven't.
That I have is, your response was really, was more of, no, I'm not. Actually, this person is abusive, right? And not to say that you didn't present evidence, right? You did present evidence, at least in the the Peaches case, that, you know, that there was, like, some decent evidence there that things were not exactly how they portrayed them to be. So I guess one thing that, so sorry if I mess up pronouns.
She just corrected herself. Thanks, Thomas.
It's also for people in the chat. I'm really terrible with names and pronouns. So I guess one question that I have.
Thanks. We stan a queen. We stan a pronoun queen.
Is you said one of the claims that you made in your video was that Jordan specifically was abusive to you and your wife. What way were they abusive to you and your wife?
Abusive in terms of how they would treat us, how they'd operate around us, things they would do around the house, treating my wife specifically with a lot of cruelty in general by just being a random dickhead. And the unfortunate thing about a lot of this is because they're just claims of conversations that happen in person. It's not something I can immediately obviously pull out substantial evidence for, because who records conversations in their own home?
Yeah, that's fine. Do you have like specific examples you can recall that would like specific things that were said?
Well, there was the entire situation we had during Thanksgiving where Jordan was just a dick to everybody. There was a time Jordan, during Thanksgiving, tried to accuse me of threatening to hit him to random people on the internet, and when he was confronted about it, he did not like—
Wow, this thing that we literally have you on record doing to other people. I could believe that. The reason I could believe that is not because I just don't like Lio, it's because he's done it before. He has resulted to doing the internet tough guy, like, threats of violence, like, all the time. We've heard this in calls. In the Jax call, he literally talks about just showing up to fucking Jax's house, which then led to Jax's comment, like, I have, like, guns, I can defend myself, which Lio then used as a justification to go and call Jax's school and report him as a threat. Even though he knew full well, he's stupid, he's not that stupid, he knew full well that Jax was not a fucking threat to his school. So it's a he said, she said, or sorry, is Jordan trans as well? It's a he said, they said, but they are accusing him of doing something he's documented as doing with other people.
like the fact that he was confronted over it. So it's pathological lying on top of a lot of things. Jordan had an unfortunate habit of that. We worked with Jordan for a while, and that's why we had Jordan in the home, because we were trying to help him. And it seemed to me like anytime he had to work on anything or anything was expected of him, he blew up at people.
Wow, it's almost like you're adopting mentally vulnerable people online, and they have fucking a ton of issues. They have a ton of issues that you, being a mediocre, below mediocre idiot, are probably not equipped to deal with. Wow.
Explain like how they were a dick over Thanksgiving.
Well, stomping around the house, not engaging with anybody properly, backbiting people when they didn't think anybody.
Not engaging with anybody properly? Dude, I must be abusive then. Whenever, like, when I did go to like family Thanksgivings, I would just like be awkward and in the fucking corner. Like, what do you...
I would hear about it, hence the claims of threatened to strike him, not responding when people were trying to talk to him, and the entire time we were at dinner, he just stared at his plate literally the entire time and refused to engage anybody.
Okay.
Maybe the mentally ill Discord kid that you took in is having an episode of some sort, is emotional about something.
Okay, interesting. And then you mentioned that Jordan was abusive towards you. You also say that Peaches...
That's abusive? That's... Okay. If that's abusive, then nobody lies when they call you a fucking abuser. By the way, Lio is an abuser. Lio is an abuser. Even though technically, I think technically, at some point, almost everyone has like met the criterion for verbal abuse, right? But verbal abuse, I'm less likely to, even though it's technically abuse, I think abuse is such a strong word, and rightfully so, that it being on like the quote-unquote lighter end makes me like a lot more hesitant to call someone an abuser over that. The thing is, right, Lio actually engaged in like the worst instance of verbal abuse I've ever seen in an online context, and I think it is like totally fair over that exchange and its repetitive nature to classify him as like as an abuser, right?
Abusive as well as manipulative towards you. I guess one question that I have is, you are kind of, in a way, to me, it seems like you were kind of shirking some responsibility, because you're saying, I was manipulated by this person, you know, who's 10 plus years younger than me. And not to say that people can't be manipulated by younger people, they certainly can. But I don't see the same energy towards people like Kumo, right? So like, if you, like, the one
I
thing
don't care about Kumo.
Responsibility for what I have done, regardless of...
Let me go back. Sorry, a little bit.
When all of that was going on.
Number one, there's a vast difference between what happened there and what happened here. Kumo issue is that, number one, have you seen the actual clip in its entirety?
I've seen the explanation of the clip, and I've seen the clip, yeah. So, but I've seen the full explanation.
You noticed that he was giddy. So did you not notice that he was giddy the entire time? That he took enjoyment out of it?
Yeah, but I think I think that when you know the context behind it, I mean, it was stupid, right? But I don't think he stands by that now, right? I don't think he stands by that now.
If he didn't stand by it now, he wouldn't be making jokes about it and having people repeat the process, except instead of cutting, making the joke.
I don't know anything about the Kumo clip.
Other people in that row. I don't think Kumo doesn't own his past. I think part of that is he was a kid. His girlfriend had like a fetish for that, and you know, he's owned up to it, and he's moved past it. So I don't understand why. Again, we've got one mistake here from Kumo when I believe he was like a teenager still at that point, and we've got multiple mistakes of you being manipulated by multiple people.
And I just explained to you the difference. If you think Kumo's moving past it by continuing to make a joke out of it and continuing to find it humorous.
Some people do make jokes. That's how they move on from things.
So you think him making jokes about self-harm is fine in this context?
I personally don't give a I'm not somebody who, somebody who really cares about that stuff. The only reason I care.
Wait, is Lio getting on somebody for joking about self-harm? Didn't this guy literally pull up someone's like medical records documenting a legitimate suicide attempt, not something that was merely based off of self-report, and proceed to not only make fun of them, but to deny that they were actually fucking real, which he had absolutely zero basis to do, by the way.
When there's like hypocrisy, right? If you're claiming to have like the moral high ground in comparison to everybody around you, and then your actions are showing that you don't have the moral high ground, that you're not trying to even be on the moral high ground, then that's where I have a problem. So like, for example, with the Rosa call, you apologized for being ableist, but that's about it. You didn't apologize for calling her a hole. You didn't apologize for calling her a whore. You didn't apologize for threatening to call her mom. You didn't apologize for, knowing beforehand that she had all of these conditions and still.
Does anybody have a copy of Lio's apology, by the way? I don't think we've ever watched his original apology on stream.
Continuing to let people call her retarded and letting people, berate her for 4 hours.
I actually have. I didn't break everything down into individuality, but I literally said that what happened in that call is my responsibility.
Yeah, to be fair to Lio, and it's rare I do this, like that's such a long call where he did so many things wrong. I think it's like fair to like apologize for overall themes instead of every specific instance of wrongdoing within the context of the call. The problem is, I don't think he's ever shown like an actual understanding of why what he did is wrong.
Do it.
And then, but here's the thing: you demanded a specific apology from Rosa in that call. You said, "Oh, what are you sorry for, Rosa? Tell us exactly."
Yo, thank you, G's. Wait, thank you, Chris. Do not ever, do not vent to your fans. Get a therapist. So true. Belinda with the 2. I'm here because of parasocial tendencies. No cap. Thank you, G's with the 2. Wow, 2 random women. Oh, I already read that.
What you're sorry for. Why should I accept your apology for ableism, which is not even the beginning of what you did in that call, and when you have gone so far in Rosa in that call to demand a specific apology from her?
You don't have to.
Okay, so then...
Wait, he demanded an apology from her? Oh, yeah, in the call. Just talking about in the call. Got it.
Here's the thing, you don't look like you're sorry for any of that, for calling her a hole, for any of those things.
I literally listed the actions in that
Okay,
call.
I think Stardust reasoning right now is so fucking stupid. Like, I believe her conclusion is correct. I don't think Lio's sorry, but I don't think him, like, not apologizing for every individual, like, transgression made in that call is, like, necessarily going to be indicative of him not being sorry. There are other reasons, like how everyone who is in his circle, anyone who's, like, left his social circle in the last couple months or has been around him, like, attesting to, like, private, like, soft justifications of that shit on the iNut stream. He's still, like, he takes a dig at Rosa over some tweets or something she did, which is, like, several people have done this, playing into the Rosa turned out to be problematic thing when she literally has like the mental capacity of a fucking child. Who cares if she's problematic? Like, I don't think Lio understands how cognitively disabled the person he was talking to was. $2 from Big Aaron, a hot dog with ketchup. Thank you so much, $2 for GG's. There's someone walking around behind you. Nice try.
Or horrific.
You said that they were horrific, and, then you specifically apologized.
I'm asking you correctly. Go ahead.
You specifically apologized for the ableism. You said, yes, the call was horrible, and I'm sorry for, whatever the ableism. I did not hear you apologize for the sexism. I did not hear you apologize for calling her a whore, for threatening her and calling her parents, and knowing that she had all these issues going on, and still letting other people treat her this way.
Let me pull up the script. Just give me a moment. We're up with that thing.
And I will remind you, Rosa said, I'm sorry for this situation, and you all were hounding her for a much more specific apology.
We were. One moment.
Also, I would say probably the Senate themselves deserves an apology for lying by omission, because you knew of Rosa's problems, and you didn't disclose that to anybody.
They don't need... Wait. If you listen to Rosa for... That's not even the point. Lio didn't need to know she had any problems. You could listen to her fucking talk. You could listen to her talk and be able to tell. If you need the actual specific diagnoses and mental health conditions of somebody like Rosa, who you're now talking to know if you should proceed with doing what it is that you're doing, you're too fucking stupid to do confrontations at all.
Let me see here. I actually did admit in the script and in the video that I knew that Rosa was on the spectrum.
Okay, but did you apologize for calling her a slut hole? That's not what I'm asking, right? You admit to it. Do you feel sorry for it?
You ask if I gave... Well, of course I feel sorry for it. Why in the world wouldn't I?
You didn't say so. You hounded Rosa for a very specific apology, even though she was giving the best that she could at that time. You didn't apologize for calling her a hole. You didn't apologize for calling her a whore. You didn't apologize for calling her all, mush mouth. Well, actually, no, you did apologize for that with the what's it, ableist thing.
Ableism?
But there's like a, telling her to remove herself from the census. Like, these are things that I think are deserving of an apology.
And that's probably fair. If you think that it should have been more broken down into specificity, I can 100% understand where your value would come from on there, and I probably should have thought about that during all that.
I just think that, given how much people were hounding her, especially, Endo was hounding her, right? And don't get me wrong, I have a little bit more sympathy for people who are under 18, but they were 17, and they were still complicit in a lot of Nekopon's actions.
Who was complicit?
And Endo, the person who you all said was the victim, yeah.
Yeah, Endo was groomed by Nekopon. I don't hold Endo responsible for any of that.
I looked at their video. I don't know if you've seen their video. They have not mentioned grooming at all in that video. They mentioned
video?
Yeah, they mentioned being complicit.
Was Endo the person that was like, we were just kids, man, the stuff we had to go through because of Nekopon, like the victim that was berating Rosa that then like went from being a victim in my eyes to just like a perpetrator of abuse?
In a lot of Nekopon's actions.
I think I'd have to go look at it because I wasn't anywhere Endo made a video.
Yeah, Endo made a video.
Endo never once brought that up to me.
Yeah, the video does not have them talking about being groomed. It talked about they had a crush on somebody that Nekopon was having a weird relationship with that was probably inappropriate, but they themselves did not have a relationship with Nekopon in that manner. In fact, they were complicit.
Contrary to what I've been told.
They were complicit in a lot of the bad things that Nekopon did to other people. They admit as much.
Yo, Charles from G. Oh, I already read that.
Can you shoot me a link to it, please?
Yeah.
I don't care about this other person's video.
Hearsay with Endo.
It's ongoing because again, we're still gathering data about it. There's tons of stuff that you don't obviously not aware of.
What? You're gathering data? It's like a NASA fucking control room.
are being made that aren't backed up with documentation. And that's not to say that you need documentation for every single claim. I think if there's a claim that is being verified by multiple like firsthand witnesses, I think that that's certainly enough for you to say definitively that something happened. But there's like a lot of things within this community I feel like need to be backed up with more evidence. But it seems like, especially with the Endo thing, you're saying that that's still ongoing. But Necopon and Endo, that happened years ago. I don't understand how that's still ongoing, and you were relying upon hearsay with Endo.
It's ongoing because again, we're still gathering data about it. There's tons of stuff.
We're gathering data. We're crunching the numbers. Shut the fuck up, dude. Gathering data? You're gathering
there's
data.
Calls and parsing through. There's DMs. There's exports of logs and server logs. There's a lot to this that is outside of the scope of what this video could even possibly go on to.
Okay. So then you are saying that you do have like concrete evidence then?
Yes. I can't really bring it out in the moment because I didn't know this is something we were going to be discussing right now. And those are somewhere in the archives of the old server.
Wait, okay, this was his apology.
Hi.
His apology is 3 hours, dude?
You found the information of my
Okay.
So it'll take me some time to even find them.
Okay, fair enough. So back to the Rosa call, and the reason why I brought this up is because it's in relation to the Rosa call, right? And we'll kind of get into specifics about like what your methods are, I guess, later for like evidence collection.
Does he usually find random people in his... Okay, so he's in the art commentary community. He ran a server called The Senate, and people viewed him as an authoritative figure that's known for berating people and handling... People would go to him with conflict, ask him to sit in for conflict, confront people in the ACC. Those confrontations would be in the Senate, where people would watch, essentially as like an audience. The Senate, he ran it and actively sought out those confrontations and accountability calls. It's like people that are doing shit in his server, people that are doing shit in the wider community, people that have personal grievances with him. Like, it's just going to depend on the person.
But the Rosa call in particular, you mentioned... You knew that Rosa was disabled, and you mentioned that she had a handler. I guess my question to you would be, like, that you mean like a guardian or custodian, right?
Yeah, I've been informed since then that that's apparently a derogatory term. I wasn't aware of that, so that I do apologize for.
Oh,
but yes, that is
fine.
what is meant by that they have a custodian.
Dude, wow.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, they have a guardian or custodian. So
we love the change. We love to see change.
You know, legally, like if somebody has a guardian or custodian, that in a lot of states means that they can't own a gun, they can't gamble, they can't make major purchases, right?
Well, actually, no, because I've had other people that are friends of mine that have been on the spectrum, which is what I knew about Rosa. They've been on the spectrum, that they have seizures. Excuse me. And
what? This guy's so fucking stupid. He doesn't know the definition. He doesn't know what a spectrum is. Just you knowing somebody on the autism spectrum does not give you any additional authority or frame of reference. Generally, like if you know that your friend with what was formerly known as Asperger's is now like I think autism spectrum disorder like 1 or something, right? Like you could know, oh, my friend is like really like rigid fixed interests, and I looked up, and that's actually a trait with a lot of people that are like this. Like then, okay, you can be like, you know, this person's like hyperfixation with trains is like related to their autism, but to their level of functioning, because they just with the mere knowledge they are on the spectrum, period, because you know other people on the spectrum, that doesn't give you any place to talk, because once again, it's a spectrum. Most people in my chat, I would venture to guess, probably are somewhere on that spectrum. I've known people, I've known a person, and I've known of people that are on the spectrum at a level where they're nonverbal, they're unable to communicate with other people, and are, you know, low functioning, I guess. Apparently that's offensive. I don't, so nobody's made the argument for that to me, but like lower functioning on the spectrum, they need care for life. So just because like
they have guardians over them and whatnot, and they're still able to make tons of decisions. They still have full cognition. They're able to make a lot of decisions. One example of that would be Misanthropony. His mother's in...
Yeah, I got, in one of my childhood evaluations, it just noted possibly Asperger's in the evaluation.
Complete, you know, guardianship over him, and he's still able to make his YouTube channel, still did some things that he was held accountable for, the whole 9 yards. What I'm discovering later on, because as I stated in my video, the knowledge of the spectrum, mental health, all that isn't really my strong suit, which is why I've made a lot of changes to how I conduct any of these things, especially when somebody is on the spectrum, not related to predator hunting. I don't do that anymore. But for a while, my thought was, if A fits, then B fits, which is part of my problem going into some of these things, not handling them a lot more delicately than I should have.
Sure.
You're a fucking idiot if you think that a spectrum is one uniform fixed thing that you can like create a heuristic around when dealing with anybody that you merely know is on that spectrum. Because that's not how spectrums work. Tell us from G's, can you do a test check where you are? Can you do a test to check where you are? What?
I would say that I don't know what Zaid or Misanthropony, I don't know what his situation is, but there are different levels of guardianship. There are different levels of the spectrum as well. And I don't know.
I believe, can you send that in my DMs, Blur?
No, if Misanthropony like is legally has a custodian. It could be that he
As an autistic, I'm peer reviewing you and saying you say, yeah, I'm probably autistic. It's no secret to me, okay? It's no secret to me. If I was to go look through I probably might have a diagnosis in there somewhere. I don't fucking know. Does it matter to me? No, not really. There are like some things I can relate to, but I know it's a spectrum once again, but like there's some things, some aspects of myself that I think are kind of telling in that regard, but I also don't, like, I think I'm good at like picking up on nonverbals and like the tone and the vibe of something, like the insinuation of the way something's said and like what that might mean the other person is feeling. Like I know when somebody's starting to get generally uncomfortable by looking at them, etc. I don't know if I've had in that regard, the social communication deficit.
As a caretaker, a lot of people have
I think when I was younger, I might have.
Yeah, he has a caretaker. Does that mean that he legally has a custodian? Is that it? Like,
yeah, exactly, he does.
Okay. Okay.
His mother.
So,
his mother.
Yeah. So then, if they're legally.
Fox Azure says, I see you met Finney. I can tell you a lot about Finney. If you haven't, check out the stream I did where we exposed him for being. If you want to call in, Fox, I'll agree not to talk about our previous dispute. If you want to call and tell me a little bit about this person, feel free.
Appointed guardians, then, you know, using him, the fact that he can make a YouTube channel is not really the greatest example of agency, right? Because if you have a guardian, right, that still means in a lot of states that you can't make major purchases, you can't gamble, you can't own a gun. And with
pointing towards cognition as opposed to other things. Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was pointing towards cognition.
Sure, that might be the case, but I think if somebody legally can't own a gun, can't gamble, and can't make major purchases, then that means that effectively in the law they are like a minor, right?
I never thought about it from that perspective.
They have to, you know, legal guardians have to co-sign.
You never thought, because you're a fucking idiot. Rosa talks like a child. No, not like a child. I don't want to say like a child. Rosa talks in a manner that shows a greater cognitive deficit than you would even find amongst children who are like 12.
Checks, you know, there's a whole bunch of things that people who have legal guardians, legal custodians can't do. So I think to hold them to a neurotypical standard is not right.
You're 100% correct on that. That's why I was in the wrong for the Rosa call.
Okay, well, here's the thing. You in your video, while you do apologize at times for like the Rosa call,
I wish instead of explaining to him why he's wrong, because we've already gotten him. If you want to prove why he's really not, so ask him why he thinks he's wrong. Why do you think that call was wrong?
Still double down and say,
from G's. Fox is cool.
Rosa is a liar. Rosa doesn't take any accountability. Rosa doesn't apologize, right? Here's the thing. If someone who legally has no agency is saying that they can't apologize because of demons in their head telling them things, do you really think that they have enough agency to kick someone from a Discord server where the server owner didn't want that person kicked?
Well, in the case of that, obviously my position on that is different than it was then. My issue at this point comes down to if Rosa is able, or anybody in that position, specifically head is able to identify that something's wrong, and is able to identify they shouldn't be in a space with somebody, they should be able to.
But that's the you had no evidence that she could identify that something's wrong or understand the appropriate course of action of what to do as a result of that. Especially if she's dealing with a groomer, somebody who has who is at a level of cognitive functioning comparable to or even potentially lesser than that of a child, would easily. First of all, I doubt would even fully be able to comprehend what grooming is, would easily be able to be manipulated by a groomer, because groomers are manipulative by their very nature. You know, like, I don't understand why this was the person that we're giving responsibility to do any of this when she's not even responsible for her own affairs.
Move themselves, because I've seen people like Rosa do that. That's why I pointed out their back and forth with Agent Angie, to where Rosa was able to find Angie's parents and able to try a harassment campaign. This is where I'm struggling when it comes down to this, because if Rosa's capable,
I don't know what situation he's referencing,
of identifying and targeting somebody, I don't know why they couldn't remove themselves from the situation or get a hold of somebody else.
It depends on the context. If Rosa doesn't like that somebody said like something mean, and then this guy has like his parents in his bio or something, and she starts like adding them and being like, your son is being really mean to me or something, which Lio, by the way, would define as a harassment campaign. He exaggerates. He's like the most exaggerative person I've ever seen. Like, that wouldn't indicate that they were competent enough to deal with the situation you were confronting them for not dealing with.
Because they clearly have no problem reaching out to other people to try to get
there were
cover of
screenshots.
topics.
There were screenshots of Rosa reaching out to Star Giant or Rebecca, whatever her name is, and asking Rebecca about this person. So it's there. It's not like Rosa didn't reach out. Rosa did reach out, and Star Giant said, well, you know, that's not really an issue right now, et cetera, et cetera. And you know that legally this person doesn't have agency. Legally, they're basically a minor, and they're going to be for the rest of their lives. I don't think it's fair to hold them to that standard. And, you know, the very fact that she's talking about voices in her head saying that they're going to hurt her family, like, this person is not mentally well. There's more responsibility on the server owner for even making that person a mod in the first place.
I agree with that, 100%.
And so, you know, Rosa knowing how to be a crazy person harassing somebody online doesn't mean that she knows right from wrong. It doesn't mean that she is effective in her agency even.
I don't know if I can 100% agree with the not knowing right from wrong, because even if we're not talking from a moral aspect, there's obviously something in Rosa's mind that can delineate the difference between something she enjoys and something she doesn't. This is where I'm getting lost in this.
What?
Responsibility on the server owner for even making that person a mod in the first place.
I agree with that, 100%.
And so, Rosa knowing how to be a crazy person harassing somebody online doesn't mean that she knows right from wrong. It doesn't mean that she is effective in her agency even.
I don't know if I can 100% agree with the not knowing right from wrong, because even if we're not talking from a moral aspect, there's obviously something in Rosa's mind that can delineate the difference between something she enjoys and something she doesn't. This is where I'm getting lost in this, because how can we sit here and say that Rosa can make all these cognitive, consistent decisions? But
wait, I'm sorry. Okay, so Lio believes you can differentiate right from wrong. Lio believes you can differentiate right from wrong if you have personal preferences. If you know what you like, you can inherently tell right from wrong. Under this logic, we need to start holding like toddlers accountable. Toddlers need to. You like Coco Melon, but you don't like Elsa Spider-Man. You know right from wrong.
Also say that, well, they're not capable of making the right.
This guy's so dumb.
I think
That's
that
what
she
I'm
can
don't
make.
understand. That's why.
I don't think she can make cognitive, I don't think she can make consistent cognitive, positions. I think that this is somebody who's very mentally unwell. I never would hold a standard for them. I don't think they should have been a moderator in that server in the first place. And I don't think just because you can tell the difference between when you enjoy something versus when you don't enjoy something, that means you're good at determining right versus wrong. Somebody might enjoy somebody. That doesn't mean that it's right, right?
Well, let me rephrase myself then. She knows enough to know that lying is wrong, which is why she was obsessed with Agent Angie, or Lovely Lena. That's why she tried to harass her. So she does know at least some basic
We
understanding.
need to see the specifics of that. This guy exaggerates and recounts situations in an exaggerative, if not outright misleading manner. He did it to me, so I know, right? So I need to see what the fuck he's talking about and what information she had to organize, comprehend, and her extrapolation of that information, her opinion of it, to determine if like this is evident of what he's saying it is. I doubt Stardust knows what he's talking about either. This seems like some hyper obscure fringe situation, so you can't really on the spot test him over that or challenge him on that. Hold on, I accept your friend request, Fox. I'll have you call in a minute.
Right from wrong. She knows what a predator is. She knows what a child predator is.
I don't know that you have the knowledge of what she knows. I don't know that you have the ability to say that. If she is about as credible as a minor, there's no way for anybody to correctly evaluate that.
She literally said in her text that the reason why she's mad is because Lovely Lena's a liar. That's not me saying it. That's her saying it.
Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't mean that she is going to be consistent anywhere else, like in her thought process.
Also, just because you know that big vague concepts are bad, just because you know doesn't mean you can actually identify and have nuance around the actual instances of that concept. You might be able to identify that concept in some very overt situation, but understanding like the specifics of like this man lied, lying is bad, right? Like a kid can do that, right? A kid can do that, but it's normally very overt. There's not like a ton of engagement with the material of the lie, the motivations why this person did it, its moral implications. You just know that lie equals bad, and this person lied, so they're a bad person, right? That can absolutely be consistent with a child's level of functioning, and if it is, right, and Rosa still needs to be held accountable over that and never taken seriously, why is Lio not confronting 12-year-olds online?
No, my point is that she does at least have some basic understanding of right from wrong. That's what I was getting at.
Okay, but she's like literally, okay, I'm just going to be blunt. She's literally mentally retarded. Like, I don't know.
Yes.
That is not somebody that I'm looking to be responsible, especially when I look at Endo. Endo is...
I don't like the use of that word, by the way. Stardust, I think, is using it in the medical context, but it's outdated. In the medical context, it's specifically meant to refer to people that fall into this very, like, low IQ cohort due to, like, some cognitive deficit. It's outdated, I think, medically. They don't still use it. And I'm against it. Like, I am against ever using that word on people who are like legitimately mentally disabled. But yeah, she literally, like, her level of functioning, no doubt in my mind, would be within that like cohort.
Clearly way more cognitively present and able to process things than Rosa is.
So is your argument ultimately, and correct me if I'm wrong here, do you think that Rosa has no culpability for anything, or that should just go to the parents?
I think that Rosa can be a crazy person.
No, she has the culpability of a child. She's the culpability of a young child. If there's anything worthy of holding her accountable over or correcting, that is the parent's job.
He was an asshole who probably shouldn't be on the internet. But I think expecting her to understand exactly what she's doing wrong, especially with this guilt by association thing, which I think that by itself is a very flimsy argument. I think I don't think that's a reasonable standard. Because the guilt by association, you're saying like, oh, she had the ability to lead that server. Well, you have been friends are associated with people who were pretty problematic themselves, right? Before you knew they were.
Well, if it's before I knew they were, then that doesn't hold weight either.
I don't know if there's a pattern.
I'm aware of.
Here's the thing, if there's a pattern of you being
that's a dumb point from Stardust.
friendly with or being associated with people who end up being creepy or being.
Yeah, but what's going to be worth criticizing or calling out hypocrisy over? Because he's criticizing Rosa for what she did after she knew, right? So you're obviously going to be calling out whether he continued association based upon knowing whether or not these people were bad. She has the right take on Lio, but her reasoning sometimes, it's just like really dumb. Like, Lio absolutely is not genuinely sorry for what he did, but Stardust being like, oh, well, you apologized for the call, but you didn't apologize for the part of the call where you called her like a whore or whatever. You didn't, like, it's a 4-hour call. He said like 800 different things. For him to be genuinely sorry, I'm not expecting him to apologize for every statement in isolation. I'm expecting him to identify and apologize for the nature of those statements as a whole. That's not what proves to me that he's not actually sorry.
Weird. I think that there's an issue there. I don't think any culpability from Rosa.
That is an assumption. Okay, then that's your statement, and that's fine. There's this concept that happens within a lot of social circles, especially on the internet.
People try to tell me it's not it was associated with disabled people. I use the word retarded. I don't use it when I'm talking about legitimately mentally disabled people. It was at one point. Now we just use it synonymous with idiot, moron, etc. Idiot and moron at one point were also used on disabled people. But they've just been used so commonly against everyone that when you use the word idiot against somebody, you're not legitimately thinking of somebody who's like legitimately disabled, right? When you use the word moron, you're not thinking of that. And when you use the word retard to like insult somebody who's being dumb, that's not what you're thinking of either. So the history is there. I agree. And sometimes people do use it on disabled people, which I think is wrong, because I think that's just doing the same thing that made it harmful in the first place. But now it's kind of gotten to a point where it's just idiot, moron, etc.
That called troll shielding. And when you're doing predator hunting, there's going to be creeps that are going to get into the inner circle because they think they're safe there. This is not something just I've dealt with, but multiple other people. Even people who don't cover predation, just people who cover other people who do, or people who just talk about it, who will wind up in these servers and getting close to people to try to cover their own nonsense. That isn't something that is something I could magically see through, or you, or anybody else, until something actually comes to light. So unless you're able to magically scope out whether or not somebody's doing something behind the scenes, I don't think that's really reasonable.
Okay, again, you are holding Rosa to a standard where she needs to disconnect from the server when she has brought the complaint to the server owner. She needs to leave that server because the server owner decided it wasn't a big deal or said that they were handling it. She already did her job. She communicated that to the server owner, and the server owner said, look, you don't need to worry about that right now. That's not an issue. Is she not supposed to trust the server owner? You guys were going in on her for trusting the server owner when all of you have been trusting people who are like far more crazy, far more problematic, right? Coyote Lovely is one, right?
Yeah, did we know what Coyote was doing?
Did Rosa know any of Star Giant's history?
Yeah, that's why they became friends. Did you listen to the first Rosa call?
I don't remember much of it, but you did know. Wait, people are saying that you did know about Coyote Lovely, though.
They can say that all they want, but I did not know Coyote was sitting there having actual ooh conversations with Sappho. I didn't know the other stunts he was playing behind the scenes, which is why I was so doggone bad when I found out. They can say you knew all you want, but
like the doggone box? The doggone box? Dude, not the doggone box. Can we get a box? Can we get a replay of the box clip? Can we get a replay of the box clip, please? For the 18th time? Where is it? I need my box fix. Okay, I need my box fix. Where the fuck is it, dude? Where is it? Oh my god, did I lose it? Fuck, I lost the DMs of this no, got it. Got it. Dude, I need the box.
You with me about what's relevant to concerning somebody else's health. Because let me be very blunt with you. No, I'm speaking this time.
All right.
Do you have any clue how hard it was to not reach in the doggone box to the left of me that night all this happened and not put that gun in my mouth and pull the trigger?
Running from the box? Lio's running from the doggone box? Stop running from the box, Lio. Stop running from the box. What's in the box?
So you have evidence that I did? I don't want to hear it from them.
Well, didn't you know that, at least at the very least, people were... So Coyote Lovely was involved in this thing where he was associated with somebody else who was sending minors to known child predators for like 8 months. And you knew for 8 months that that was happening.
People are obviously still thinking about it. If people are using it like... Okay, Stardust almost online when people are calling that to each other. That's not... Stardust using it in that in this instance, right? It's not going to be indicative of what the average person is thinking of when they use it. So some people do think of it, right? Some people do think somehow of legitimately cognitively disabled people when the term idiot or moron is used, but those people are like a minority, right? Those people are a minority.
Hold on. What? Can you run that by me again?
Yes, there's evidence that you knew for 8 months that Ziarkalo was putting children in danger, essentially.
No, I knew that Zerkalo asked an inappropriate question and tried to play pretend that they didn't know what the problem was, putting that out to an audience that had minors in it. That's what I knew about Zerkalo. The call we had with Zerkalo was to try to figure out what else may be legitimate. And it got sidetracked because Coyote kept running defense, and I started getting pissed because of all the stupid inside nonsense going on. That's not the same as knowing somebody's entire history. That's asinine.
How long did you know these people?
And it's also been talked about to death. Which one, Zerkalo or Coyote?
Both of them.
Didn't know Zerkalo at all. That's the one time I talked to Zerkalo was in that call. Coyote I knew for a few years.
Okay, so for a few years, you knew Coyote. Coyote is now no longer...
This is a dumb point on Stardust end.
...that you're associated with. Why is that?
Correct. Because Coyote got caught.
You could nail him on so much easier stuff, like...
doing horrific things behind the scenes.
And also...
like the whole, oh, you've associated with bad people as well. Like, and then he's going to have to get into the nuance of a situation you never heard of. You're going to become completely lost. It's going to look like you lost because you don't have examples on hand. Every bad person you could think of that Lio's spoken to, at least that I can think of, like that's done like a really bad thing. To my knowledge, he did break contact with them upon them doing that thing. As far as I know, I would never make the association argument with them. Unless there's a, unless, there probably is a good association argument. Like you could I wouldn't put it past him to keep someone around that he knew did something really bad if they're useful to him, right? But I just don't know of that example, and neither does Stardust, so I don't know why you would try to make this point.
Was associated with Ziarkalo, right? Or Zerkalo, whatever you say his name. And
they were roommates at one point.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty sus. I don't know. Like you can say,
yeah,
you put all these,
absolutely is.
You put again. All I'm saying is you put all of these excuses for yourself, saying you didn't know. Again, this person, Rosa, is somebody who can't own a gun, can't gamble, can't...
Lio's not calling into me because of my relevance. He's not calling in because he realizes I have arguments and it's going to destroy the narrative that his entire opposition are, like, insane, obsessive kid diddlers. That's why he won't call in here. It has nothing to do with relevance. He gives me attention, just behind the scenes. He talks about me behind the scenes.
Make major purchases, and you're thinking that she's going to cognitively...
He won't call in here because I'll destroy the image he's crafted for himself. And Stardust poses as an interview as opposed to a debate. I think I need to stop doing that and being aggressive when I'm trying to initiate the conversations, because when people realize what I'm about and what my game is, they're going to be less likely to talk to me, because nobody likes to look like a fucking idiot.
All of the lore of Star Giant in her head and know that she needs to disconnect from the server?
All of it? No, but my point is with Rosa, and I pointed this out before, it's not just going Star Giant. Rosa's gone to plenty of other people about far more minor things. Rosa knows what a child predator is. Rosa knows all of that.
Does she know what a child predator is?
I don't. She knows the word, and she knows when you touch kid probably, but I doubt she understands the nuances. If I were to ask Rosa, why is pedophilia bad? Why is child predation bad? We all know the answer to that, but I doubt she'd be able to sit back and tell me, because a child doesn't have like the mental capacity to be able to, or doesn't have the level of cognitive functioning to be able to understand the implications of sexual acts, or nor do they have they don't have the want, or whether they have the want or not is regardless, because there are people like, oh, the kid came on to me. They don't have the level of cognitive functioning that enables them to consent by virtue of them being a child. I don't think Rosa could say that to me.
Because it seems like a lot of you guys don't realize what a child predator is. You think that Endo was groomed by this person. I have not seen anything in their video where they talk about being groomed by this person.
Yeah, and like I told you, there's other things that are not made public right now. Sitting here saying I don't know what a child predator is because...
Was this ever made public? Because this Endo person, I guess, was supposedly the one in the Rosa call that was like, we were like treating Rosa as if she was the person that groomed them, participating in the verbal abuse of Rosa, giving this like, we were just kids, man. If it turns out they weren't actually groomed, that would be fucking crazy.
Specifically, Endo, I think, is kind of far-reached, honestly. Do you have any other examples of me not knowing what a child predator is?
No, I mean, we can get into that a bit. I do want to focus a little bit more on Rosa, and then we can get into specifically the predator hunting stuff. But you're saying that you are assuming that you understand Rosa's state of mind. I don't think you know her that well.
I'll type that to Rosa and say, tell this to... Good one, buddy.
To know that.
But you do?
I mean, I think...
Aren't you Lio's top guy? Aren't you Lioconvoy's top guy, and therefore enabling running by proxy?
I think that I know it a little bit better than you do, knowing the information that's out there. That she has seizures as a result of stress.
Possibly.
Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know how anybody can sit in that call and listen to the way that she talks and know that she has brain damage and continue to let people go in on her like that. And then
you don't even need to argue whether or not you knew the nuances of official diagnoses. Talk to her. Talk to her for like a few minutes, and you understand this is not somebody that is going to be capable of having a discussion like this not somebody that's going to be able to fight back and adequately defend themselves or anybody else, and is not somebody that is going to be worth doing what these people did to her. And in fact, nobody would be, right? Like, if you're looking for like a productive conversation or to actually get some answers or to criticize somebody, you would never go about it in the way that Lio did, but that's because it wasn't about that.
Hold on, where did the claim of brain damage come from? Because I keep hearing that, and that was not.
She herself has said that she has brain damage because of seizures. She has memory issues because of seizures.
So let me get this straight. On one hand, you say that Rosa is crazy, but on the other hand, you take what she says at face value.
When it comes to her illness, absolutely. Because
you don't even need to argue whether she legitimately has brain damage. I think you're just going to argue the nuance of the diagnoses.
Okay, I don't know how anybody can enter a call with Rosa and not know immediately that she is not.
Yes! Yes! That's why you don't need to argue about the diagnoses. Listen to her talk. Listen to her fucking talk. This is why I'm saying he can't change and shouldn't do confrontations or conversation with anyone, because he fucking, like, he is lacking something that you can't learn. You can't learn. You have to read it, right? And if he couldn't tell that this person was, like, too cognitively impacted to be able to have this sort of conversation just by virtue of talking to her, then he just does not have that thing, and that thing cannot be learned. Hold on. I just want to listen to Rosa talk. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, we're almost halfway to Streamly goal. We're like 3 away from temp goal. It'd be super base. You can support the channel.
Someone
through Streamlabs Super Chats. You could also like up. Where's Rosa?
You too. So I'm going to try to...
Oops, Anna.
Rosa, do you know what a hypothetical is? Come on. Come on. Answer the question. Yes or no?
This is Rosa talking a
You
lie.
don't know, do you?
Me too confused.
She doesn't know what a hypothetical is.
Of course you're confused. You're trying your best to...
That's not... I'm not saying that to make fun of her. I'm just trying to show you the type of person he did a 4-hour accountability call with, where it was just verbally abusing her, telling her to take her own life, etc.
Together lies as you continue on your way. You're trying to sit there and tell me that somebody sending you a couple of mean tweets is equal to child predation. Who raised you?
Please.
Okay,
That was Rosa just
because all I'm seeing and all everyone.
Let me simplify it for you, Rosa. All right, so let's presume.
Auto shop?
Rosa, do you know what a tire shop is?
An auto shop?
A tire shop. We'll go with auto shop. You know what? We'll stay with auto shop. Let's assume there's a guy who works.
Uh-huh.
I want to get to... She doesn't talk a whole lot in the 4-hour call, which if you're interested in Lio, I want to know why I hate him so much. This was the first thing I watched.
No, stop. Like,
it's just not helping this situation.
That's Rosa talking.
There. You knew, not only did you have the context of some of her medical issues and that she had a custodian, you also knew that she thought that there were demons in her head or whatever. She was hearing voices.
That was later on. That was not something that we knew during the call. As I stated, that happened after the call.
You don't need to argue what diagnosis he knew in the... Like, listen to her talk. Listen to her talk.
Okay. You still knew she had a custodian, and legally she can't make major purchases. Legally she can't gamble, legally she can't own a gun.
Well, I didn't know to that extent about what she could or could not do legally. I just knew that she had a caretaker.
So, yeah, and
Yeah, and you don't need to argue the technicalities. Just argue. Listen to her talk. She doesn't even know what a hypothetical is.
Her mentioning that she has seizures, it's a very quick Google search to find out what seizures can do to somebody. She said that she had memory issues because of this thing, and then your response to her was like almost approvingly laughing and saying like, "Oh, it sure is, kid." Like, I don't know, like, it just seems incredibly inappropriate. And then there was like no apology for that stuff. So
there's no apology for that. Okay, then let me ask you directly then. What do you think a satisfactory apology for that would be?
I think you should hold yourself.
You should take issue with the one I made.
I think you should hold yourself.
That's a good question from Lio, by the way, for Stardust.
To the standard that you held Rosa to in that call. Because you're certainly more capable of meeting that standard than she is.
Sure.
Okay, so when did
do you think it would be wise for me to put out? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to ask, when did the Senate server become more focused on bullying people than
Wait, let him finish,
kids?
Stardust. Let him finish.
Or whatever it's meant for.
The server was never meant for predator hunting. That seems to be a misconception everybody has. Because I'm in there, people assume that it was made for predator hunting. It wasn't. It was never made
what was it made for?
It was probably a server that was made for socialization and discussion of drama that unofficially took on the role as the server where confrontations occur, arguments are disputed, drama-related conversations happen, and Lio took the role of the guy that confronts and does the accountability calls, so people would tune in to watch him do that because he took on that role.
It's just a hangout server for the most part.
Okay. Okay, and this Hangout server just turned into like a bullying server then?
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by bullying. The Rosa call was obviously completely wrong. I'm not going to defend that one. There are times that people have come in and have gotten really stupid and were turned into a joke, but I guess it depends on if that meets your criteria for bullying. So what is your criteria for what you define as bullying?
I think a call, like multiple calls where like people are dogging on one person.
I think knowingly making, okay. Officially, I think it's like attempting to cause harm and humiliation for the sake of amusement, right? But I think when we use this term online, it's that on somebody who either doesn't deserve it or is unable to fight back. You're just doing this for the sake of, like, I don't know if bullying has to have a power. I think when we use it, there is some sort of power dynamic, right? Somebody who has the power in the situation and is using that power to, for the sake of their own amusement, humiliate or say or do things intended to cause harm to the individual they're talking to, who they have the power over in the conversation, who can't adequately defend themselves or fight back.
For an extended period of time, I think that counts as bullying. I personally don't give a fuck about bullying, but I think, again, you are somebody who presents yourself as being on a higher moral ground than everybody else. So
I give a fuck about bullying when there's that power dynamic involved, right? That's when I give a fuck about it. I think if you're talking to somebody that doesn't deserve it and can't actually fight back, then, like, yeah. I think if you're, like, bullying, you're being, like, a fucking asshole.
It's hypocritical.
You keep saying that, but when have I ever said something like that?
You talk about how you were a predator hunter, you hunt you do present yourself as somebody who, you know, you talk about it being a man of faith. You're talking about, you have presented yourself, whether you like it or not, as somebody who's on a higher moral ground. You've gone after people for similar things. You've gone after people for, yes, you've gone after people for not being up to your standards morally.
You said similar things. Can you give me some examples?
I mean, I think if we just look at the Rosa call, like, I mean, I think that's plenty, right?
I told you right now that I 100% do not stand by the Rosa call, so I'm going to ask you again. You say that I have gone after people, which is not person, it is people, for similar things. Can you give me some examples?
Sure. There have been minors that you have doxed, right? I think that constitutes as bullying.
Jax, he's talking about Jax. Did he dox Jax, though? I've heard he did dox Jax, but I'm not because I don't have the evidence of that, nor did I hear the details of that. What I did know that he did, which is not doxing, it's something else that is just as bad, if not worse, is actually call the kid's school.
There's the kid who came in talking about how he was sexually harassed online, and you called him like a goat fucker or something like that, and threatened to notify the authorities of his sexuality. There is, and he lives.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking about there? A goat humper?
You called him like an animal fucker or something. It was this kid who was Arab. He lived in the Middle East.
Oh, that's not number one. It's not a kid. That's not a kid. That was somebody in their 20s that came in making threats. I think that's bullying, responding to somebody who's threatened you?
I didn't hear threats in that call.
Of course you didn't, because you only have part of the call. You don't have the text.
Okay, what threats were they making?
Oh, I have to look at the logs, but essentially threatening to do physical harm.
He uses that, for him, a threat was somebody saying, I'm going to put you in a lunatic hospital for the rest of your life. Like, in a way to just poke fun at him, not make a serious threat, as he knows, and we know, they don't have the power to actually do something like that or follow through on it. Lie is somebody who's actually threatened people, but he then uses that as like, therefore I'm justified in, like, doing a call with, like, this bunny person. They're clearly mentally ill. They're clearly like cognitive, like they have some sort of cognitive deficit. And he does a call where he'll say, "Oh, I'm just responding," but it's like some fucking 0 follower shit or nobody that he's voluntarily choosing to pick to confront, when there's other people who are more influential and have more substance that are calling him out, that he runs from because he sees this as an easy target. He has the power in the call, as everyone is there to support him, and this person cannot fight back, and then he attempts to humiliate them and fuck with them for the sake of his like own amusement and like to compensate for his like mediocrity, right? That would be bullying.
To people, he actually, about a year ago, he said that in 40 days he would be at my house and he would kill me.
Okay. You've never made a similar, or threat to somebody else. I feel like you have. Like you've done that to minors. Not even full-grown adults. You've done that to minors. And you threatened this guy like you're going to out his sexuality.
He said he was going to go to Jax's house.
Authorities in his country, when you know that that's like.
I told him that it was extremely foolish to do what he's doing because of what he is and where he is. So again, I'm going to ask you: do you have any actual examples that you know full context for? Or are you just going to take random things out of context without even full knowledge of them? You just got on to me for not doing research, but apparently you didn't do much of it yourself.
I think that the research.
He's right. I don't think she did do a lot of research for this. To be fair.
Is probably more than you've done in a lot of these scenarios. Like, no offense to you.
That's an assumption. That's something you can say factually. You don't know.
Okay, you have. I'm sorry. There are multiple examples out there of even calls with multiple.
How is Lio winning here? What the fuck, Stardust?
Threatening to dox them, threatening to call their parents. That is not right. That's not okay.
Over what? Over what?
Over what?
Jax was literally just trolling him.
pictures and sending them to each other, even if, here's the thing, even if this kid, one of the kids I think is actually psycho, right? I'm not disagreeing with you that the kid's psycho. Even if they're psycho, it is not a justification of doxing them and calling their parents.
What is doxing?
It's a gross overstepping.
No, I asked you what doxing is.
Oh, doxing is making public, I know what argument you're gonna make here, okay? So doxing technically is the making public of private information. But I would say—
Oh, that's a horrible definition of doxing. That's a horrible definition of doxing. How I would use it is the intentional linking of personally identifiable information to a anonymous online persona, where the persona clearly has zero intent or hasn't expressed any intent to be known under their personal identity, and doing it for typically malicious reasons.
Somebody's information that is not accessible in one place and putting it in one place and using it to your advantage to call their parents or threaten to call their parents is still a threat, and it's still weaponizing doxed info.
That's not doxed info if it's public info. And secondly, when a child is going out of
excuse me?
Is the making public of private information. But I would say collecting somebody's information that is not accessible in one place and putting it in one place and using it to your advantage to call their parents or threaten to call their parents is still a threat, and it's still weaponizing doxed info.
That's not doxed info if it's public info. And secondly,
under this argument, which everybody likes to invoke, almost anyone who's ever been accused of doxing online is not actually a doxer. Most doxing utilizes publicly available info. It's not merely getting that info that constitutes the doxing, it's the linking it for the sake of identifying this person to an anonymous online persona. It's the creating that link that makes it doxing.
A child is going out of line, why is calling a parent somehow beyond the pale?
It's not your responsibility to do that. Ban that person and move on.
So it's not the responsibility of an adult to let a parent know when their child is going off the rail?
An internet stranger?
Would it matter if it was a stranger in public doing it?
If you're in person in public and this kid is punching you, that's a little bit different than somebody saying something mean on the internet.
When it's a situation that you can exit and nobody is in imminent harm, exit and leave. Like, if I don't know, walk into a room and somebody's kid is like being really fucking annoying, and I'm just like passing through the room, I'm just gonna keep passing through. I'm not gonna make it a point to go seek out their parent and be like, you're a horrible parent doing horrible parenting because your child is being annoying or whatever. But in this context, it's even more of an ability to separate yourself, as it's completely virtual. $2 from Belinda, thank you so much. $2 from Starfish, smoking on that Lio pack. True, very fucking true. That helps. We hit temp goal. We're almost halfway to streamly goal. Super base. Thank you guys so much.
Kid sitting there screeching all sorts of threats in public, then a random stranger who hears these things shouldn't talk to the parent or try to get them?
I think that that's a bit different because you are an actual public disturbance. That's a public disturbance. Somebody sending you messages.
Your goal, mind if we take yeah, we could do a quick intermission. Just let me I just gotta make a call real quick. Give me 2 seconds, okay? Then we could go talk about this guy. 1 sec. Hold on. For those of you that missed out, I could play, basically, I'm gonna have a convo about this guy. This guy called in to give me info about Lio. He's like a furry weirdo, and he was like saying how Lio is like doubting that he's law enforcement or that he was a member of like this Interpol affiliated organization and that he's born and raised in Finland. And I begin to realize this guy's lied about everything, and then I confront him on the fact that he's not actually Finnish, and then I get like a Finnish speaker, and it's hilarious. The guy tries to defend like obvious lies about about himself. It's like, yeah, I was born in Finland. I was a member of the army there.
You wouldn't understand anyway.
You have no Finnish accent. You claim it's your second language, but I gotta be honest, man, your English is like impeccable. There's zero detection that you come from a foreign country. And the unwillingness to do something as basic as to like speak your native language to prove that you speak it. And when you're willing to like go into so many personal details about your life is like very suspicious.
So I'm not sure if you know this or not, but in Finland you are taught English from a very young age. From the age of 5 to the age of I'd say about 9 years old. The reason why you learn English in Finland, it's because it's an international trade language. That is your international trade language that you have to learn. We migrated here to the U.S. when I was about 9 years old. I've been here ever since. I moved back once at 15 and stayed there until I was 22 and came back here again, which I shouldn't have done. But I came back here to take care of my mom and dad, even though after what they did to me, I still did anyway. But when it comes to speaking my language...
Wait, hold on. Actually, just to remind you home a little bit. So, this is my buddy Nick Andros. He also comes from Finland. Nick Andros, we're having, there's a dispute where this person is being accused of about lying about being from Finland. What are your thoughts on this? Can you ask him a question in English, Nick Andros? Or no, I mean in Finnish?
What question specifically?
Just anything, and he'll answer in English, because he doesn't feel like speaking his language.
Okay.
It's not that I don't feel like it, it's that I don't feel good.
No, it's fine, that's fine.
I came in here to answer, I didn't come in here to answer questions about... Oh, fuck. I didn't come here to answer questions in my native language. I'm not...
You don't have to, you can answer in English. You can answer in English. What did he just ask? I'm confused. I need someone to translate. I don't speak Finnish.
I asked him what his hobbies are.
No, you don't. That's not the time for you to ask another question. You just fucking ruined it.
Hold on. Okay.
Ask him a new question, please, Nick Andros.
All
right, what did Nick Andros just ask?
I don't know and I don't care. I don't feel good.
You're not Finnish, and that makes me question, are you also lying about being a police officer?
No.
But you did lie about being Finnish.
I'll give you my birth certificate if you want it.
Yeah, I'll take you up on that. But why?
I clearly does not understand Finnish.
Is that your assessment?
Yes.
Wait, how about this? Since you don't feel like speaking Finnish, can you tell us some things about Finland, like cultural stuff that I should know? Or I want to know?
What are the 3 biggest cities?
That one's easy.
Helsinki is one of them. It's one of the biggest cities and one of the biggest...
It's the capital. It's the capital.
Yes, it is the capital. It's the capital of Finland. That's also where Finnish Parliament is. Another city that I have enjoyed, also where the Finnair Flight Academy is Pori.
That's not how you pronounce it. You don't speak Finnish.
That's where the Finnair Flight Academy is.
It's pronounced Pori, not Puri.
I say it that way
because you don't speak Finnish.
No, that's not the reason why.
You haven't demonstrated any ability to speak Finnish in this entire call.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Yes.
I literally told Aiden, excuse me.
Okay.
So I mean,
you just came. It's just odd because like you came in here knowing that I don't like lie. I want to make tons of detailed claims about the guy. Talking about it. You felt well enough to do that. Talk for several. How long have we been doing this? Half an hour at this point, right? And it's just very weird that you can't even. You're so sick you can't speak your native language. Do you understand why that makes you look like a liar?
I understand that, but
do you have like local core parasites? Do you have like the phantom pain sickness?
No. When I went to the ER, over Thanksgiving.
What is the ER called?
No, wait, let him finish. What were you saying about the ER?
When I went to the ER 2 weeks ago, I went over Thanksgiving for my kidney stones. I had 2 kidney stones the size of a small car.
Yeah.
A small toy car.
Yep.
Okay? I have 2 of them. Bleeding out of your urethra is not fun.
I would imagine so. Yeah, wait, hold on, let him finish.
Yeah, yes, kidney stones do cause that. Can also cause a UTI because all kidney stones are their calcium deposits from you drinking too much sugar.
All right, guys, I'm back. We're going into red mode because the sun's about to set, and I like red mode better. Sorry. So let's I'm uploading an edited VOD, by the way, on this call. If you haven't seen it, you could check it out on the last stream's VOD, but I will also be turning it into an edited one coming out shortly. But somebody wanted to call in about this guy that I'm talking to here. Sorry. I'm back. Fox Azure. How do I say your name?
Well, do you read me? Sorry, sounds like my mic was off there. Do you read me?
Yeah, I read you. What's up, buddy?
Loud and clear. It's Azure.
Got it.
How have you been? I just wanted to compliment your wardrobe really quick. How have you been, though?
I'm good, man. I'm good. And you?
Yeah, I'm doing great, actually. What are you vaping on, man? I just picked up one of these Pulse Geek bars, and I ain't had a cigarette in over a month, actually. And I think I'm ready to wean myself off this vape. What you smoking on or vaping on?
Pulse Geek bar.
No shit. Honestly, dude, especially as a smoking cessation product. Now, to be clear, they're not advertised as it. They're not advertised for smoking cessation, but it's worked out pretty good for me, so I'm happy about that. But yeah, no, that outfit, man, really killing it with the white lapel on the black shirt, like really stylish. Kind of gives you a bit of a Wednesday Addams vibe.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, man.
I'm glad you can take the piss, mate. Anyway, before I go into my anecdotes about Finney, which now I know that there's this preconceived notion that I'm some kind of a heinous pathological liar, right? But I have never, never quite told Finney's stories. Like, speaking with an East Coast accent. By the way, that's South Carolina that you're hearing in his accent. Because he was born and raised in the United States, as you could verily tell.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, he absolutely. He's. I'll get into why he's a lying sack of shit in a minute. But just a quick question. I'm not sure why you're going over. I mean, I get it. You don't like Lio, but why are you going over the Stardust story? It doesn't really matter, but
content's low. I'm interested in this guy and learning about his history because I don't like him. So
okay,
yeah.
Cool. I mean, I get that. Him and I had a long feud for that was dragged out for like 2 years because he was busy smuggling behind a block. But him and I have talked it out since then, and we're cool. But I mean, I get it. It's just, I guess to me, it's just a lot of the old content rehashed. But I get it. You're trying to populate your content pool, kind of like you were trying to do with me.
So
when I tried to help out Himpleton and he tried to feed me to you, that happened, right? But also, real quick comment on I do have a bit of a medical background. Believe me or don't, because I'm such a heinous pathological liar, apparently. But yeah, actually, they do use the term retarded in the medical field. They very much do still use it today. And in fact, it doesn't just refer to mental retardation, which is one of the terms it's used. It's also used in the context
psychomotor
of
retardation, right?
Exactly. You're right. Yeah. Like, people with Parkinson's, people with muscular dystrophy. There are states where the term, like, I mean, are you getting offended if I say something's fire retardant? Like, really, dude?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right.
So
enough of that shit.
Yeah. For the sake of for the sake of time here, how did you meet this guy?
I met him when we were in an entity called the Fox Mafia.
Tell us a little bit about that. I've heard a lot about it.
Yeah, well, the Fox Mafia was a predator hunter group that was run, was headed, led, if you will, by an individual by the name, a user by the name of Kaz Warfox. And Kaz Warfox was a spineless little bitch. He loved to hide behind his own minions, if you will. I got a good stream on my channel called The Killing Question, where, spoiler, I'm 3 sheets to the wind, drunk and belligerently raging.
Yeah, we'll be
during it.
We'll be checking that one out. But so this guy's in that server. This guy's in that server, and the two.
Yeah,
of you,
we met him in there.
Yeah, just be clear, is this like a furry server?
Stop.
By the way, like it's. Okay, he left. They literally. Oh, so is this like a furry server? Like, is it? Okay, he left again. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear. Is this like
that was a technical issue? That was a technical issue.
No worries.
I do apologize for that.
I assumed as much.
My fault.
No worries.
All right.
Is this?
That was embarrassing.
So is this like a furry server? Like it's predominantly frequented by furries? Would you say?
It absolutely had mostly furries in it. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I'm just setting the scene here. Okay. So you meet this guy, and then how did the two of you? When are his lies caught on your end, and how did the two of you fall out?
He kind of lost me at I'm Finnish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean,
and it didn't add up.
Painfully odd. I'm schizophrenic, but I'm not a retard,
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Anyway, but he every conversation, it was I'm Finnish. My name's Finny. I'm Finnish. By the way, I'm Finnish. Did you know I'm Finnish? Did you know I grew up in Finland? And get this, being an MP in the Finnish military, right? He never said that back in the day. Not once. He never made that claim. So that's a new one. Hearing that on your stream last night.
Did he say he was in the Finnish military at all?
No, he never did. But I'll tell you what he did say. He did claim to be in the Finnish intelligence, like the CIA of Finland.
Yeah, that's what he was saying yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I mean, come on, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He also every damn day. Now, I never known this guy to work, right? Like there was he was just always online, you know. He for his pilot's license. And how was he doing this training? By playing Microsoft Flight Simulator.
He said that he was training for his pilot's license by playing
with Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Got it.
He did this ad nauseum. You know what the worst part is? There were people who believed him.
Got it.
Can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up.
So we know the lies he told yesterday. Do you have anything new about him that you think might be funny?
Other
funny
than
anecdotes?
the fact that I literally just handed you something new, I can tell you another funny anecdote too. The guy has a massive foot fetish that he has a difficult time hiding and not talking about, or at least he did back in the Fox Mafia days. He went so far at one point to say that if in the event of a post-collapse scenario, right, like society caves in and we got to rebuild it, you know, like Fallout shit, but not as cool. He said that he wanted to rebuild society with a foot fetish cult and make him the centerpiece, so everyone was worshiping his feet. Further, on the foot fetish thing and going back to the pilot's license thing, one day we're sitting there in the Fox Mafia VC, and he's like, oh, you know, when I'm a pilot, my feet, they're going to get awfully stinky. There ain't much I can do about that, flying 16 hours a day. And I'm ex-Army. This other guy's an ex-Marine that was in the chat. Or not ex-Marine. There's no such thing, but unless you're dead. But anyway, this Marine and I are like, no, actually, the military's got a really killer foot powder that you can use. Lasts like 24 hours. And we start talking about the Army type foot powder and shit. Shut him right the fuck down. All the wind went out of his sails. He was just, oh yeah, like he goes from this, oh, I'm gonna have really stinky feet, to, oh yeah, like. Didn't want to talk about it anymore. So weird ass foot fetishist. We all know he's a pathological liar. The MP in the Finnish military thing was brand new. Never heard that before. And the fake pilot. Wondering if there's anything else I'm missing here on the guy. I guess I could let you know that. Well, first, let me send you this. This was my stream. It should be time coded. Oops, come on, send. Should be time coded to the point where Finny comes in. So there you go, buddy. Use that at your leisure. You want content? There's some content for you.
Well, actually, Fox, can I ask you a question about you?
Maybe.
So
I mean,
listen,
just know that like I could do something drastic that might affect you. So play ball nice. All right.
What is that supposed to mean?
I could say a lot of very colorful words that YouTube doesn't like right now.
Yeah, I have,
and it's not my channel, so I'll not get in trouble.
God, I could just turn off.
Anyway,
DVR
what's your question?
So my question for you is it true? I'm being heard you got banned from Gilded Pooh's server, and a lot of people are mad at me for talking to you as a result of it. And I've heard rumors myself about it, and I wanted to clear it up. Do you know why Gilded Pooh banned you?
Because I asked him to.
Because you asked him to?
He will back this up himself, yes.
So you didn't send any nude images in the server?
What does that have to do with this?
You didn't send any nude images sent to you in confidence by another Discord user?
That's not the reason I was banned. No, that's not the reason I was banned.
Did you send the nude?
And in confidence, I received an unsolicited titty video from a total stranger.
was there not mutual flirtation between you and this stranger?
I mean, there was a lot of hey goon with me, you know.
Were you not responding to them?
So
you didn't block them?
I don't really block people unless they're members of the UTTP.
But you not only didn't block, you actively engaged, right?
Nope.
You didn't.
Next.
So there wasn't like active reciprocation on your end in regards to flirtatious exchanges?
Yep.
Okay. I'll take it. So if listen, Fox, you're many things. I don't think you've lied to me yet. You haven't lied to me. You've beaten around the bush quite a lot.
What changed your mind?
I don't think. Did I ever say you were a liar?
That's been the word. Yeah.
No, what I said was that you're like, what you'll do is you'll avoid.
I saw a neat little comment in your stream from last night when Finney was being a bullshit artist. I'd hardly call him an artist in that respect, but someone said, "Is this Fox Azure?" And I'm like, "Really, dog? Don't do me that dirty."
Yeah. So you and a user by the name of Thy Tempest, did you tell them you weren't okay with being flirted with?
Yep.
And they continued anyway.
Yep.
So I assume after that it was just all negative between the two of you?
It was all negative after I got really fucking annoyed with her and went, you know what? She tried to meddle with me and I went, well, fuck it. Boom. Here's an unsolicited titty video she sent me. What's up?
Okay, but
now I have a question for you. If it was a dude and it was an unsolicited dick video, would you have as much of a problem with me?
150%. Yes.
All right, cool. I don't know. Well, then nail me to a cross, buddy, because I did that to Alistair Mycroft. It wasn't sent to me. It was sent to a married woman that he was trying to rizz up. But
well okay. But just
I got a stream about that too if you want to cover it.
I'd love to, man. I'd love to. But also, I just wanted to ask you. So the two of you did have negative interactions with them. Were there negative interactions up until the moment the photos were sent to you, or the video was sent to you privately? I don't know if it was a photo or video.
She's annoying as fuck, and she seems to have a history of trying to cry victim.
Okay, but were you on good terms? Were you on good terms at the time this video or picture was sent?
No, she's a stranger on the internet. I don't know the bitch.
So
there
weren't like convos with her or anything, right?
We're not like fucking straight up dogs if that's what you're saying. No.
Okay, were the two of you like conversing at all?
We were in the same server.
But there's no DMs from you to her?
Nope. Not anymore.
No. Were there ever DMs from you to her?
Of course we messaged. Where the fuck do you think that she sent me the unsolicited titty video?
No, she messaged you. I'm saying on your end, did you message her?
There was correspondence, yes.
Okay, what was the nature of this correspondence?
A lot of her trying to pressure me into gooning with her. Unironically, literally using the word goon.
Okay, and what was the correspondence on your end? How you responded or how you responded?
I asked her a lot of questions.
You just were asking questions.
I asked a lot of questions.
Were you ever saying like, "Hey, can you stop? I'm not into this"?
I expressed reservations, yes.
Did you remain cordial and positive while they were sending you shit about like them gooning?
The entire time I was cordial.
Okay, and there was no sexual talk or romantic talk on your end towards Tempest?
No, there was no romantic talk.
Okay, well, the day the titty pic was sent in Gilded server and the day you received it, do you know the general time frame between those two?
Thanksgiving and the day before Thanksgiving, or maybe the wee hours of Thanksgiving is when the titty video was sent, and then it was during Thanksgiving Day of 2025.
Okay, so you received it and you only probably sent it like a day or two later?
Hours
between each other. In between those hours,
we had only been talking for less than a day. Now, like, who really sends a titty video or a dick video within hours of talking to somebody.
No, I agree that's dumb.
And
that
repeatedly
doesn't
asking
mean
them
that
to,
doesn't mean
quote, goon with you, unquote.
if this person's a hypersexual freak, that's fine. That doesn't mean like that they would deserve
I don't
what happened.
think that's fine at all.
Okay,
but,
if you want to make a
okay.
criticism of their life, sure. And if you were showing that it was unwanted and they continued anyways, then yes, I think that they would be in the wrong, right? Obviously. But just because I don't like their lifestyle or how they engage doesn't mean that I think that they're deserving of having their nudes sent to the internet.
Cool.
Why did the two of you start talking negative, or when did things sour between you two? In that short time frame you were talking?
Right about the time she tried to meddle with my personal affairs.
Tried to meddle with your personal affairs?
Yes, and no further details shall be given on that. Are there any other questions?
But did you send the titty pic because you were mad at her? Because it seems like you already kind of said that.
No.
You just explained the process.
Anyway, I think this conversation has adjourned unless there's anything else about Finney.
No, that's it, man. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Aiden.
Bye-bye. Would that not constitute revenge porn? Would that not constitute revenge porn? Like, I feel like it would. He just explained the process that led up to him sending it. Anyways, yeah, just because you're mad at someone doesn't give you a right to send their nudes publicly. Hopefully my stream is used in a court case. All right, let's get back to this. You're in waiting? Aiko, what's up?
Hey, I was gonna point out when you asked him if there was anything romantic, and he was like, no, easily. I think, it should have been, huh?
Sorry, you think I should have said, huh?
Sexual, like in. Shit, hold on.
You're cutting out. You're cutting out. You're cutting out. Okay, so hold on. What's up?
Hey.
Hi.
Hi. You asked him if he had, if there was any like romantic stuff coming from him, and he easily said no. But I think it should have been like specified or sexual things coming from him.
I did.
That guy is.
I did say
easily-
sexual too. I know he weasels. I know he plays with words. I did inevitably also specify sexual, and he said no. He repeated no. I obviously think he lied to me. I am looking for some portion of their communications were leaked. I think he says they were only talking for a day. I don't even know if that's true. I don't think this was a case of somebody just came into his DMs and sent a photo of their tits. I think there was active reciprocation, and then I think they got mad, and I think I figured out why he got mad. The personal, what I'm being told, and I'd actually heard this and forgotten about it. What I'm being told, the personal stuff is that he won't get into. He's with somebody. He has a partner, allegedly. And the person whose photos he sent had threatened to go to his partner about this. That's what I'm being told.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, the guy sounds like a freak.
If this genuinely happened, and then he did leak that in response, this is just revenge porn.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Wow. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should burn this guy. Thank you.
Yeah, take care,
Bye.
peace.
Messages or saying mean things on yes, and you've got actually actionable things there that you can do. When it's a stranger on the internet,
a public server isn't public.
No, it's not. No, not in the same way.
It's not a public server.
It's not a shared public space like a grocery store. Or do you need to go to the public Discord server to function in your daily?
Yes, it is. It is, and I think he. Hold on. I'm pretty sure we just got a direct admission too. Thank you. Thank you for the 2. Bean, deport this Redditor to the closest oil rig. Will's me with the 5. Aiden, can you bring out the Aiden we got with Duckbringer? He's talking to you like he's lyrics. Belinda with the 2. They literally start teaching with simulators though. Belinda with the 2. There's full body deodorants made for long travels. True. Starfish with the 2. Cyrax loser level threats. Belinda with the 2. I've recently learned of portable bidets for travel. Belinda with the 2. No reason to subject passengers to ones that stink. True. Will with the 10, for finally bringing a queen on. Thank you, Will. Much appreciated.
Life, because you do have to do that with a grocery store.
No, well, now you don't. But more importantly, I think part of the disconnect here is that you seem to see a difference between what people do online and what happens in the regular meat space. And frankly, I think that's kind of foolish.
I think that you are making a huge mistake. You are breaking one of the internet's unwritten rules, one of the biggest unwritten rules, to not dox people when you're doing this thing. When you are threatening children for being stupid online, and you're threatening to call their parents, or you do call their parents, or you call their school, I think that is grossly inappropriate. I think you were very clearly overstepping. And if I were a parent, I would think it's weird that some stranger is calling me about my kid online.
And do you know what most of the parents that I had to contact have said when I called them?
What?
That they appreciated it.
Okay. Do they just say that to you because you're a weirdo on the internet calling them? Or do they say, like, here's the thing, I don't give a f what they say. They could say anything, and that could still be weird.
Okay, you can think it's weird all you want, but I'd rather take the opinion of the people who care about these kids.
Why should I trust you? Why should I trust what you're even saying about this? Like, why should I trust it? Because you've been inconsistent on other things before, right? So why should I trust your...
You're human. You've been inconsistent as well because you're a human being. Should I trust anything you say now too?
You are purposely on record guilty of being inconsistent on purpose.
Inconsistent on purpose. Something every human being has done, including you.
I think it's a little bit different when you're not trying to hide your true intentions.
I'm not hiding anything. And you're making a claim again that you don't have any evidence for.
Listen, I gotta admit, I think Stardust, somebody like Lio has been involved in such a wide array of situations that they rely on the fact that nobody fucking knows, like, their history or the nuances of things to, like, obfuscate and confuse people. But the thing is, like, Stardust, like, did not learn enough about the specific examples prior to the debate, and I think that Stardust, although coming to correct conclusions in certain areas, like the non-genuine nature of Lio's apology, completely came to that reason for the wrong, came to that conclusion with the wrong premises, which is affecting her argument.
I think it's invasive for you to be doxing minors on the internet and calling their parents. It's incredibly creepy. Okay, fine. Let's not say doxing. I think let's say it's public information. It's still creepy to go and find somebody's information that's on Facebook, call their parents and or call their school and threaten them with life ruination. It's creepy as a heck, you know? Like, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is information that is not meant for you, that you are taking advantage of and you're using to either threaten them with life ruination or actually call their parents or school.
What do you mean information that is not for me?
It's not
like,
for
what is that
you.
even supposed to mean in that context? What do you mean? What does that mean?
We actually have a copy. So when Tempest had, apparently these were we looked at these on stream. These were the only Tempest end of the DMs because Fox had rushed to delete his end. And I would assume that would happen when Tempest allegedly threatened to go to his partner about this. You can always join the Goon Sesh if you want, bud. Yeah, bud? That's all right. Of course I understand. Don't worry, Lamau. Does this sound like a conversation where somebody's just non-consensually and continuously flirting with somebody else over the span of hours? Yeah, it's up to you. Do what you want. I don't mind. It sounds like he's actively talking about and reciprocating. I won't force you, so it's just up to you what you truly want. So it sounds like at some point in the course of these DMs, he's like talking about the fact that he's actively in a relationship and he's unsure, or showing some hesitancy, but nevertheless participating. Like, we can do this on your own terms, because this is 10% of the DMs. So he had reservations. He's still a participant. I wish we could just see like the full... The context was he was saying he was unsure if he wanted to sext or not. Okay, so that makes sense with the context of Tempest's end, because he was in a relationship. Also makes sense based on what we know. And the DMs that are only one end. I didn't force him, nor did I encourage him to do any reciprocation. Yeah, it seems like this person is like actually reasonable if Fox wanted to set a boundary or said he didn't like something. Why would somebody who's just continuously non-consensually flirting with you, despite you indicating that you don't like it, why would they be telling you it's up to you? Hold on. You know what? Oh, he blocked me. I was going to call him back.
You do not personally know this person.
Are not what?
You do not
yeah,
personally
you
know
don't
this person.
personally know me. So how much of your information? Yeah, and how much of my information of things I've done that you know about that weren't for you either. So why is it creepy in my aspect but not
Because
yours?
you police your community. You claim to be morally higher than everybody else in your community, and you take part in policing it. You take part in policing other content creators. You absolutely do. You do. You absolutely do.
I don't think it would ruin the kid's life. The kid could legitimately be invested. If when Lio falsely reports someone as a threat to the school that is taken very seriously, this kid would be humiliated, embarrassed, be investigated. If they don't find that he's actually a threat but consider him a potential, he could get sent to like an alternative school for like, they have those for like kids who are like misbehaving and shit. Like there are various things that could have happened that could have socially stunted this kid in his teenage years and just fucked with his life.
Find me a citation.
Okay,
You've done the research. Where's your citation on that?
How about this? How have you educated yourself on gathering information for like child predator cases?
Depends on what you mean by educating myself. You want to get into that now?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about earlier how we're going to get into that.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you asking about my process?
I am asking, how closely have you worked with a local police department or child safety organization to make sure what you are doing actually protects children and doesn't jeopardize any legal investigation?
I forward everything I have to a local PD, and anytime I ask them if I need to change anything I do or alter how I operate, they said everything they have is fine.
Have you done any training through certain organizations like UNICEF or like police departments? There are different trainings for people who actually hunt online predators, right? And
really?
report online. Yeah. Yes.
Is there an official training for being an online individual? I know there's trainings you could do to like help prevent, like there's probably trainings you could do to like identify online grooming, but I don't think there's trainings for, do you want to become an online amateur predator hunter?
Have you done any of those?
I didn't know that. That's information. Well, if
yes,
I didn't know, I would have done them.
NCMEC is somebody who offers classes and seminars for child safety. It's the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So you haven't done any classes in that. Yeah.
All right, you don't need to get on him for not taking the official classes. Get on him for the fact that, get on him for his success rates, how he goes about a predator catch, that he ask him about general knowledge questions relating to anybody who wants to be an authoritative figure in this field, and watch as he stumbles to answer, because he will.
Yes. You haven't done any classes in that. UNICEF does classes. You haven't done any classes in that. Have you had any education, any formal education in how to properly report these things and not intervene on...
I don't expect any amateur online predator hunter to undergo formal education.
Anything when it comes to legal
investigation. That's why I'm typically against the amateur predator hunting, but there are ones that actually do see success rates and do somewhat know what they're doing, and those people I don't think underwent formal training either.
Well, wait, what do you mean?
Not jeopardize any potential legal cases.
That's why I stay in contact, and why I ask them, do I need to do anything differently?
The entire law enforcement intelligence community agree that acts of vigilantism broadly do not help matters in many cases aid the I'd imagine so, right? Because if you're the only result that would be a successful predator catch for me is the arrest and conviction, okay? Where then things are imposed that would prevent or minimize future harm to minors. Sex offender registration being the start of it. The problem you have with online predator catches that don't result in that is that you have a lot of people that have these fantasies with kids that are kind of like edge sitters that don't actually go for a long time and act on it. And then finally they can't resist the urge anymore. And one day they go ahead and try. And it's typically that time we learn that a pedophile is a pedophile when they get caught for trying it or actually doing it. Right? So if they make a mistake, that's when people get them. That's when they're able to, be convicted of shit. But if they get to make that mistake with virtually no legal consequence, they can just learn from it and learn what not to do next time they want to act on it, right? The only result, and I had a big debate with Augie about this on Hooked, right? The big The only successful result of a predator catch is the conviction of a predator. If that's not happening, your catch isn't successful.
I was doing something horrifically wrong. I imagine the cops would have told me by now. But if you want to know how we go about things, I can tell you that.
Okay, you can tell me, but I think I want to point out to the chat, you didn't even know that there was training in the specific subject area. You didn't know that there were classes in this specific subject area. So I think that's very indicative of your level of expertise and your qualifications in actually doing predator hunting.
Okay, well, it's not something I've done in over a year either, so that's fine.
No, but you
ask him about his success rates.
Built a lot of your channel, like some of your biggest views are from the predator hunting, and that's yeah.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
No, that's factually incorrect. What's my biggest video?
I don't know. I don't have your YouTube pulled up right now. But I guarantee. I think if you pull up your normal videos in comparison with.
Oh, she cut it out. She took the L on that point too. She just didn't come prepared enough. She didn't come prepared enough. She only had the Rosa call.
Your predator hunting videos, or your videos where you're just yelling somebody and you're morally grandstanding. You're I mean, that's your specialty. If you pull up videos,
I don't know. I think you got me beat on that one this night.
Like I said before this, I don't give a fuck about bullying. I only care about people being hypocritical.
Well, you're not doing a very good job at bullying if you think that's what you're doing right now.
Oh, I don't think I'm bullying. I think I'm just asking you questions.
Why do people think it's cool to be like, I don't care about bullying? Like, it's like cool to not have empathy, I guess. No, like, I think some bullying I don't care about when it's an instance of when I do it, when I'm punching sideways or up. When I'm punching sideways or up, if I feel like I'm going to be significantly punching down against somebody, I won't do it, right? People wanted me to go talk about some chatter that was being schizo on Twitter. I'm not going to fucking do that shit. But I think that when we have cases of people that are punching down to the extent that Lio does, where it's on people who are not only like vulnerable to begin with, disabled, etc., but where this actually would have significant consequence on their mental health or well-being, then yeah, we should give a fuck. We should care. We should say that, like, yeah, like, you're a fucked person for doing this. You're not in high school.
If you think it's bullying, then, you know, I apologize, but I don't care.
No. Well, why would you, hold on. What do you mean you apologize, but you don't care? Why would you apologize if you didn't care?
I apologize that you feel that way. So here's the thing.
Are you my feelings? Interesting.
Yes. Are you aware that your involvement, minimal or maximal, can affect future cases when it comes to child predation?
It depends on what that would be. Hold on, I'm trying to find.
So specifically, outing and speaking to predators can jeopardize legal cases, future legal cases.
I'm sure it can, depending on how you go about it, which is again why I asked for input.
It jeopardizes.
I report to.
Okay. If there's no specific agency, like legal agency or law enforcement agency, that is getting involved with you while you're doing this, then you are most likely jeopardizing any future cases related to that.
Okay, that's a good thing I don't do that. All right, so since you didn't do your research, I will inform you. My most viewed video, the top one was Spocker, who was not a predator to my knowledge and never claimed he was. I just pointed out the fact that he owns CSEM and he treats people like garbage. The next one under that was about just a robot and people falsely accusing him of being one by making quote-unquote evidence. Underneath that is Smash Bandicoot, who does not, like, he preys on children in the sense that he sent them and he harasses them, but not that he tries to molest them. And underneath that's a cartoon intro and then Coyote.
Okay.
So you're wrong.
Yeah, Stardust isn't doing a good job here.
You did call.
You did. You claimed it was predation.
If you look at some of your most viewed videos, I would still argue that your normal videos in comparison to your predator videos are, you know, your predator videos are gonna get way more views.
Where are my predator videos? Do you know what they are?
I mean, the crash whatever thing is predator related.
So predator is adjacent, but not.
Yeah, but that's not predator catching. That's the coverage you're. He would better be described as somebody that acts as an authoritative figure, commenting on situations involving predation or basically online acts associated with or adjacent to pedophilia, right? And then in addition to like the predator catching, the common theme though is he presents himself as somebody authoritative on these situations when in fact he knows jack shit.
And the video on Spocker is specifically done for like revenge for Peaches, right?
It is not done as revenge for anything.
Okay, alleging somebody has CSAM is accusing somebody of.
It's not alleged. It's not alleged. He admitted it in a call.
Okay, so then you're calling him a predator. You're calling him a predator. You're calling him a predator.
I am not calling him a predator. No, I am not. No such thing.
Owning CSAM.
Oh, so now Lio wants to see the nuance in somebody owning CSAM. Bear in mind, all I said was that if we are to believe the facts occurred as this, i.e. a 15-year-old and a server of other minors finds a video that shows a hyper-distorted image and they have no idea what the fuck it is. So they send it like, what is this? Like, let's try and figure it out. And then somebody who's looking through that clicks on a link in the description, which the 15-year-old very well might not have clicked themselves. I don't click links in the description or read the description of most YouTube videos I watch. That's completely plausible. So assuming the 15-year-old just didn't see that link or click it, and then sends this to figure out what the base video is about, another minor clicks it and realizes that link leads to actual CSAM, I think that it would be unfair to, with no nuance or context, ascribe the life-ruining label of a CSAM distributor to that 15-year-old if they didn't know that the video they were sending linked to that CSAM, right? You can dispute the facts if you want. I'm open to being like saying like, actually the story didn't happen the way it's being told, and then revising my position accordingly. But under the facts, as I've just presented them to you, this would not be a case where it would be appropriate to, with no nuance, label this 15-year-old as a CSAM distributor if they didn't actually know that they were distributing something that could lead people to that, right? Because I said this, Lio and others have characterized myself, in addition to people like Goat Cato, as defending a 15-year-old distributing CSAM, or defending, like, implying that I'm defending the act.
Is predatory behavior.
It is
predatory
behavior, but
oh my god, Aiden, we get, like, begging the average audience member to, like, understand, like, fucking theory of mind, and knowing that we, like, sometimes get people from other communities in here. Some people didn't watch certain streams. I talk a lot about a lot of shit, and just because you know something, that doesn't mean everybody else in the fucking chat knows it, and it's not all about you, okay? It's not just a show only for you. So yes, you are gonna hear some things twice. You are gonna hear arguments twice. You are gonna hear statements probably more than twice, right? But that's because I'm informing people who might not have caught that previously. It's the show, just as the world, doesn't, like, revolve around you.
Does not inherently make him a predator.
Okay, so then it's still, this is pedantics.
Your research, you
this is pedantics. Why?
It is not semantics.
It is, okay, it's literally,
You did win. I think that was my first one guy of this stream. You won. Okay, you did win.
These are all predator related. It still makes my point. You actually made my point for me. The other thing is,
your point. You made a very specific
something you literally talk about. No, I'm not moving the goalpost. Your biggest videos are still predator related. They are. See, alleging somebody has.
She did move the goalpost. She did. He's right. She did move the goalpost here. That's just what happened.
Not about predators.
All right. Whatever makes you feel better. Okay. Okay. So do you want to tell me how you go about gathering evidence?
Well, depending on the case, what tends to happen is if somebody has an issue with a predator, they will come to me. They will tell me what's been going on, and at that.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem that they go to Lioconvoy about this. That's an issue, right?
At that point, depending on how things go, we might need to see screenshots. We might have to have calls, edited or otherwise, because obviously if they're sharing material, we don't want to see that. We inform them to contact their local PD, and we go from there.
Okay.
We walk the person through how to gather that information.
Do you coordinate with their local? Do you coordinate with their local PD when you do these operations?
Actually, the police here have told me that when I file reports, instead of going to their local PD, I should just file with them and have the victim file with their local PD. That's what they've informed me.
Okay, so then do you work with your local PD while you're gathering evidence or doing what, confronting people?
No, I usually pass the information on to them once it's all been gathered together. The confronting thing doesn't happen as often as you probably think. It's very rare, especially nowadays. Not even like the past year that I haven't been doing this. Even before then, the confronting them was extremely rare. There's a lot of cases I've worked on that haven't even seen the light of day because of various different reasons.
Maybe confronting mentally disabled people though. That's a fucking nightly occurrence.
Right now, my method is go to the police.
Did the police ever ask you?
Right now.
Did the police ever ask you explicitly to help them with their investigations?
No.
And has your local PD apprehended anybody as a result of your investigations?
Look, they're usually in other states. My local PD wouldn't be doing that. The way they explain to me this works is that they look into it themselves, and if they think there's enough data or enough legitimate information, they will pass it on to the local PD of the individual who is the perpetrator. And we had an incident with that, which I'm sure you're familiar with by now, with the Vita case. Jordan got together with their local PD. Their local PD got a 16-page document about everything Vita did. They passed it on to the North Carolina PD, and the North Carolina PD decided, well, we're not going to do anything about it because we don't even know if he has that phone anymore.
Could it not be?
So the answer is no. So the answer is a police department has never been able to make a conviction of anything you've ever provided them.
You did not involve law enforcement or any agencies actively when gathering that evidence?
They said nothing of the source.
I mean,
no reason for why they didn't do it.
Vita, okay, so first off, Vita was arrested. I believe one of the charges was for assaulting a police officer. It had nothing to do with internet crimes, anything like that.
Yep.
Secondly,
well, one thing had to do with internet crime. One thing
no,
did. That would be
I didn't see a single listing.
Yeah.
Okay, computer theft is very different. Computer theft is
computer theft and assaulting a police officer. Oh my soy.
Very different than possession or exploiting a child online.
I'm not saying that's what he got reported for. I'm not saying that's why he got put in jail. I'm literally telling you.
You've implied it.
I have not
because of your. Yes, you have. You've implied it.
Oh, you're talking about reference to the police officer being assaulted. No, that is my fault. Because what happened there was Vita had a bout where he was trying to mess with Jordan, saying that he was going to kill himself and he was going to down pills. Jordan freaked out.
Oh, wait. The Vita and Jordan is in the 17-year-old that was getting groomed by somebody else that you had on a stream, going over those grooming allegations and being like super victim blamey with the 17-year-old minor in the call while you were doing this on a live stream, having to sit through their own grooming allegations and then bringing that groomer on with Vita co-hosting, bringing that groomer on to further to talk to that groomer with the minor still in the call. That Vita, the Vita that you had on that stream with Jordan, who was the minor that was groomed at that point in time, Vita went on to do something to Jordan? Interesting. Did Vita meet Jordan because of Lio?
And begged me to call a, what's it called? Shoot. It's where you tell a police officer something's going on and they double check on the person to see if they're safe. What is that called?
Welfare check?
Escapes my mind right now. Thank you, welfare check. The police officer showed up. Vita tried to lie. The police officer took him into custody, took him to the ward, and when Vita was at the ward, he freaked out, panicked, assaulted a nurse, his mother, and a police officer. That's one of the things on his record.
So,
that is
okay. So when you say that somebody was arrested for computer crimes, you are making it shadowy on purpose to make them seem more predatory.
Yeah, wait, did he say, yes, if he said it like that, that's total obfuscation. If that's really bad, if he does anyone know where he said that? If he was trying to say, this person actually got convicted of computer crimes in the context of discussing a fucking predator allegation against them. Yeah, that's actually a lie. It's just like a lie by measure. Would computer theft even count as a computer crime? That term is specifically meant to refer to crimes that are committed through the usage of a computer. Just because a computer was the subject of an unrelated crime, as in you picked it up and took it, that's not a computer crime.
Or at least the reason for their arrest to seem more predatory.
You haven't even...
Vita was in the call as a co-host. The person the groomer that was brought into the call was somebody called Ichabod, if I remember correctly.
But you haven't even heard why that is. You don't even know what the computer crimes are in relation to. You're making claims about my intent while knowing.
You said that was theft. You said it was theft.
Yes, it's computer theft. That is what it's listed. Do you know what
That's not computer crimes.
Relation to? Do you know
why don't you elaborate? Tell me how it's
answer.
It's related to him.
Yes, ask him to elaborate. They do this. They pretend they know something that's really going to help their side, but they're not going to say it. You can nail him on this, Stardust. This hasn't been good so far. I believe in you.
Predator.
It's not. And I never claimed it was. Where are you getting this lunacy?
You being very vague when you claim that Vita was arrested for computer claims is implying that.
No, I'm saying it's on the document. If you actually did your research and you looked up anything concerning Vita, that is what it's listed as. Computer theft. It is nothing in relation to predation.
Computer theft and computer crimes are not the same thing.
Theft is not even it's not even a computer crime though. Computer theft is a theft crime. It's not a computer. It's not like an internet.
You don't even know what it's in relation to.
Computer.
You never called the courthouse. You don't know what he got arrested for. You don't know. You're claiming that my.
I looked at the records. Yes, you are being vague. You are being vague on purpose. Also,
call. No,
why do I need to call? I'm not the predator hunter here. You are. And you're saying that you don't. You're saying you are. You are saying that you are saying.
No, I'm not.
The question is, where did he try to claim? Did Lio do a video on Vita? I'd imagine so. Lioconvoy Vita. Yeah, here it is. Is it? No, this is from somebody called Serafina. Did Lio where was the claim about where Lio uses the term computer crimes? Where was this from? I guess I could DM and ask Stardust.
Very direct.
Okay, I have done my research. There is no need to speak to me in this way or invalidate my work. Okay, I'm not. Okay, well, I'm not disrespecting you.
So you're looking for a side? Yes, but when somebody says computer crimes, that's going to be synonymous with that, right? Cybercrime is another usage of that term. But when we talk about computer crimes, we're using a term synonymous with cyber crimes, i.e., like a crime committed through the actual usage of a computer. What is it? In the case of computer theft, you're not using a computer for the perpetration of that crime. Yeah, computer crime and cybercrime is just synonymous. Yeah, the U.S. Department of Justice in some of their programs calls it computer crimes, in others it's called cybercrime. They have the computer crime and intellectual property section. So they have a section. Yeah, and then if you go to the section, it says countering cybercrime. So they use computer crime here as synonymous with cybercrime.
I'm not intentionally trying to. So I would, would be nice to at least have that in return. Okay.
That's fair. I apologize.
So I think
she's cutting parts of the convo, so I don't even know.
Claiming that Vita was arrested for computer crimes is not very honest, to be honest. I think that
because it's not the same thing. He wasn't arrested for that. He was not arrested for computer crimes.
Implying that he was arrested for crimes committed on a computer, not theft of a computer.
That's literally what.
Wait, did he commit a crime on a computer? Did you just figure out what happened, Stardust, and cut it from the VOD?
But it's written on the record. Did you look at the record?
I looked at the record.
This is why I asked if you.
But you said computer crimes. You said computer crimes.
Where did he say computer crimes, and what was the actual crime? If the crime was theft of a computer, then calling it computer crimes is a lie.
That's not specific at all. And that was only one of the things. Theft is only one of the things on that list. One of the reasons why, he got into so much trouble was assaulting a police officer.
Do you know what the term, and I keep asking you this and you keep avoiding it, so I'm gonna try one more time. Do you know what the computer theft charge is in relation to?
Computer, what is it in relation to? Computer theft is on the record, by the way, not computer crimes. If you
had called the courthouse and done actual research that doesn't
just say what it is. Just say what the fuck it is. If she doesn't know, you have an easy gotcha. Why do you keep me asking? Do you even know? It seems like she doesn't. You have an easy gotcha here, Thomas. Fucking use it.
Require typing something in, and I'm not saying that to be derogatory. I'm saying this because this is good information for everyone.
But that's okay.
Called the courthouse. No, I'm being serious. If you called the courthouse, I appreciate if you don't see my attention. If you had called the courthouse and listed off that charge number, what they would have told you is what he got arrested for was for accessing information via his computer that he did not have authorization for. What that is in reference to is the sequestria fest information that he tried to spread around because he got reported to the police for that, and that's what they arrested him for. It was not physically
Stardust
stealing
got it wrong.
Computer. It was getting a hold of documentation online that he did not have clearance to get.
Okay, so you can call a courthouse and they will give you all of that information.
Yeah. Call it the statute or not statute.
Yeah, if that's true, then Stardust just got this wrong. If that's true, Stardust got this wrong. I think calling it computer crimes there would probably be okay and appropriate.
Follow the case number.
Okay, so he stole documents. That's not what the report states.
All right, tell me what the report states then.
I believe this report specifically says computer theft, right? You are implying computer crimes, which implies sex crimes.
That does not imply sex crimes.
If you're calling this guy a groomer,
be a myriad of things.
If you're calling him a groomer.
No, Stardust. You got me. If he said this in reference to like theft of a computer, I'd have to see the way he said it in. If he said this in like regards to theft of a computer, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, this guy's obviously attempting to imply like computer sex crimes. But in regards to like if he was like stealing documents on a computer or some shit, I think calling it computer crimes is probably appropriate.
And then you say that he was
I need to see the context he said it and see if he was misleading, but I don't think the term is inherently misleading in the context as we have it.
For computer crimes, you were implying that he was arrested for sex-related crimes.
I think that you're making an implication there. There's not my intent. My point is that he is a groomer and he was arrested for this. I'm making a clarifying statement.
I think anybody else who are listening to you talk about Vita being a groomer, and then you bring up computer crimes, not computer theft, not document theft, not assaulting a police officer. You don't say any of those other things are way more specific. You just say computer crimes. Anybody else in my position would also think that you were implying sex crimes.
Okay, that's argumentum ad populum.
Okay.
That's why you ask qualifying statements, or clarifying statements, rather.
Or I don't...
Ooh, Lio's winning!
Sure, but again, you did not...
Was groomed by Necopon. I don't hold Indo responsible for any of that.
I looked at their video. I don't know if you...
Here's part of the problem I have here. And one reason why I think people are always so scared of people finding out their information, especially in the spaces I deal with, is because a lot of these people say and do important things that I don't want to tie back to them in reality. So I'm going to say this very clearly. If you guys, and I mean you as a whole, not you as in you, if you guys don't think that sooner or later somebody's going to cyberbully a politician and your anonymity will be gone the next day, you're kidding yourselves.
No, I mean, yeah, that's absolutely, but it depends also on the level of cyberbullying, right? There's a difference between threatening like an official, right, in a very threatening them with violence versus somebody saying something crazy online, right? And I would say if it's just a normal person, unfortunately, like I've been threatened plenty of times online. There's not a whole lot that you can do, and I would never think of doxing.
Queeman reference? Queeman reference? Queeman reference? Queeman reference? Queeman reference? Interesting.
Somebody.
I think if somebody threatened you online and you find their personal information, you have every right to report them to the authorities for it. That's illegal and that's against the law.
But that's a little bit different than making their information, more public than it already was, right?
If that's what I was doing, you might have an argument there.
I think calling their parents and making it available to like when you're in calls with people.
Doing it in public calls, yeah, that would be doxing. If somebody's perpetrated a crime against you, it's not doxing to retrieve their information and report them for it. You might be a bitch if it's like a fucking online threat. Then you're just like a bitch. But in regards to sorry, that wouldn't be doxing, right?
I think that's
Do I rattle off the phone number? Do I rattle off the phone number? Do I rattle off the name? Do I rattle off the address?
I think you have asked some pretty invasive questions, and
unquestionably.
and you've definitely mentioned like personal details in calls. So
like what? But if you know what you're saying, you think I've done why?
I mean, the calls are out there, right? They're censored now because they're censored, but in that call they weren't.
Which one?
And,
she just doesn't have the example. I'm pretty sure even Beckett concedes that Lio's doxed people. Even Beckett concedes this.
Like you calling parents that.
Any of them. That's interesting. Why don't you go take a look at the Dr. Trimmer call that's on Seraphina's channel sometime?
Dr. Trimmer?
I mean, like, look, you've already threatened to reveal personal information about Kumo. You've threatened to reveal personal information about Gilded.
I don't think you know what that word means in this case. When did I threaten to reveal anything?
In your response video?
Nope, never threatened to reveal anything.
I don't know. I think everybody else.
What is the word reveal? Argumentum ad populum. Again, you can sit there and say everyone else all day long, especially if it's your audience. That does not mean that doesn't mean it's the intent. That's not what I said.
True. That's just, dude. How is Lio winning right now? I fucking hate this guy. How is he winning?
Did I say I am going to tell people who you are? I'm going to tell people where you live. Did I say anything of that sort? Because the answer to that is no.
What is happening, Stardust?
Threatened to call the police, right?
I did, because they're doing illegal action. Should I not inform police when people are doing illegal actions? Because here in Texas,
illegal
felonies. I mean,
actions?
not quite that.
What illegal actions are they?
You don't think threatening to rape somebody is illegal?
Gil did threaten to rape somebody?
It is, but that's like one of those. I mean, online, it's like, are you gonna go report someone for fucking jaywalking?
I'm talking about Kumo specifically, because that's what that was in relation to. If you paid attention, you would have noticed.
I don't think threatening to rape people, unfortunately, is illegal, because I've been threatened to be raped plenty of times on the internet.
Okay, that's not an argument, Stardust. That's just not an argument.
Did you report it to the police? That's wrong, and that's not okay.
Just because you've been threatened doesn't make it. It is like technically illegal, but it's one of those things where it's like you're online. This is just inevitably like if you're in like volatile space, like this just happens.
Then I think you need to, because that is absolutely illegal.
How? How's it illegal?
What do you mean?
Like what law is violating?
It's illegal to threaten to rape somebody.
And then people threaten each other on the internet.
I think you need to look.
Yeah,
I think you need to look at
and it's technically illegal. Whether or not anyone's actually going to prosecute this or investigate this is a whole nother story. Hold on, I'm pretty sure would it count under making terroristic threats? Yeah, wouldn't this be making terroristic threats?
They're gonna, especially if it's
at
like
least in California. Applies whenever a person, California's criminal threats law applies whenever a person threatens to commit a crime that would result in death or great bodily injury with the specific intent that the statement be taken as a threat to another. Okay, that changes it.
Like, I don't know.
When someone like Gilded Poo is saying it, I don't think they say it wanting you to legitimately believe that they're actually going to go and do this.
I don't think that's.
It's just a fucking edgy statement.
Violating anything.
If it's something between friends, if there's something between friends, you might have an argument there, but that's not what that was. Let's not move the goalpost here.
Do you believe in free speech?
Why I would call the authorities.
Do you believe in free speech?
I believe.
What is the Stardust? What are we doing? Obviously, saying you believe. Do you understand that? Is Stardust a free speech absolutionist? Yes, under the right circumstances, threats are illegal. Stardust.
Define free speech.
Well, I think one of the.
Because if you're going down that road, then you have no right to get on to me for contacting anybody's parents. You're gonna lose that real quick.
No, I think contacting parents is very different from free speech. How is that related at all?
Hey, it's free speech. I'm talking however I want to, whomever I want.
Stardust,
you're being super invasive. I'm not claiming that legally that.
Oh, it's free speech now somehow it's limited by invasiveness. So you believe in free speech? And if you do, what is your definition of it?
I believe that in free speech with like some very very fringe limits, but threatening to rape somebody.
Fringe limits. So making criminal threat, like California specifies under its criminal threats law that you're making it with the intent that the other person take it as like something you're actually potentially gonna do, right? So would Stardust like be against criminalizing like making threats that you're gonna go take someone else's life and perpetrate a crime against them in a manner that's gonna make it believable to them that you're actually gonna go and do this? Would she be like against that? And if she'd be against that, then would she be against like criminalizing it? I mean, I know she's like a big Ethan Klein defender. Stardust, if somebody goes online and starts posting detailed plans about what they intend to do to a synagogue, would you be against arresting someone over that?
Mine is like that's part of being on the internet.
So that's acceptable to you?
It's not acceptable. It sucks, but it is what it is. So.
Oh, okay. So as long as it's within the status quo, we shouldn't concern ourselves with it, yes?
I mean, look, there's laws that protect free speech. I don't know what law you were saying that they were violating for, jokingly threatening to rape somebody.
What law protects you from
Section 2,
rape?
The jokingly part you could emphasize.
30 protects free speech.
Section 230 of which specific one? Because there's a lot of different states and a lot of different laws. Which one is it? What statute is it?
I'll pull it up for you. Okay, so Section 230 of the communication.
He's right. I think criminal threats is going to vary by state. Is she referencing like it is a federal crime? Criminal threats, federal law. Threats against president and successor of the presidency, extortion. Hold on. Whoever transmits in interstate or foreign commerce any communication containing any demand or request for a rent. Oh, wait. Whoever with intent to extort from any person, firm, association, or corporation any money. This is about extortion.
Decency Act of 1996. It's considered the strongest protection for free speech online. It protects websites, social media platforms, and other sites from legal liability for most user-generated content. This protection has allowed online expression to flourish, dissuading companies from censoring speech.
That has to do with protecting companies from liability. That has nothing at all to do with whether or not it's acceptable to threaten to rape somebody.
But it is a protection that allows for people to express.
websites.
But it also allows for
It is
people
to
to
where-
express. It allows individuals to express themselves the way that they do.
That's a very specific. That is a very specific thing in reference to whether or not these websites or blogs or whatever can be held legally viable or accountable for what the people on it say. It does not in fact state that it makes everything on there legally viable in order to
You
say
mentioned
because there's
blogs.
people on Twitter or elsewhere that have been arrested for it.
You mentioned, well, people on Twitter who arrest are usually in China, but
No,
blogs,
no, that is not true.
the people with blogs are still user run. It's so like a Tumblr blog, for example, that is still a blog.
Threats are not protected speech. They're not. Well, it depends. It depends on the state and depends on whether the threat is like meant to be intended to be taken seriously. I guess at least in California, I'd imagine it's the same in other states, right?
And that is user-generated content still. It protects that user as well.
No, it does not protect that user.
God bless. Didn't Larry Flint run like Playboy or something? I know I was listening to this podcast episode about this serial killer racist that was friends with David Duke and shit, and he tried to kill Larry Flint. That's why Larry Flint's in a wheelchair, because he like sniped him or some shit. Didn't Larry Flint die?
From legal culpability. I'm sorry, but you're wrong flatly.
Look, there's no law that I can think of that criminalizes free speech.
Or was Hustler magazine? Sorry, was it Hustler?
I can get a lawyer in here.
Defamation. Those aren't covered.
That's not slander defamation. That's not slander defamation. There's not.
I said threats, I said threats, slander, and stuff like that. That is not covered under free speech. It's why I can't sit there online and talk about how I'm going to rape the president. I would absolutely have Homeland Security knocking on my doggone door. You know better.
Yeah, well, raping the president.
You would, but you wouldn't actually, like, if they can ascertain that it was just like a fucking joke. I don't know if you'd actually be it depends on the nature of the threat, and there's like prosecutorial discretion, etc.
It's a little bit different. I'm sorry, raping the president is a little bit different than an average user.
Arguing that can we invent a new informal fallacy? Arguing that two things are when people argue that two things being different makes a comparison invalid. What's the fallacy? What's the fallacy? We need to name it, okay? We need to name it. We need to name it because people do this all the time. They're like, you're comparing these things are not the same. Yeah, because it's a comparison. We're comparing two things that are different.
Matters still.
I mean, you've done it before.
That's
apparently,
you're very hard to miss. You're trying very hard to miss.
I have a lawyer. I can bring. Can I have a lawyer to this call? Because they want to explain the free speech law to you.
The most insufferable lawyer ever, and apparently she's not even a lawyer. I don't know anything about her like legal background.
A lawyer in. What's he a lawyer in?
You can ask her. It's a her, by the way. Here, let me.
Oh, my apologies.
Let me put you guys in a call together. Hello.
Oh my goodness, your name is Barbie. That's amazing.
Hello. Hey, how's it going?
Hello. Robot. Not a robot. I'm just a woman.
No, I think you're a robot.
Am I still roboting now?
I don't think so now.
No, not now. Thank you.
Right. So, Lyle, you are incredibly incorrect when it comes to the protections afforded by Section.
You are incredibly incorrect. Dude, this is my lawyer. I'm getting the fucking death penalty.
30 to both free speech and as well as other threats made in person. Until or unless someone is making a time, manner, and place specific threat. Meaning,
is Barbie a lawyer, by the way? I'm hearing conflicting reports about this.
I'm going to go take down Lanny Lamb at 3 o'clock on March 30th.
I only heard this person in a Dickers VC because Dickers loves to platform the most like insufferable people in his VCs. I don't know why.
4th at 4 p.m. There is nothing any police, federal or otherwise, can do except for collect that information on the off chance you want to.
Hold on, let me ask Dickers. Dickers knows this person. Dickers, I'm sorry to interrupt. I have an important question. Can I ask real quick? You know Barbie?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't know that person. You talking Legal Barbie?
Yeah, whatever her name is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she was in your server once.
Mm-hmm.
Is she actually a lawyer?
Before, yeah. She is. Yeah.
Got it. Because some people are saying she isn't.
She doesn't work in a particularly prestigious legal practice or in a particularly prestigious legal job. She doesn't take things to court. She doesn't argue things in court. She reviews documents, but she is a lawyer and she does have a bar license, I believe.
Does she deal in criminal law or?
No,
okay.
no. I think it's corporate shit.
I
can send you a DM with some of this stuff later, but yeah, she is the lawyer. But yeah, I'm sure you're aware of Lio's efforts to be able to find out her real identity and stuff, and spreading around.
No, I didn't hear about this.
Oh, okay, yeah. So there was a period of time when other people would argue with Lio about Barbie, and Lio in response would just like dox her repeatedly online. So that's how I know a lot of this information. But
also, we're trying not to.
That was only about a couple months ago as well.
Please use his name, Thomas Guerra. Thank you. But yeah, I mean.
Okay.
Take care,
YouTube.
man.
He's open about his name.
try to get a protective order. But it must be specific to the person, maybe the man.
Also, Dicker's coming in with the fresh new cut. I tell you, right when people get a cut, it sits very awkwardly on their head. Give them a few days, let it grow in. He's going for the I was just a farmer between 1939 to 1945 Argentinian male haircut. But yeah, I mean, interesting stuff, man.
Maybe the place have related information. There have been cases in which tweeting out pictures of a house and saying this will look pretty on fire have counted, but the protections, especially under
5 from Lumpy Willie. Hey Aiden, thanks for donating to the defense of the Okay, disavow. This did not happen. Disavow. Thank you for the 5. Disavow.
Section 230, as it has not been reformed, are incredibly high for that type of free speech. So yes, you are absolutely allowed to make those threats. It is also incredibly inappropriate for you to think or try to state, oh,
what did she just say?
On March 34th at 4 p.m., there is nothing any police, federal or otherwise, can do.
Easy.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello. I'm not a robot. I'm just a woman.
No, I think you're a robot.
Am I still roboting now?
I don't think so now.
No, not now. Thank you.
Right. So, Lio, you are incredibly incorrect when it comes to the protections afforded by Section 230 to both free speech and as well as other threats made in person. Until or unless someone is making a time, manner, and place-specific threat, meaning I'm going to go take down Lammy Lamb at 3 o'clock on March 34th at 4 p.m., there is nothing any police, federal or otherwise, can do except for collect that information on the off chance you want to try to get a protective order. But it must be specific to the person, maybe the manner, maybe the place, have related information. There have been cases in which tweeting out pictures of a house and saying this will look pretty on fire have counted, but the protections, especially under Section 230, as it has not been reformed, are incredibly high for that type of free speech. So yes, you are absolutely allowed to make those.
Wait, she says it must be specific to the person. So, specific to the person, would saying someone's name before the threat be enough?
Threats.
4 from How About Nope. Pair character exaggeratedly stretching his arm for it off for a couple. Thank you. How About Nope 29 with the $4 fucking dollars. Super base, buddy. Much appreciated. Thank you for not attaching terroristic threats like the previous donor. Much appreciated, bro.
It is also incredibly inappropriate for you to think or try to state, oh, so these things are all right to you as opposed to legal. You know that those are two different standards.
I asked her a direct question. I'm sorry if that upsets you, but here's the problem with you trying to make that defense. Kuma made it very clear when and who they plan on doing it to. And how, actually. If you listen to it,
I sure do. I've listened to all these things. There's no need for you to try and fact check or invalidate what it is I'm trying to state. Once again, of course.
Well, it's too bad you're being consistent then.
Other than reporting that and getting that video flagged or taken down, there is no appropriate measure for you to try to find that information and then go out and do something with it. And you know what you're doing when you imply these things. You know what you're doing when you imply these things.
Nope, don't play that game with me. I know exactly what I said. I never implied I do anything other than file a police report. You're sitting here saying you heard it, then maybe get your ears checked.
I don't need to get my ears checked, Lyle. I think you're just used to speaking to people between 18 to 22 and then usually kowtowing to you, and that's not going to happen right now. You don't have a good grasp of the law, and you don't have a good grasp of anything else going on. No one is playing any games with you.
Why are you being incredibly inconsistent? You're clearly playing some game because you literally listed the things that would qualify for that to be reported that were in that call, and now you're trying to backtrack. If you are a lawyer, which I will give you the benefit of the doubt and say you are.
That's fine. You can call me a paralegal. None of your business. I don't care for you to be trying to dox me either. But if you want to try,
okay. I wouldn't want to dox.
I honestly, I must say, despite every criticism I've ever had of Lio remaining true, he's at least on a basic level able to debate. Okay, I said it. Stardust was coming in with very bad, unresearched arguments, and he was able to refute them, which I guess is the minimum for being able to debate. He can also talk fast, so maybe, you know what, Thomas? You know, I'll give you that, Thomas. Can you give me a call so we can really put your skills to the test?
Why do you want to dox you?
Why would you want to dox me? Because I think you're unhinged and don't have great touch with reality.
Yeah, you're doxing children. It doesn't really bode well for your
yeah, but again, you're try.
You don't know what doxing means.
Right, well, you know what? If you ever find work,
people think this shit isn't doxing if you use public info, despite most doxing involving public info.
He speaks to my boss. I'm married to him. He loves me a lot, but I'm certain he would love to take any complaints from you.
Why in the world would I contact you or contact your law firm just because I think that you're woefully dishonest in this and you can't even be consistent in what you're saying? That's extremely weird.
I do have a question. There is actually a legal, I feel like there's an actual legal violation. I think that could be argued here, right? You have said multiple times that you would report several people to the police, even though you know it wouldn't go anywhere. Is that, you know that's like wasting police time and resources for a report that you know is not.
The police have always told me it's better to have something on file than nothing. And yes, I'm also
in your trial,
what did Stardust just chime in with?
There's an actual legal violation. I think that could be argued here, right? You have said multiple times that you would report several people to the police, even though you know it wouldn't go anywhere. Is that
wait, okay, so she's that's not a crime, is it? Like, the crime would be knowingly providing false information to police. If he believes the information is true and believes it could potentially result in prosecution, then I don't think it would be a crime in and of itself to report that to the police, even if he's pessimistic about an actual conviction being secured, right? If the information he provides is true, I don't think there's a crime.
You know that's like wasting police time and resources for a report that goes on.
The police have always told me it's better to have. The police have always told me it's better to have something on file than nothing. And yes, I'm also
so wait, in your trials,
that
in your jobs of child predation hunting, you've never encountered the National Center for Missing or Exploited Kids ever?
I have asked law enforcement if it's better to contact them or contact that facility, and they said it's always better to contact them.
You were not aware of that facility at all prior to this conversation, though.
I was not aware of their classes.
National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids has a, you should contact both. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids, I think, is an online anonymous tip line that I had to use once. Because there was when I was a fucking kid, there was like this pedophile that was stalking all of us and doing really heinous shit.
But again, they openly have forms for reporting. Have you utilized those forms? Because as you know, if it's not harassment, and unless I don't want to know your state, so please don't share your state. Unless it's all within your state, there is very little local PD. Wait, I'm not talking about your state or doxing it. I disavow that if that is happening. I don't care to know those things.
Texas, Spring, Texas. Thomas Square of Spring, Texas.
Be very clear. But whenever you're talking about this in particular, especially with crossing crossing state lines, it must always be reported federally. That is why usually the federal crime,
Thomas Square, Spring, Texas, Harris County,
and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids work so closely together because that is the only way with which to catch these child predator rings. So have you ever done that?
Rings? Well, hold on. Now you pivoted talking about child predator rings. When did I ever deal with a child predator ring?
Explain. It's not. I don't want to ever risk having to deal with this human being again, so I'd rather not explain. There's some people here who might remember it or know who I am speaking of or referring to. I'm pretty sure Augie's spoken about it publicly, but I'm not going to explain because I don't want to. This guy's like Voldemort. If you fucking say his name, it starts all over again. So I'm really not looking to do it.
So
See,
typically,
if
you read any, sure.
One thing I have noticed, Raul, this is anytime I pin Stardust here on anything, they pivot. Or they goalpost move, or in your case, bringing you in.
Yeah, where did I pivot?
Hold on, I'm not done. You've pivoted several times. You can go back and re-listen to this. You say you're going to research, let's do that. Anytime I've called the police, and I've asked them about whether or not it's better to report to them or to the Center for Missing and Exploited Children, they always say it's better to report to them.
Yes, because the Center for Missing and Exploited Children works specifically with the FBI, which does every interstate problem. You know this. I know that you know this. So when it comes to these specific crimes, though, but they don't, though. They don't do that.
Sit there and do nothing with it.
Yes, they are under no obligation. They are under no obligation to escalate or do anything like that.
They're not under obligation to do anything for the Supreme Court rule in 2005.
I understand that, and this is a different standard from the life-saving standard of that case in 2005 that you're talking about. I know which one you're speaking of. But in terms of escalating this with a police report, they're obligated to take a report.
You could talk about it without saying his name. Sure. So there was a guy out there, and he denies that it's him because he did it under tons of aliases, and he's done it to several people from various communities that would make alts, tons of alts, because people were speaking negatively about him because he's a very tumultuous online history. Because people were speaking negative about him, he would make it a point to go into people's DMs, harass them under various alts, and this harassment often involved not only making threats against someone's person, but sending streamable links where when you would click on the alt to read the DM that some random had just sent you, it would show a preview, and you could tell the preview was something involving kids. So someone who apparently did open that realized it was CSAM. I luckily never actually clicked on a fucking link from a stranger online, but I knew exactly what it was, and I had to submit a report and go through a fucking process. This guy was going into those DMs and spamming them with CSAM. And he, I don't know what he's doing now. I know he's been investigated by the police several times. I know there was raids of his house. I don't know if he's ever actually served any time. He denies it's him, and he's very careful to not link it directly back to him, but we all know it's him. Yeah, it's just a fucking nightmare of a situation that I don't really care to, deal with again.
Absolutely. It can go into the round receptacle in the trash can after that. They are not obligated to do anything, which is why I'm asking.
I don't know why he came after me specifically, other than the fact that I was friends with Augie, who was talking about him negatively.
Since you work so hard, and since you say that you work so hard doing these, excuse me?
Why aren't they obligated to do it?
Because it's beyond their jurisdiction, and they are only paid by the people within their jurisdiction. There's no obligation for them to try to escalate those things online. No, they don't.
No obligation to report it to their superiors, which is the federal government. You're kidding me.
No, they don't. And federal government isn't their superiors, especially if it's a state police. What are you talking about? You also know this.
Then who's their superior?
Thanks for explaining the whole situation.
Why are they not obligated to report things to the
governor? Usually, the governor. Are you talking really? In a state? I'm confused. Are you kidding me, or are you being serious right now?
I'm asking you why they would not forward something that is the feds to the feds.
because again, they're not the federal office. So yes, you make that report and that's great, but they have no obligation to advance it anywhere else. And the federal government system is entirely different from local and state systems, right? That's why whenever they have to work together on cases or on serial murders who cross state lines or other things like that, it is usually the federal office, like the FBI office or branch in charge of all that may coordinate with the other police departments, but it is almost always the FBI who is in charge of that. And because it is a different system, there's really first off, you also know this, like those agencies are notoriously difficult in terms of sharing information and speaking to one another, but there's just no way.
They're getting better at it. They're at least before Kash Patel.
To assume that they would ever turn any of those things in. Of course they wouldn't.
And neither would the Fed. They're not obligated to either.
Well, yeah, nobody's obligated to do anything, but you can go online onto FBI.gov and it'll say, do you have a problem with, especially with online predation? I mean, with any place to file a report, and you can put in all this information and hopefully it'll escalate, but at least then you've documented it in the correct place. Unfortunately, especially if none of these predations are taking place in your local jurisdiction. Let's say that you live in, I'm sorry, I'm going to make up Allenville,
Spring, Texas.
Whatever. Then the only cases that would actually happen would be the ones in Allenville. None of the other ones, like if you're talking about a case in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, or in Rhode Island, none of that matters to them. They're not even under an obligation to send that case along to Rhode Island PD.
So your argument is that not only would the police sit there and actively tell me to do something that they know will likely go nowhere,
no,
but also
that's
they're
what I stated.
discouraging me. Well, I'm not done. But they're also discouraging me from taking it to the people who should do something about it, because they flat out told me multiple times that I should report it to them, not the website.
Right. So again, as I said, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children partners up with the
I don't
FBI.
know if they would specify not the website, but they said them as in them first, right? You can also go and report it to the website if you want to be extra sure, extra cautious. But I don't know why you would just take your bumfuck local police department's word on it when the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is like a federal agency that still exists. If they weren't going to do anything about it, or hell, if they weren't like, if there was like if they had no authority or no ability to do anything about it and you shouldn't report it to them, then there wouldn't be a tip line for them that is, under the government. Like,
but they are not a governmental agency or governmental arm. Again, of course, between those two options, reporting it to your local PD is always the best option. I don't know why they didn't tell you to file it with the FBI, but I'm not certain. Again, filing it with the FBI is very much the same way that you would probably do it with the online forms on NCMEC, and would be much easier to do that.
I mean, if you know about, like, you'd want to report it to everybody who could do something about it, right? If you wouldn't just like half-ass it. You wouldn't just go to your local PD. You would also go to FBI. You'd also go to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids. Any law enforcement body that, like, if this is something you take seriously, that could do something about this, you would be sending it to them as well.
Yes. But no, I'm not saying that they are lying to you or alleging those things. I don't know what your local...
Has Lio ever done anything to actually get a predator caught or help a child? No. And in my opinion, if you do a predator sting and the predator doesn't get convicted as a result of it, you've actually helped them. You've given them their mistake where they slip up and get caught should be the thing that results in their sex offender registration. If they get the opportunity to make a mistake like that in regards to child predation that gets them caught without that consequence, they now have a mistake they can learn from without the law knowing that they're a predator, without them being registered as one or registered on the sex offender registry. And I think that anytime they get to learn from a mistake, that's a greater chance they're going to do predation that they could potentially get away with. So that mistake should be the one that results in their conviction. And if you are doing stings and get them and that doesn't happen, you're giving them practice.
PD office knows. We have no standards of training or regulation to ensure that they have any of this knowledge.
Okay. Anything else?
On the topic of, I know that this is a little bit beyond it, but you guys brought up like pedo rings. I do believe that you called the glitch tail server a pedo ring, did you not?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't have anything to do with that. I didn't have anything to do with that investigation. Okay. The only thing I had to do with it, matter of fact, let me put the caveat. The only thing I had to do was getting Artie and Beer on a call. That's essentially it. That and making the report myself. And that was before we found out the sheer amount of people that were there. The report I made was over a year ago. In fact, it was in...
Why do you keep calling these investigations if you just admitted you don't run them like investigations?
Because that's the word that people tend to use. So I'm using a word they're familiar with.
I mean, you could say Scooby-Doo investigation, and that would be a little bit more apropos, but you just stated that you haven't done any training. I don't know what you just said. I was just speaking, but you haven't done anything else that's either educated yourself or made you more aware of the proper and appropriate way to do this. This is something I work with as a sexual survivor, assault advocate. There are specific trainings that are offered to both protect people online, what to do with reports online. They're all available for free. I'm certain that if you did a Google search right now and it said how to figure out if my kids are being groomed or talking to a predator.
I did a training to prevent sex-based discrimination and violence that involved rape. Okay, I completed a training on that. I didn't really learn anything from doing that training that you couldn't figure out online, but I'm more qualified than Lio, dude.
There are 89 guides that would make you a subject matter expert.
And I'm not qualified.
This. But if you haven't done that, and yet, as you just stated, people will come to you and report these things to you because there is either a reliance in your community on you being an expert, or you have held yourself out as being the only one adult enough to find ways to do things. I think that we can both agree, right? Like, if you're going to be involved in this, should you not? If you're going to be swimming in this pool, should you learn how to, like, dog stroke at least?
Why don't you explain to me what you consider to be an investigation then? What does that retail in your mind?
So first off, I don't think that I would call anything I did an investigation with this. I would say someone came to me.
That's just personal preference.
Report or try to talk to me. First, I want to make sure that they're mentally and physically okay and that they feel safe wherever they are and make sure that they are currently safe. And then talk about
By the way, it's contradictory directly to what Lio does, because he has had Jordan directly confront one of their predators. So
what? Why? Why would you do that?
Why? Because it wasn't somebody that was sitting there, it was somebody who was talking and orbiting around them. And it was also something Jordan demanded.
You yourself admitted it was grooming. So just admit you don't think it was that bad. Just admit you don't think it was that bad.
It wasn't somebody that was sitting there, it was somebody who was talking and orbiting around them. And it was also something Jordan demanded.
They're a kid. They're a minor, Lio. Okay, so it's not only Gilded the child wanted it poo, it's now Lio the child wanted it poo. They're a minor. You're an adult. Why? Because they wanted it, you just went ahead and did it? It's something they wanted. Okay, but you know that wouldn't be in their best interest. You know that wouldn't be the only purpose that would serve is like the public humiliation over their grooming, potentially putting them in an uncomfortable situation, doing something where even if they're okay with it momentarily, they may very well grow to regret and have that be online forever, etc. And you proceed it anyway.
Sorry, it doesn't matter if they demand it. If you're putting the welfare of the victim first,
yes.
They demand it. They don't. That is not healthy for them. That is not protecting them.
But Lio, okay, I'm really trying to build a bridge right now. Can you imagine if a survivor?
Believe it or not, victims, especially child victims, don't always want to do things that are in their best interests in regards to, their welfare, right? There's some people that will actively defend and seek to continue communication with their abuser. That doesn't mean I'm going to listen to them and try to facilitate contact between the two of them.
Sexual assault came to me, let's say it was a professor, and they said, I want to go through bottles of pee at his house. And I said, great, let's mount up and let's drive there. All I'm doing is aiding them in the committing of a crime. And that's not supporting them or giving them autonomy or making them know what to do better. That's not helping them really or providing closure, right? Like that's probably endangering them more, because if that predator or their attacker gets angry, we have no idea how violent they may become, right?
How is them being in a Discord call a failure of them not being in danger?
They're
How is that
17.
being in danger?
They're a minor. There's nothing about this that isn't... Okay, there are only risks to this. Some of those risks being public embarrassment, re-traumatization. It's not just like they were groomed here. They have a prior history that lies acknowledged of sexual abuse. So the potential for re-traumatization, in a public breakdown, etc., with all of these harms in place with no potential benefit other than Lio and the audience's amusement and entertainment. This is not in anyone's best interest. You should never be and you're not qualified to make that decision.
Predator, I'm coming for you online. What does it do? It tells them that they need to delete everything and cover their tracks better. You've just taught them to be better predator.
It was already cataloged.
Okay.
You're sitting here saying it teaches them to be... Hold on. You're saying that it teaches them to be a better predator, but more often than not, no, it doesn't. Because the fun thing
you don't know that. In the same way you don't know whether Rosa Ray Ramsey was actually able to...
Like if some woman flees her house and comes to stay with me and she wants me to drive her back home to her husband, he was just going through a moment, he doesn't mean it, and she's come in with like broken ribs, a black eye, a broken fucking orbital bone, and she's like, you know what, I actually want to go see him again. She can go get her own Uber. I'm not fucking driving her back to that. I'm not changing my mind. This is not in your best interest. You absolutely should not be doing this. Obviously, I'm not doing false imprisonment. She's allowed to leave. I'm just not driving her back to the guy, right? Like, just because they want something doesn't mean you have to comply. If it's not in their best interest, especially when it pertains to a minor.
grasp and understand child endangerment. When she said she was bothered most by lying, yes, most toddlers are bothered most when they figure out somebody lies to them because they can't conceptualize what you mean when you say child predator. That right there should have been a signifier of this person may not be speaking the same way that I am. But in this case as well, there's no way for you to verify what they do or do not know. I think maybe a problem is that you give people too much of the benefit of a doubt. But this is the only thing you're really doing is you continue to jeopardize any attempts to both hold yourself out as a good resource for possible victims and
because the answer is obvious. Lio does not care about victims. He never has. Most of the people who need to tell you and use as a shield how much they care about victims probably don't give a fuck about victims. I care about victims. I don't need to constantly use that as like I don't constantly bring up, but the victims. What do the victims want? The victims. They need to be like a shield for every decision and take that I have, right?
Who would care to try and file an actual report.
All right, then what I want you to do, if you don't mind, walk me through.
$5 from ZM Punk. Hello, ZM Punk. What's up, buddy? Thank you so much for the 5.
Can you say you've been through these classes, right?
For sexual assault survivors, yes.
Yeah. Walk me through what the process would be then for reporting these people.
Okay, that'll be super easy. 1 second.
Sure, go for it.
I'm going to the RAIN site. If you suspect a child is being harmed, where to report? Go to the RAIN state law database, call or text the Child Help National Abuse Hotline, or online.rain.org. I can give you the hotline number as well. How to detect a child predator online.
Don't stage new interactions or initiate new communication. Document, save, get Discord message IDs of every naturally and already existing interaction in the instance of the predation you know about, and then, yeah, submit that to appropriate sources, whether it be the FBI electronic tip line, National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids, the police department of, if you know, that person's jurisdiction. Forward all of that in aggregation of them. Don't participate in making new situations involving them yourself.
This is from a Moby parenting blog from February 13th of 2024. This is all from the Child Crime Prevention and Safety Center. And while there are online dangers and how people groom them, these are all from ChildNet and protecting their kids from online things. Parents that can then use, this is even an app in which you can monitor their activity and then it'll file reports specifically with the FBI. This is the Attorney General's office reporting a possible sexual cybercrime as well. How to make a report.
You can do it also anonymously if you're worried about, like, there's anonymous electronic tip form.
Or at the FBI.
I do have a question. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting. Am I interrupting anything right now? Or?
A little bit, but go ahead.
You know what? I'll let Barb finish and then
a little bit.
Sure.
No, I mean, again, and I'm not trying to be rude,
destroyed,
so I'm on FBI.gov, parents and caretakers protecting your kids, how to report any of these things. So you call a local FBI field office because every city has one, or you call the cyber tip line. That's it.
Pointing them to authority.
What? An appeal to authority?
No, I'm saying so pointing them to authority.
Yeah, you can literally give them these links and it'll teach you like what to do.
Well,
but
excuse me. All right, then let me ask you some more questions after Stardust is done, because I think that you want to interject if you're done.
Yeah, just related on this topic.
Dude,
you know, people...
Lio? What's going on, man? He's fucking slapping her around.
Is it true? I guess I have to ask you a question. Is it true that you wanted Jordan to record their SA with their mom's boyfriend?
And I've talked about this so many doggone times, but I'll run it through just for you. I don't mean that derogatorily. The situation we had there was Jordan had this person lay hands on them, no penetration, nothing like that. And Jordan reported it to their school counselor, which, as you know, is a mandated reporter. So it got reported to the police. The police said they couldn't do anything. Jordan's
that doesn't
mother
make sense.
knew this person. I'm not done.
Wait, what did he say so far that hasn't made sense? Huh?
Lay hands on them, no penetration, nothing like that. And Jordan reported it to their school counselor. Jordan had this person lay hands on them, no penetration, nothing like that. And Jordan reported it to their school counselor, which, as you know, is a mandated reporter. So it got reported to the police. The police said they couldn't do anything. Jordan
that doesn't make sense.
Knew this person.
The police saying they couldn't do anything doesn't make sense. Is that what she's saying?
I'm not done. Hey, you can say it doesn't make sense. This is just what happened. The police said they couldn't do anything.
That's the only part of this that wouldn't make sense.
Mother knew what happened and let the guy come back in one night. So Jordan was worried it was going to happen another night. Jordan, we could not find anybody who would take Jordan in for the night. So we told Jordan, and we're spitballing these things. So it wasn't something that went into action, but a spitballing idea was for Jordan to keep a phone or something on recording in case somebody came in, so they could at least forward something to the police if something did happen.
So at that point, if I was talking to a fucking, this might sound bad, but if I was talking to a minor that believed they were going to be imminently sexually abused, I would literally tell them to fucking run away for the night. I don't care. I literally would just tell them to run away for the night. I wouldn't even be talking to that minor to begin with. But so you did have them. You did tell them it would be a good idea to like film it. No, you shouldn't. No, there should be nothing to film, because if you believe you're actively about to, you shouldn't even be in the fucking house.
So then you're saying yes.
So that is CSEM as well, right? So yeah, you did try to have them filmed. Obviously, I think that there is nuance here that doesn't make him like, it's not like the typical encouragement of CSEM reduction, but this is nuance that wouldn't be applied in any situation Lio's covering about a detractor. Okay, so yes, you did advise them to potentially record what would be CSAM.
Your answer is literally, you were going around, you're going around.
And I doubt that you couldn't find fucking anyone. Hell, I would never, I don't give a fuck if I would never be in this situation to begin with. But if I was in communication with a minor that knew and believed that they were about to imminently be sexually assaulted by a member of their household, I would send them enough money for a hotel and then not talk to them. It's like, I wouldn't like, there's got to be some way, if you've decided you're going to get involved in this situation at all, which you shouldn't be other than, you know, advising them to go to law enforcement or lock their door or whatever, right? There's no way you couldn't logistically get them out of the house or give them something where they could get out on their own. I would fucking like tell them to fucking run into the woods and sleep there for the night.
You're going around and finding an elaborate way to say yes.
No. How is surveillance?
Why are the cops on? Because according to him, the cops didn't do anything.
Same thing as requiring somebody to record an essay. Explain
Because
that.
no, it's not. I just say requirement. I said
Go to a fucking train station. Go to a train station or some fucking shit and go sleep on like a bench there in public view.
Did you ask them? Did you ask them to record their essay? And you basically answered yes.
No, I did not ask. I told them to put up surveillance. You're assuming that we would think
Lio,
it would happen. I'm sorry, should surveillance not happen when you have literally no other option? Is that the problem?
You do have other options.
No, there are other options. If you believe this person is gonna be sexually assaulted, tell them to just be there and just record it when it happens. There are always going to be other options to that. Whether those options are ideal or good, or you should even be getting involved in this, is another story. But if you are involved, there are like a million other options before that one.
If she is a child, I'm sorry, if she or they are a child that feels endangered, call it, and again, I'm going to give you options without taking into consideration that they may, whatever else. They can themselves call the police. They can call RAIN, which is a rape. Did they call the Rape and Incest National Network? They called that?
There was no rape. There was no rape.
It is sexual battery against a minor. It most definitely would count underneath Rape and Incest National Network.
Yeah, it would be counted that network. It isn't rape though, but yes, it would count under that.
Sort of sexual abuse like that.
They couldn't do anything.
So again, calling RAIN is another resource.
I'm sorry, I find out, how could the police not do anything about a report of an adult inappropriately touching a minor? At the very least, they could investigate.
Would you have the power of a multi-million-dollar national network that will specifically try and find housing for you, or ensure that they involve CPS or someone else?
How long does it take? How long does it take?
That's really difficult to know. It could be immediate, but RAIN has hubs everywhere. So I work at one.
Could be immediate. May not have been.
I also have a clip here. Can we play it real quick?
Go for it. From here.
So just join the live. I'm streaming my window here to you guys, okay?
No, I know what the clip is. I don't need to.
Okay.
And have a battle plan and a game plan ready for the weekend.
I mean, I guess they're minor. They couldn't get a hotel room, right? But like, there's a million other options you could do before saying just like sit there and record. In the event you're actually sexually abused tonight.
Necessarily disagreeing here, and I think that's a good idea. But the one issue is her mom doesn't like her being away from home, so it's gonna be hard to sell. How are we gonna handle that?
Also, yes, I'm pretty sure when the police, when there's a minor alleging inappropriate touching, that's gonna go to CPS.
Maybe a friend they can pretend like they're sick, like, oh, I really need to go over there to help for their sake.
I don't think she even let that go by.
Well,
like her mom's a dick.
Yeah, when you can't get it in legitimately, why?
Well, I'll leave that to her discretion. Or her other option is, of course, to set up that camera tonight and
At
see what
the very least, an investigation would be done.
Yeah, that's one thing I think should happen right away.
No, I'm not saying that CPS is like incredibly effective based on what they've been assigned to do, right? But they can do something. They have done good things, right? And hell, that's worth fucking trying. And I highly doubt that if the police and a mandated reporter knew about acts of inappropriate touching at home, and it was the mere description was enough for the mandated reporter to actually go to police, believing something illegal had occurred, right? How could that not result in an investigation?
Camera rolling just in case. Because the moment that's caught on footage,
those are pretty cheap, aren't they?
Why are you talking about it like setting up like a nature preserve trail camera? Come on.
And what other options do you think were had at the time? Because you said that maybe that may not be. So what else?
They were underage at the time, right? They were underage.
Hold on. You said so many, but you listed one. You can have these.
Calling an aunt, calling an uncle. If they had literally walked next door.
Go fuck it. Go knock on a neighbor's door and explain and ask to sleep there for the night. I don't fucking know. Go out to a hardware store and buy a fucking lock.
Lottie, that's the point. There was nobody.
I used to believe that. I refuse to believe that the best option available.
Hell, I don't know. Fuck it, like at that point, if there really zero other this is such a bad option that you should do anything in your power to give them another option. Find a relative in a nearby state and pay them like $5,000 to go to go like pick this person up and drop them off at a fucking hotel or train station.
Well, they were 16, by the way. They were 16.
I guess that's also legal. Hold on. There's always going to be other options.
I'm so sorry, guys. They were 16 at the time. You're basically advising somebody to produce.
Yeah.
No, that is not.
Yes. That is what that is.
It is.
No, that's not what that is, and you're an idiot if you think so.
Lio, you're literally.
Hold on. The child was hold on. The child was just run out of the room with recorded evidence that the person made an attempt. That's what would have happened here. How are you implying that means I should let them get assaulted or that it's recording? Are you really a paralegal?
An attempt can escalate very quickly and become a genuine instance of assault. An attempt in and of itself is incredibly traumatic, even if they don't succeed. Most things you would describe as an attempt in and of themselves probably would be sexual assault if the touching begins, right? He doesn't get to complete what he's there to do. That still would be sexual assault. There's always going to be a better option than let the kid get assaulted.
Because I don't think you are.
I don't know why you call me paralegal. I understand that that's often some people's attempts to try and invalidate my experience because it's much more common for women to be paralegals than men, but that's not correct, and I'm not going to play with that. Yes, I'm a lawyer.
I specifically said she's a lawyer.
Didn't you say call me a paralegal if you want? Or did
I said you're welcome to do whatever you want. I expect this sort of behavior, especially from someone in your age bracket, to either validate my education or validate what I'm stating. I get that, but I don't care to talk about that. That again has nothing to do with you stating set up camera, like setting up a phone or a camera just to record. But what you're telling that person is I can't do anything right now. So your best bet is we hope it doesn't happen, but set up a camera so if it does, you got hard evidence. I'm
pretty sure there's like no questions asked, like homeless youth facilities, right? Or shelters. I could be off on this. I guess it's going to depend on where this person, aren't there shelters for runaways?
You have to see that.
Yes. I have to see that as what? Trying my best to make sure somebody's safe if I can. Because we had no other options. You can sit here 5 years removed out and play pretend like you would know any better. You weren't there. You don't know what happened.
I don't have to use hindsight. I have foresight, and foresight says this is bad.
Emergency shelter in San Fernando Valley, emergency shelter for ages 10 to 17, and voluntary shelter for runaways, homeless, and at-risk youths. Like, eventually they will obviously have to start asking questions, but for a night, I'm pretty sure they're...
Magic.
Yes,
right?
What's the word you guys use?
She actually is training in this, so she's taking the classes.
Which is why she had to go look it up right now, because she has training in the classes. That's why she had to look it up and Google it, right?
I was demonstrating to you again how quickly and easily that information is and available at your fingertips.
No, I didn't ask you for demonstration. I asked you.
Again.
Tell them if you believe a kid's about to be sexually assaulted in their household, yeah, honestly, tell them to run away and send them where they could fucking go that night, where they would be as safe as possible and not be sexually assaulted.
And if you're talking about gathering information,
there are shelters. I guess it's going to depend on the city, but I'm pretty sure this would be in every major city. No, there are like shelters for runaways. There are and if all else fails, have them go to a public place like a train station and sleep there.
I can walk you through the exact way to do that. If somebody comes to you and says that they have had a cyber sexual crime being committed against them, the first question is always, what information or evidence do you have to support this? And I need IP addresses. I need more information about what they've been using in order to do these things. I'm sorry?
IP address grabbing is doxing, though.
So again, I'm not an online predator hunter. You asked me specifically what I've been trained to do when it comes to cyber.
That's not dox. He knows that's not doxing.
Sexual crimes, and that is one of those things. Having an IP address as well as a name. Okay.
No, you're not going to run around with this one. You're not going to run off with this one. Because this has been happening ever since you came in. I've asked you very specific things, and you have not answered. Because I asked you initially, what is the training they gave you? I asked you what qualifies as an investigation. You went and Googled something. That is not you having inherent knowledge. Secondly,
you never asked me what an investigation is. You said what would count as that?
Does Lio think that if you're a fucking lawyer, you have every law memorized and every like detail or like interpretation or application of a law just fucking memorized? Is that what he thinks it like entails to become a lawyer?
And I said I literally asked you
I asked you what tailors that to you. I asked what your standard does, what your standard is.
So I'm telling you right now what my standard is. You just interrupted me answering your question about how to report a cyber sexual crime. Like I'm trying to give you an answer. So those are things that I would do in order to make sure. I would then make sure that that person would have to realize that whatever accounts are associated with the cyber sex crime would have to be abandoned effectively, because that is also evidence, unfortunately, much like clothes from a sexual assault. So those are all things that I would start helping them do. I would also go, and there are people that we have that are experts in being able to help someone cover up their tracks, create a new online anonymous like profile if they so wish, go through and redact everything in order to protect themselves. But that's what I would do. I would then gather and collate that information, and I would call in to my local FBI, because if I report it at my local FBI, it's still in the FBI, like the federal database, right? I can also, if I want, call the FBI where I believe the cyber sex crime has actually happened and give them that IP. They should then be able to identify whether that's within their jurisdiction or not.
I would also like to add that, I'm willing to bet.
Sad truth is runaway youths are fucked. Yes, but if it's literally for one night, you could probably, when in my younger days, never mind. But if it's for literally one fucking night, like you can run away and probably be in a situation that minimizes risk and is way better than get sexually assaulted and film it.
I'm willing to bet that in those trainings and in those courses, they never advise you to tell a victim to produce CSAM. So
No. We have the unfortunate problem of like a child or someone calling in and alleging that it's a parent. That is, to me, an all hands on deck situation, because the first thing I want to do is help them figure out how to find a place to stay as safely as possible. Police officers often have vouchers that they can give out to a local hotel or motel where you can provide that to them, and they will, I believe, house you for at least up to a week or a few days. Again, this is very dependent upon where you're located, what that department has, how isolated the department is, etc. But going to any police officer and saying, I feel unsafe with this adult in my house and I don't know what they're going to do, should be more than enough to trigger them immediately helping you find a different place to go and be safe. And if it doesn't, that is a great lawsuit for police corruption.
The answer to what you said, or the keyword is should. Doesn't mean they do. Police fail all the doggone time, and you know that. There's no way you're in your profession and you don't.
All the goddamn time. I mean, and if they literally can't leave, I would say sleep with a knife under your pillow. And if they do come in, scream as loud as you can so it awakes the other parent. Assuming, I guess you could say, oh, the mom might enable it, but typically it's like she doesn't see it and chooses to believe it's fake as a result. If you scream and she comes into the room, maybe she will see that he was going, and then call the police, right? Because he's probably not going to proceed with another adult in the room. Like, there's a million options here. There's a million options that don't involve just sit there, wait for it to happen, and fucking film it.
And going 100% off of the information we had at the time, the police did fail. Just like they failed many other times. We're doing the best we can with what we had. We did not have a place they could go. There was not a friend that would keep them. Their mother was not interested in keeping that man out of the house at that point.
Unfortunately, though, Lyle, at that point, from the way in which you set yourself up, it is no longer appropriate for you to try and either keep suggesting or even trying to house them. That's that type of closeness that we are constantly advised against. Excuse me?
House them?
Or take them in. Yes, whoever. Because at that point, whenever you are so personally enmeshed in that case, you are unable to provide the type of necessary, detached advice that is required in a lot of these cases, whether they are painful or not. It sucks whenever there are kids involved in cases like this. And it really sucks when it feels as though there's no one else or no adult that will help them. There are, though, A, and B, that would never necessitate putting up a surveillance camera to potentially record another assault.
Ask him if he called CPS. Call CPS yourself. He has this person, he knows Jordan's like full name, docs, etc. Call CPS yourself at that point, because if this happens, he described to me, a kid came to me and said, you know, I'm being touched inappropriately. I told my school counselor, went to the police. They said they wouldn't do anything about it. I would fucking call CPS myself, and I would document myself calling them. At that point, I think at the very least, they would have to start an investigation.
Even something that was done. It was an idea.
I understand that, but for somebody who professes to be the one adult in this community, I can't even believe that went through your head.
What community?
Ask him what he did before that. Did he call CPS? Did he ever call CPS about Jordan?
What are we talking about now? This happened 5 years ago. Oh, so you're telling me, hold on, that I should have either let them get assaulted or, because here's the thing, either I let them get assaulted.
False dichotomy. That is not the only options here.
In this possible case, or we have.
Should I have let them get assaulted, or should I have let them get assaulted and have it filmed?
Something we can at least pass to the authorities that'll make them actually do something over it.
So you're not letting anything happen because you're still just an internet stranger. You have no authority or ability to do anything other than maybe giving like a sympathetic ear. You're not letting anything happen. The actions of other people have nothing to do with you. But again, the fact that you, I'm more surprised that you aren't even aware of these. I didn't expect that you would have no knowledge of these resources because of your continued involvement in this. I'm just really
hell. And if Lio himself went to the local police and then tried to report again, there would now be documentation. This person has told two different people at different times. I find it very hard to believe that an investigation would at least be initiated here. If not by the police, then by fucking CPS. I don't know if I buy that they went to the police like, there's nothing we could do about a minor alleging inappropriate touching. I don't know if I buy that. I don't think Lio should have bought that at face value either. I think Lio should have absolutely, as an adult that is being told about this, hell, if it's already been reported, don't give a fuck. Report it again.
Shocked that you didn't say, let's call Rain, let's call any of these other things. And again, Rain will answer your call. They're not gonna hang up on you if you say, my mom's boyfriend.
Yes, that's a go to a church. Don't churches don't people sleep inside or outside churches all the fucking time?
Doing things to me at night, and if they're like, well, is it penetrative? And you say no, they're not gonna hang up on you.
They will talk about anything when it comes to sexual assault. It doesn't matter if it's penetration. It doesn't matter if it's inappropriate groping. It doesn't matter.
They should ask Lio what he did. Did he call he's saying he suggests this because this was the only option. Did he go to the police? Did he contact CPS about this? If the answer is no, this just got 10 times worse.
If it's sexual assault of any kind.
Talking is one thing. Talking is one thing. This is about, in the here and now, how do we protect that individual?
It's a sexual assault hotline and helpline. It's a hotline specifically for instances in which people feel this isolated.
How is it magically going to do better than the local PD?
So again, it's going to magically do better because they actually take...
Also, he says that the police said they couldn't do anything. Did he say that was from his own attempts at contacting them, or is that what Jordan reiterated to him?
rape accusations and sexual assault things seriously. And it's going to do better because it's going to provide them with other resources they may not know. There are local RAIN chapters that have housing and have other ways with which to provide housing all over this country and in a lot of local states. There are always other options available. All you would have to do,
But you
again,
already admitted. You already admitted.
I think you're
Oh my God. Something just happened, unrelated to this story, I want you to imagine what it is. What I'm about to pull up, what I'm about to say. Well, whatever you were thinking, I can promise you it wasn't this. We lost another one, bro. We lost another one. Sad stuff, sad stuff. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. You can see Kai in the background pulling the strings. But better question. Is this in a school bathroom? What's with the fucking automatic paper towel dispenser? What's going on over? What's with the automatic paper towel dispenser and the Is this in a school bathroom? Honestly, I don't know. Who is he cosplaying as? Who is this person? Cinema Roll. I guess he's not cosplaying. This is a fit, because this is a rabbit, right? The original character is supposed to be a rabbit. Got it. Well, I wish. Look at her in the background, man. Look at her in the background. Please, I ask you tonight to pray to your God. Vishnu, Allah, Jesus. Please. I ask you tonight to pray to your God for this young man.
deliberately obtuse. I've heard you speak, and I would have you're much smarter than this.
I don't know about that one.
So I do want to address one thing. There's like an inconsistency here as well, because you keep saying that the mother didn't want to kick the boyfriend out. What actually was happening, the boyfriend wasn't there for another night. The boyfriend was just there to get his things.
Wait, there's a video too. Dude, what is going on, bro? What is happening? There's a oh, dude, come on. You suck. You swallow. Wow, great video. Ah! Oh no. What is she? Why is she like flapping her hands in the? But what is this, dude? What? Okay, I don't. Best of luck, buddy. Best of luck.
That were, well, Jordan was like locked in a different room. So that's just a lie.
No, that's not.
The mother was not having him stay over another night.
Hold on. Based on what? Where are you getting this information from?
That is.
You're bisexual. Would you or would you not? I would not. I would not. He's not my type, and also in what we just looked at, I think he's trying to look like a kid. So I would not. No. Sorry.
Yeah, that's basically. Yeah.
No, not you. No, you didn't get that from me. You're saying that he was just allowed to come get his things. Where did that come from? Because I've never said anything like that.
I'm pretty sure that Jordan said this themselves.
When and where?
So it's not really. I don't know why you keep demanding citations right now.
Cal, isn't this crazier when you actually consider what we know?
Even whenever she's provided you citations, you really definitely like dodge, dip, dive, ducked, dodged, taking responsibility there. So I find this is just like a flustered, like, yeah. Okay, but whenever you're unsuccessful, I don't think it's fair to continue demanding those things.
I used to believe that you're like a predator hunter who does things in a responsible way. You have not provided any evidence to me in this entire call. I've been the only person who has been able to actually provide different links to you or even show different videos. So you can claim that, like, you know, you're just asking for evidence. I would ask for evidence of any person who has ever been arrested because of your actions, or anybody who has ever had any consequences because of your actions.
As far as arresting, I can't tell you, because believe it or not, I can't arrest somebody. That's not up to me.
What is
this? Is your when I came back a year ago, I said that I was gonna overtake Lyrex. I was gonna overtake him. I said that I would stop streaming as soon as I surpassed him in viewership on his commentary channel, which didn't get to happen. I said my one purpose for coming back, which isn't true by the way, was to overtake Lyrex. I didn't fucking mean like this. Okay, that's not what I meant.
What's the consequences? What's the information to the police and hope they'll actually do something. I've been very clear about that. If you're going to sit here and play the game of, well, if you were better, the police would have been, that means nothing and you know it. There have been plenty of women that have been raped, plenty of people have been assaulted. You're not going to sit there and say that to them either. So let's not try to play that game here.
What? What is this point?
I don't think it's fair to continue demanding those things.
I used to believe that you're like a predator hunter who does things in a responsible way. You have not provided any evidence to me in this entire call. I've been the only person who has been able to actually provide different links to you or even show different videos. So you can claim that, like, you know, you're
the RFC curse, dude. The fucking RFC curse. I just wanted to mention real quick, wanted to point something out. Speaking of tweets, how they age, we weren't speaking about that at all. Just wanted to quickly point something out. Very quickly. Very quickly. How is it possible that the gay version of Lyrics is still more tolerable than Aiden? Yeah, I'm sure you're tolerating it, buddy. I'm sure you're tolerating it. I'm sure that image, you're just tolerating it so hard right now. You're just looking at that image and really fucking tolerating it. Listen, I know it's more tolerable to you because he's trying to look more and more like a little boy. I'm trying to look older. I'm sleep deprived maxing. So I know you're tolerating it, man. No worries. No worries.
just asking for evidence. I would ask for evidence of any person who has ever been arrested because of your actions, or anybody who has ever had any consequences because of your actions.
As far as arresting, I can't tell you, because believe it or not, I can't arrest somebody. That's not up to me.
What is the point of the predator hunting?
Consequences.
What is the point of
the police and hope they'll actually do something? I've been very clear about that. If you're going to sit here and play the game of, well, if you were better, the police would have been, that means nothing and you know it. There have been plenty of women that have been raped, plenty of people have been assaulted. You're not going to sit there and say that to them either. So let's not try to play that game here. I do literally everything I could to report things to the police.
I would never say that to a survivor of rape, but I would absolutely say that to the man who had allegedly been advising them in order to either report it or do something that would give them some sort of autonomy back. Shame on you again for invoking those things when you clearly don't even care to know. I don't know why you're being so reluctant to even just accepting that we're giving you knowledge right now. This would technically make you better than the entire team did.
Hold on. I never said I'm not receptive that you're giving me more knowledge. That's never been the point. Why do you think I asked for those things?
To prove that I didn't know it and to try and do a knowledge test or a gatekeeping test.
You were calling her a paralegal the entire time that she was in here. So
yeah, because I thought she said earlier that I could call her one.
I told you.
That was obviously sarcastic. Dude, this guy's so dumb.
I was bringing in a lawyer.
That was in like Jet. Like, I don't care if you call me that, whatever. That's not her accepting it. The label is true.
Yeah, and then she said, call me a paralegal if you want to.
Yeah, just because I expected you to be...
in a way, like, to indicate she doesn't give a fuck.
In, like, doing that. I immediately expected that.
Okay, then I didn't expect that to be a pejorative, so I apologize. It wasn't something I picked up on. I didn't know you...
It's usually not a pejorative. It's never is to me. Like, it's often done by men like you in order to either invalidate that the woman has accomplished something.
What, like... how would it not be pejorative if you're like knowingly ascribing her a title that is like less qualified than the one she actually has, and it was stated she had at the beginning? That's obviously meant to be utilized as an insult.
Or try to call it down and say that she hasn't actually accomplished what she stated in that moment. It's usually done to female doctors as well by saying you sound more like a nurse. Yeah, I do understand.
What do you mean men like me? What do you mean?
I was literally about to use that analogy.
And you know, two people especially pretend to be woke when I don't think you give a shit about anything from LGBT. I don't think you care anything else. I think you're probably 2 steps away from wearing a MAGA hat. And right now, you cause more harm than the people that proclaimers that you think you have.
MAGA hat? Dude, a MAGA hat.
You quite literally, one of your criticisms.
No, I'm not gonna let that get. You're not gonna run by that one. No, we're not gonna ignore that. Number one, I'm Hispanic. Why would I be MAGA? Secondly, I don't.
There are tons of fucking Hispanics that are totally fine with selling their people out for I don't even know what. Either they fell for fucking Trump's lies, they thought it wouldn't happen to me, they think they're going to be more accepted and assimilated by supporting this and going after those darn freaking illegals. To say that like being Hispanic makes you exempt from supporting Trump is not true at all. Isn't Marco Rubio literally Hispanic? You have Valentina Gomez, fucking Marco Rubio. Yeah, both his parents are Cuban.
Care about LGBT people. That's MAGA for all I care. Why would I care about anything in relation to MAGA? I don't like those people, and they certainly don't like me based on ethnicity alone. And you think you're making claims? Well, you pretend to be woke. You don't know dick about me.
What? Is this guy that stupid that he thinks being Hispanic exempts you from, like, potentially supporting Trump?
And also saying that I do just as much, if not more, harm than actual predators. What are you saying?
You do.
Like, seriously, prove it.
So again, when people come to you expecting to both feel safe and to not feel minimized, also, let's not even discuss the way in which you treat victims or survivors. When it seems like a sexual kink for you to start asking if they get off getting other people predated upon. I've heard that call, whether Peach is meant to release it or not, and you are disgusting for that in particular.
That call is awful. And you're right, I was disgusting for it. But no, it's not a kink, and that's a gross accusation to make, and I do not appreciate it.
Prove me wrong.
I bet you, funny enough, that there's actually probably a ton of ICE agents that are of Hispanic descent. Apparently, apparently half of fucking Border Patrol might be Hispanic. What?
Look, hold on. I get that at some point, because of the idea maybe constructed in your head, you think this is some
I guess it makes sense, right? Because Hispanic people are more likely to live in border states, like or border cities, like fucking I don't know, El Paso and shit.
Taking power back from other people have done this to you, but I haven't done those things to you, and I don't appreciate that. And I'm not going to do those things to you. I didn't say paralegal as a pejorative. I literally thought maybe that was a more specified version of what you're doing. I do and continue to apologize for that. I'm not here to take the piss out of you for your profession. If you are a lawyer, as you have stated, good on you. That's hard doggone work. I'm not going to sit here and undervalue that. That's why I asked for the information.
Doggone the doggone box. Dude, we need it again. Where is it?
Do not reach in the doggone box to the left of me that night all this happened and not put that gun in my mouth and pull the trigger.
Running from the box. Sad stuff.
The compliment, but still, I think whenever you yourself have held yourself out as being Christian, being an incredibly moral and incredibly decent person. I went to a Jesuit college. I've grown up with Jesuits my whole life. I went to a Catholic law school. I know what that's morality is supposed to be like, and it's never been exhibited by you towards many of the people. I wish you stopped hiding behind trying to say.
Okay, this is a stupid argument as well. Like, to say that, oh, you fucking sin. You contradict the Bible with your actions, and, like, pointing that out as if that's, like, some sort of blatant contradiction with being Christian. Like, doesn't Christianity literally believe that we all sin and will continue to sin, and that because of that inherent sin that you commit, your only way to salvation is through Jesus, who died for your sins? Now, I think there's a contradiction if you are knowingly and actively committing sin and not caring or justifying it as somehow not sin when you know better, right? But merely like invoking that a Christian is not living a life that would be indicative of the Bible's commandments, I don't think is like an argument for an inherent contradiction, right?
You're trying to do the right thing and treating any of these people this way. And just said that you like bullying people. If you want.
Like, I don't think that a guy is a hypocrite for being a Christian and having unprotected sex, right? As long as he acknowledges that he's sinning.
I don't like bullying people. That's okay.
Yeah, it is.
So you want me to?
Or sorry, casual sex, not unprotected. Casual. I know the Bible doesn't command you wear a condom.
Admit to the construction of me you have in your mind. Because I'm not going to do that. I know who I am. And yeah, I've screwed up.
The opposite, right?
Every man has sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And also Catholicism, no thank you. You are sitting here basing your idea of me on a construction you have created while knowing...
Basing it on your own words. If I can
there's plenty of evidence.
Hold on, no, how did you base on my own words that I'd be interested in Trump's movement? I'm curious about that one.
You just sound like that type of person.
Oh, so it's an assumption. You don't have anything.
I do have something.
There.
I do have something to prove that I do think you are virtue signaling, and I don't think that you really care that much.
He sounds obtuse, stupid. He likes easy explanations and hates nuance. He is a bigot. He's absolutely a bigot, which you can see through his treatment of people with disabilities. He is ableist. Like I rarely use that term. He's one of the few people I think you could call ableist without it even being like a fucking woke scold thing. He is ableist. And bigoted as a result of that. I mean, yeah, he very well he could support Trump.
Any like sexism or anything LGBT.
I don't think he actually does.
Or whatever, right? I do think
being virtue signals.
Okay, but I think it's a little bit extra with you. It's a little bit extra with you. You called Leia something a pick me?
Yes, I did. That was funny.
Okay, that was okay.
True.
You have made jokes about. Okay, you would never.
Hello? Why are you just reading off a rare Lio W?
Tolerate Peaches having other people talk jokingly about Peaches getting raped by you or whatever, or banged by you, but you would do the same to other people. Even the Rosa Ray Ramsey call, right? You're calling her a hole. You're calling her whatever. The Arab guy that you had in the call, you made jokes about whether you said basically, unlike you, my family line actually splits. These are that's actually racially tinted, right? Calling him an animal.
Hold on. How is that racially stated? My implication is that he's inbred. It's not about race. What are you talking about?
You called him an animal as well. No. Here's the thing. Maybe if it was somebody like a Westerner you were talking to, I wouldn't think that. But there is way too much evidence in that one call alone for me to think otherwise. What are the common stereotypes of people in the Middle East? That they're inbred, that they're animals, that these are like common jokes that people use.
And you're saying that I use all these?
Yes.
I think you're much smarter than you like to pretend, and you do these things on purpose, and you're not used to people your age calling you out for them. So I'm going to go take my boss husband out a walk with our dog. Thank you so much for letting me call in. Great job.
Okay, thank you for being here. Everybody say thank you to Barb pitching you the
Thank you, Barbia. Thank you. Oh my god. Bye.
You did better than I did, so I figured. But I guess like
this is how women say goodbye to each other. Oh my god. Bye, queen. Bye. It's a joke, stereotype. I'm sorry. They say hi to each other like that. Oh my god, gorgeous. You're so beautiful. But when I say it, I've just perpetrated sexual harassment. And I have to pay a fine and do mandated training by the court. But women can say this to each other all the time. Oh my god, slay. You're so beautiful, queen.
The last question I would have for you, I think, is, how do you define like predatory behavior?
Well, predatory behavior, hold on 1 second. Are we referring to an adult, or are we referring to this in relation to a child? Because there can be some variance there.
Sure, either one.
Okay. For an adult, predatory behavior can encompass things like stalking, harassment, sending nudes, receiving nudes, and then sending them to other people. There's a few things.
Are there non-sexual predatory behaviors?
Now, as far as, well, of course, somebody can prey upon you to murder you. That's still classified as predatory, or they can prey upon your information and you have to get out of there.
Okay.
Steal your identity.
Yeah.
What about sexual predation?
Well, no, I'm just talking about predatory action.
Who rated? Nobody. We've been doing like 150 these last season. This is our lowest point of the stream.
In general, right? Would you go after somebody who displayed predatory action in a non-sexual way, and what would be the line for you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Would you ever go after like somebody who does predatory behavior in a non-sexual manner online, and what would constitute that for you?
We're talking about harassment and stalking, stuff like that, or making threats. I would, if I'm aware of it, and I'd report it to the police. That's kind of what we do here.
Okay. Do you think that like going after people in the way that you do, like, is predatory? Because it's bullying mentally compromised people.
Yes, it's predatory, but I wouldn't use that term because I think it has implications that are misleading, and I don't need to use framing that invokes a more extreme conclusion than what's actually happening when I can, being entirely objective without relying on framing, make Lioconvoy look like a fucking horrible human being. $2 from Belinda. Thank you so much. Oh my god, 80 Slay. You are so beautiful, King. Somebody realizes it. Thank you so much, Belinda. Much appreciated.
Who are transparently weaker than you, right? And children. So, I mean, I think that could very well qualify as predatory.
Depends on the incident. As far as the Rosa call, no, I was a scumbag there, and I, again, will not sit here and justify the way that call went and what was said there, and I've been consistent about that. Now, as far as whether or not people are on the spectrum or whatnot, it all depends on what happened in those calls and what was going on there. As far as people weaker than me, well, that depends on what they've done. Unless, of course, you're of the opinion that if somebody's weaker than you, that at no point should you confront or tell them what they're wrong or report them, in which case that's a very odd value to have.
No, but I'm saying,
if somebody is of no threat to you, clearly so incapacitated that they can't fight back, you're not even doing it for content either. Like, and that wouldn't make it better. That would just help me understand your motives a little more and not make me think that you're like, the reasoning here is much more pathetic, right? Which it is. Like, people who serve no threat to you, like coming at you engage because you enjoy dunking on people who can't fight back. And it's like, wait, hold on. And yes, I wouldn't use the term predatory normally, but yeah, the people that you choose to respond to versus those you don't, is like predatory. Yeah, it is fucking predatory. You don't talk to the competent opposition. And to be fair, he did do this one, but I think that might only be because this was like posed him as an interview, right? You pick people who just fucking can't fight back while ignoring anyone who is like competent enough to fight back that opposes you or criticizes you. I'd say, yeah, you're picky in a manner of only picking the people that you know you'd be able to go after without a fight, and that would be predatory.
People and threatening to dox people, threatening to call parents, threatening to get their personal lives involved with things. I think that is predatory behavior.
Well, we've already had this conversation, and you couldn't take consistent on that either because you have a difference between what you think is acceptable online and what you think isn't acceptable online. So you and I aren't going to see eye on that at all. You made that abundantly clear.
I don't think it's appropriate even in person to look up somebody's address or look up somebody's personal information.
We were talking about contacting parents in general.
Right. If you're
you can say you don't
parents,
think that, but you think it's appropriate to defend somebody's immoral actions. You think it's appropriate to sit here and have somebody.
Point proven in chat. True. Listen, guys, we got to start talking to each other like this. And I mean, only to me.
That contradicts themselves in what they state the law is versus what was actually said.
Well, they're lawyers, so.
Random accusations. They can be a lawyer and they can still be wrong. They gave me specific parameters that would count for, and Kumo met every single one of them.
I don't think so. I think that I think, again,
you need to go back and re-listen to that call.
Okay.
I've already proven a few times here that your research isn't very good.
I understand that you're upset right now, okay? But I'm just talking to you calmly here. You sound like you're upset.
For now. Well, I think you need to learn how to read people a bit better then.
Okay.
You've heard me yell at people. You've heard me raise my voice. You should know how I sound when I'm upset.
You can still be condescending without raising your voice.
Does that mean I'm upset?
Certainly can be, yeah.
Okay.
The thing is, he doesn't raise his voice when he's upset. He raises his voice when he wants to do the effect that he's upset, and he's like going off. He's angry. He's berating. Oh, Lio's come out. You guys are gonna be real scared when the lion comes. That people could like talk about how cool Lio is when he's confronted, and then he does the whole act, the whole play where he's just like yelling at some disabled person, pretending to be angry, for the sake of like playing into that cool confrontational guy act.
You've been condescending to me in several cases. Did I upset you?
I don't think I've intentionally meant to be condescending towards you. I apologize.
Yeah, you have. Come on. What is it you said to me earlier? If you just want to be mean to people, just admit it. Well, why don't you just admit it?
Oh, I like being mean to people. I'm not somebody. Yeah, I'm not somebody who's claiming to have like a moral high.
Well, she has a point in that regard, because he does like legitimately just want to bully people, but he needs to mask it by exaggerating some moral like grievance that puts them into the category of all bad and justifies the treatment of them, right? So like treating the fucking psych ward comment from Bunny as if it's a genuine threat. Like, you don't give a fuck about that comment. That was obviously an insult. You're adding that so you feel morally justified in bullying someone. You're pretending like you don't want to be there and you're only addressing them because they're like talking about you on Twitter or whatever, or asked for it. But I asked for a call, you don't join. You joined that one because you wanted that. You wanted to confront them in front of a bunch of other people, and you had an excuse to do it without making it a accountability call, right?
Anybody. I just like to call out people.
And neither did I, but you'll claim that I did.
No, you certainly were.
Claim that I did.
If you are marketing yourself as a predator hunter, you absolutely are.
No,
why should anybody trust you?
On that, and I'm not held to it.
Why should anybody trust you as a predator hunter if you're not even going to hold yourself on a higher moral ground?
I try to, but I'm human and I fail. Why should anybody trust you on your opinion when you can't do basic research on things you'll claim on your show?
So I'm not a predator hunter. I'm a drama streamer with a side politics.
So it makes it okay. Okay, but should your audience not trust you?
She just accepts it.
I think I've been very consistent. I think I've been very consistent for a drama streamer, actually. Yes.
You haven't been, because you're sitting here claiming that, well, trust XYZ. Should your audience not trust you? Yes or no? Should they trust you?
They should know that I'm here to entertain them.
That's not what I asked you.
I'm not going to give them life advice.
Not what I asked you. I asked you if they should trust you. So yes or no?
Trust me. Okay, sure. Trust me, because it's a more complicated question than you would think it is, right? Trust me with what?
Oh, okay.
Exactly, right? I'm not here.
She did try to make points that she had. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Obviously, if you're talking to a lolcat as extensive as a past of Lio, and you don't know everything about him, right? There are going to be things that you don't know about. That wouldn't be, oh, you didn't do enough research. If you have solid points that you're going to ask about and have prepared the example, that's adequate research. If the conversation takes a strange turn and you happen to not know something, that's just because you don't know it, but that was off the beaten path of the regular conversation. It's okay to admit you don't know everything about a given person. The question is, do you have examples for the given points that you've prepared to make against them? And there have been instances here where Stardust has made points against him and then not invoked examples.
People
trust what you have to say.
You know what? Don't trust me. Don't trust me, because I am not here to give you life advice. I'm not here to tell you how to live, any of my audience members. But I think you try to present yourself that way. I think
should people, when you give an opinion on something, Elijah, when you give an opinion on something, should people trust that opinion is based on the on the legitimate facts of what has occurred as a result of a situation? Because if they can't trust that, then they can't trust the opinion itself, because you can't give an informed opinion without the information, right?
Try to present yourself that way. I'm just here to call you on your.
Wait, but number one, you done a piss poor job of that. And number two, if that is the value that they shouldn't trust you to give life, to give life advice.
She did not do a good job. The lawyer did better.
Then why should they trust you to hold anybody else accountable or against their own crap? Because if you're not here to get that sort of advice, if you're not here to get that sort of introspection, then you're right. They shouldn't trust you.
I'm not a self-help channel. I'm not a predator hunter channel. I'm just here to entertain people.
Nope, and neither am I.
No,
I'm not a
but
predator hunter channel either.
you said that you're not, but you just admitted. You said you admitted earlier in the call that you were still ongoing in participating in this Necopon investigation.
Yeah, because it's the one thing I still own still owe somebody. I literally said that I'm not taking on any more cases. That's in the video that you totally obviously watched and made notes about, which is also why I know you didn't actually come into this with good faith. I know you've done 3 streams about it previously. Cute art, but man, you could do better with your presentation.
But I'm not
sitting here saying that you're not here to entertain now.
No, I am here to. I'm here to entertain. Absolutely, I'm not here to make like whatever cute art you're talking about. So
I said that the art's cute. I said that your presentation isn't good.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, my audience seems to be okay with it, and I'll probably get better over time. So.
I'm sure you will, and hopefully I will as well. But my point is still my point. You say that they shouldn't trust you, but here you are saying that you're going to hold people to their own standards and you're going to point out hypocrisy, but they shouldn't trust you by your own words. So what's the point?
They shouldn't trust me getting
for virtue signaling.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the difference. Yeah. My aim with my channel is to not give any of my audience members advice.
But you do.
I do not.
You do.
I have actually never seen Stardust in a drawn-out debate format before, so I didn't realize how, like, non-combative she is. She is not, like, matching his energy. She's actually being, like, pretty... I don't want to say submissive. She's, like, doing subtle pushbacks, but I just, like... It seems like she's really just, like, taking a lot of this, and it's, like... I don't know. I thought for, like, somebody that came from BreadTube, she'd be, like, a bit more aggressive about it.
You do. What did you just tell them? Well, if you're going to get involved in this, you should do X, Y, Z thing. That's advice.
That's for you.
Your audience is listening to you giving advice, but it's still giving advice. That's the point.
But
yeah, you asked your audience before as well. You just did earlier. Don't trust me. That's advice.
Yes, because you asked me. I'm having a conversation with you.
Yeah, but you're still giving your audience advice. I don't think you know how this works.
My audience might pick up things from me, but I'm not intending for. I told my audience explicitly plenty of times that I'm not here to, I'm not here to be some moral grandstanding person.
But you are, and you do.
Because
here's the fun thing about virtue signaling. You are. Because every single human being does virtue signaling. You, me, your friend, Leia something, every single person does it. Virtue signaling is simply stating
Fuck Leia something.
What your virtues are, or your values are.
Not really. Virtue signaling is stating values that you think will appease a certain crowd for your benefit.
And that's what you do on your channel.
No, I have people who disagree with me all the time. Right?
Yeah, they can disagree with you, but it doesn't mean...
I think she virtue signals when she says she doesn't give a fuck about bullying. Like, in this community, it's, like, cool to... I don't give a fuck about bullying. Being mean is cool. Beckett does this too. It's like, I'm not in middle school anymore, so I actually don't think that's cool. I think it's actually okay and quite mature for you to have basic empathy for other people.
You don't virtue signal.
Well, I think.
And I believe that Stardust does have empathy for other people, and I believe that Stardust does not like bullying. So I feel like by stating that, she's doing it to, like, appease the, the edgier commentary former BreadTube crowd. Who gives a fuck about bullying, dude?
Actually, for a lot of my early on stuff, I had a lot of hate watchers. So that ended up being like that ended up being pretty good for me, actually, because I turned them into fans. But I think there's a huge difference. Again, you are claiming to be this, person who people should trust and come to if they have a problem with a predator, right? And you are not really holding yourself up to that moral standard.
Aiden, I'm not, I have empathy, but I'm not I'm not exceptionally empathetic. I just acknowledge that I have empathy sometimes, and that's not a bad thing. I don't fucking become ashamed of myself over the idea of having empathy, which it seems like based on some people's public statements they think is, like, cool, or like the fucking cool. Like, who gives a fuck about bullying people or whatever?
Deal.
Actually, at this point, I told them just to go to the law enforcement officers.
Okay,
that's totally what's happening. People who have dealt with that stuff. What?
That's totally what's happening with the Necopon case, right?
Necopon has been reported to the law enforcement officers.
Okay, and you're gathering evidence still?
Several times.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're going to be talking about it publicly, because one part of doing any sort of thing like this is, excuse me, one thing that is a problem is that they sometimes do, or more often not do, get away regardless of what you do. So all you can do is inform your community or a community.
By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, as always, we're very close to stream legal. Did we hit temp goal? We're nearly at temp goal. You want to support us? As always, great way to support us is through Streamlabs, Super Chats, and liking up. There's 116 watching. We had like 150 earlier, but we only had fucking 67. Dude, we have exactly 6-7. I can't escape it. Like up too. Sub up if you're new here.
Of who this person is and what they've done, so they have less of a chance of getting away with it again.
Okay.
Or do you disagree with that?
I think it's a bit more complicated, because then you're gonna have people who are influenced, who feel, especially if you have younger people in your audience, they are going to try and go out of their way to get their own evidence. I think making predator hunting content is a pretty dangerous game.
Okay. It's a good thing I'm not doing a lot of it going forward then. Just this one specific thing I'm talking about. Moving on from that. Anything else you got for me?
Nope, I don't think so. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
I will say, there's one thing that's very interesting to me. One of the things you said you were going to talk about the found family. You never got to it.
We never did. But I will give you my opinion if you want, but yeah.
No, I don't really need it.
Okay.
But I hope you have a good night, and I hope you have fun.
yeah, thank you for joining. I know it probably wasn't the most fun for you, but I appreciate it regardless.
I've heard worse times. This is somewhat entertaining.
Okay, all right, thank you. Have a good one. All right, chat. That was fun.
How did Lio actually walk away from that and not lose? Like, Lio got dog walked by the fucking lawyer. But when it came to Stardust, she was just non-confrontational. She obviously didn't come prepared. That was bad, man. That was bad. I mean, if you have me leaving a convo thinking that fucking Lio was not the one, didn't leave that looking awful, like, that was really bad. And I have high expectations for Stardust as is, because she has debate experience. She's a former bread tuber, or whatever, or was in that sphere. Like, I mean, you should know how to fucking trip people up, how to catch that. That was a bad performance. I'm very disappointed. Very fucking disappointed. In a sec, we're gonna just look at a brief portion of Lio's apology to Rosa. I think Blurg sent me a timestamp for it. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I gotta pee. Give me like, I'll be right back.
Things like iced tea, Pepsi, Sprite, or Starry, for example. If you drink too much of that, not enough water, you get kidney stones, you know, and you have very, very difficult time peeing. So when you have a difficult time peeing, they give you something that is called lipsitrypsy, which is a giant, not really a giant machine, but it is a back beater. They leave you on it for 2 hours. It causes a lot of discomfort, a lot of pain, but you go through it. And they give you an antibiotic, usually Bactrim. When they give you Bactrim, it goes away. Now, 2 weeks later, I now have a sore throat. I now have vertigo. Along with that, sitting here is very hard. I can't send you anything, Aiden, because you haven't. I can't.
My DMs are open. I'll accept your friend. You have it ready? I'll accept your friend request right now.
I'm sending this folder to you.
Got it. So.
Give me 1 second. That is what.
What's your experience with Kiwi Farms?
Define experience with Kiwi Farms. I only know 2 people from Kiwi Farms.
Oh, people are talking about a Kiwi Farms account that you have or something? Or a thread?
Hold on. Well, let me find out. I don't think I have a thread on Kiwi Farms. I doubt it.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, that was my bad. I got sidetracked. So anyways, this drug that you were taking for your kidney stones has stopped you from being able to speak your native language?
No. I just don't feel well enough to sit here and do that right now.
But that wouldn't require any... What additional effort would speaking Finnish require that English wouldn't?
Strain on my throat. English doesn't strain my throat as bad, but certain words in English do.
Is this true,
like
Nick Andros? Is a bilingual Finn? All right, folks. Sorry, I'm back. I just want to... Because that... I would have pushed Lio more on... Because if you don't believe he's genuinely sorry, and Stardust evidently does not, what I would push him on is having him do the talking and explain what he thinks was wrong about what he did with Rosa. Don't give him the... Don't say, are you sorry for X? Say in your own words, like, what do you think you did wrong? But I got sent... Hold on. Stand up. Yeah, dude. I just got a fucking ginormous fucking foot longer right now, dude. Hold on. 2 from Jinro. Thank you so much. Yes, I washed my hands. I think are they still wet? Yes, I washed my hands. Of course I washed my hands. It's fucking me.
While the claims of abuse from my family fail to find any footing that isn't feeble, that's not to say I don't have faults and bad behaviors to address. This third and final call with Rosa was the result of Blue Davu, and Rosa wanted to have some sort of discussion. I can't personally recall all the details surrounding it, though.
Applause from Patrick. The stream is still going. Let's go. Of course it is.
To this point, what we did know of Rosa was that she was constantly harassing and trying to deplatform Misanthropony, and that she knowingly allowed a child predator to stay in a server that still had children in it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this the apology? Lio considers harassment getting added on Twitter, by the way. About disagreements over your takes in regards to Star Wars.
In fact, my very first call with her on Techno's stream was initially about her harassment of Misanthropony. She was lying to Techno about Misanthropony's actions in order to get Techno to cover him on his internet horror series, where people like...
Was this before or after? This was way after, right? When did the Rosa call happen? If this is an apology, shouldn't he specify that none of this was true? Alright, anyways.
Orchard recovered.
So anyway, Rosa, let's get down into the nit and gritty. Let's talk turkey here. So you recently...
See, like, if this is after... If he's explaining it like this, like, after this call has happened, he's already gotten the backlash. Shouldn't this on its own, like, indicate to you that he literally doesn't understand? He's not able to comprehend how fucking disabled this person was, and why the mere notion of a accountability discussion with them in and of itself makes him look ridiculous?
Recommended that I add in Mr. Enter, the fan.
Also, remember how I said he likes to fucking exaggerate shit all the time to make people, like, the people he's going after, like, fit into his, you know, more, like, his all good, all bad, neatly into one side or the other? Well, because he's like a black and white thinker, he exaggerates all the time. The harassment is one of it. Rosa, to my knowledge, was never harassing Zaid. It was just like fucking disagreeing with his Star Wars takes.
The menace and the and Misanthropony into it. And recently I did do a poll on who I should add, which two. And looking back on it, let's just put it this way. I think the Phantom Menace is its own video where I might talk about why I don't like him, but it would be just that. Mr. Enter, I've done a video on him, but it was a review. The reviewer, I do plan on making a video on...
So this is Rosa. Rosa's apparently going to lie about Zaid.
Him, just like what I think he needs to improve on, the many failures, as I call it, because I think he can improve. I think he has a lot of issues. And then we have the situation with Misanthropony. I hate to say this to you, but I think what you're saying about him might be a little bit of a misrepresentation.
It's in this call that we discovered that she was a moderator in Star Giant's server and allowed a child predator to roam free there knowingly, because they were more concerned about a user named Lovely Lena possibly lying about Star Giant and her.
Let's just say I need to give my side of the story.
Oh, let's hear it. I'm all ears.
Dude, this is the aftermath? So this is after he, like, went to therapy and figured his shit out, and like this is after all of that. Are you fucking insane? No, this person cannot be held accountable. This person can't be held accountable for anything. Why are you this is like the premise of this to me is as absurd as like listing the wrongs of a 12-year-old.
I didn't know about... Me and my friend Rebecca didn't...
Like, how like, retarded are you to not fucking hear her talk and understand how insane you sound, being like, she was harassing Zaid and exaggerating or lying about the nature of his Star Wars tweets to get someone else to make a video on him. What? Listen to this person talk, you fucking maniac.
Know about what Negapan was doing behind our backs, because we had to deal with someone else who was lying. This person was known as Lovely Lena.
The second call was a result of Rosa demanding another conversation with me specifically. A bit after that is where the final call with Rosa happened, the one I mentioned at the beginning of this section concerning Blue. What did we do wrong in this call? Well, we let whoever wanted to have a shot at Rosa speak, but that's the most minor of things. Peaches and I actively said awful things to and about Rosa. It consisted of ableism, slut-shaming terms, among other things. While Peaches may have been the one to start it, that doesn't excuse what I myself allowed and said. For that, I am sorry. Genuinely.
I like how he starts it off, really setting the scene that it's on the other... We let anyone who had something to say talk.
Ponder was right to call it out then, and it's fine to have it called out now. That's why, despite not liking the motivations of some of the people making videos on it, this video won't have any clapbacks towards them. I'll take my lumps when needed, and accountability is important, so I'll accept it. I went into that call knowing that Rosa was on
He thinks the problem is that he did ad hominem. That's what he thinks the problem is. That's what he thinks the problem is.
spectrum. While I should have communicated...
The problem is the entire concept of this fucking call. That, like, you were talking to somebody who is, like, at a cognitive level function of a fucking kid. About, you need to be held accountable because you were not banning Necopon from the... And also, he's like, she admits that she knew he was a predator and was more focused on something else. And then he plays the clip, and it's like, it just sounds like she's... It doesn't even sound like she's admitting that that was her thought process at the time. It sounds like she's, like, trying very hard to, like, explain herself to you. And like, if you clip that, it just, like, and taking it as literally as possible. So this was exactly what she was thinking and doing at that point in time. She literally wasn't doing this because she was more worried about this other person.
That to the call as a whole, I can attest that I wasn't as informed about how being on the spectrum can affect things like someone's ability to take in information and empathy.
She didn't have the perms. Yeah, that makes it even worse, right? That makes it even worse. But even if she did, like, almost nothing about this would fucking change. Almost nothing about this would change for me.
Working ableist words out of my...
And also, the fact that she couldn't use that as a point in her defense lets you know how unable to defend herself, like, how cognitively impacted she is. Because at any point in that call, don't you think that would have been the first thing she fucking said if she was somebody that was at a level of cognitive function where she was able to adequately defend herself? Like, that kind of shows it to you. She didn't bring that up in the 4 hours. She never brought up that she actually couldn't do that.
Vocabulary has been a struggle, but I put a lot of work into it. I'm not going to lie to people and say I'll never slip up again, but I am trying. There's a very specific word used in that call that's something my generation always used, but I never should have. In listening to this specific call, I had someone tell me how interesting they find it that I don't cuss, but I was fine with saying slurs. Truth is...
He thinks the problem is that he was ableist and said slurs. That's the problem.
I never should have been. I'll admit that I'm not perfect, but I've also been clear that I'm a practicing Christian. Not only should those words have never been in my lexicon due to how we're supposed to communicate, but it never should have been also due to the fact that every slur...
Yeah, he really cares about this. That's why he's friends with fucking Gilded Poo. Somebody who just, like, constantly, like, says the N-word in VCs and shit. Like, so true, dude.
This is dehumanize and wrongly devalue people. As a Christian, I believe man is made in the image of God.
Dude, people, like, did people actually watch this and they started clapping like seals? Changed, reformed, he reformed Lio. This is, like, the fucking worst apology I've ever seen. That's all you have to say for, like, that monstrosity of a call, 4 hours we had to listen to? Of you verbally abusing and encouraging verbal abuse from others against a vulnerable adult who is there under threat from you. And this is something, albeit this was the worst one, but this is not like I made a mistake in that call by letting other people talk. You've done that in your other accountability calls because that's a part of it. You like that. You want that. That wasn't like an accident, like, oh, I just didn't care at that point, at that time.
Made with an innate value and dignity. No matter the person or the wrongs they committed, slurs and ableism shouldn't be crossing my lips intentionally.
He thinks... So he just thinks it was the slurs.
At all. For that, I not only apologize, but I repent.
The fact that he introduces her as harassing Zaid, she admitted to allowing her shows he does not fucking get it. He just can't get it. He can't get it. I want you to imagine he's, like, giving that introduction about, like, somebody who's 10. That's how absurd this should sound to you.
I've actively worked this past year to correct that behavior and language. It's why my uploaded calls have gone from needing offensive words censored to not needing that at all. It's not just some show I put on for people. It's active change. Specifically because of how awful the Rosa call was, we completely restructured how the server and those calls happen. This includes only allowing proper moderation and the affected party's speaking abilities. The peanut gallery is not allowed to speak to the person or tag them in the side chat.
Why is the peanut gallery even there?
aren't allowed to use ableist language or attack someone based on things they cannot control. The moderation staff has almost completely changed since then.
Attack them based on things they cannot control. That's not true. We've watched several calls that have occurred since then. That's not true.
Well, moderation staff that absolutely can tell me when they think I've gone too far. However, I do feel the need to correct some misinformation that's being spread about all this. It's been said Rosa wasn't a mod. They were. Here's evidence of that from the DMs Rosa shared with Asuka. Some people have claimed Rosa wasn't a mod. They were. Here's evidence.
Wait, why would that... If he understood what he did wrong, this wouldn't even be a point worth fucking making. He knows where I live and he knows about my police ticket. Do you wish to temporarily join my staff to vent this problem? Of course. Wait. This is on October 28th of 2021. How long was Rosa a mod? This is temporarily, Lio. This person could have been a mod for like 5 days.
From the DMs Rosa shared with Asuka. Some people have claimed Rosa likely wasn't able to ban people due to how permissions can be set in Discord, which would be a good argument if the server owner were anyone other than a Star Giant. While it is a possibility, I think is extremely...
We don't even know if Rosa had mod at the time. If she did know Nekapom was a predator, we don't even know if she had mod at the time she found out, because the DMs you just showed specify fucking temporary.
Unlikely. We also have Rosa and Star Giant actively talking about...
And for one specific purpose. She wasn't given mod for general moderation. She was given mod to do one thing.
About Nekopon. They knew what was going on. It's also been said that I spoke horrible things to Rosa, knowing they were a victim of sexual assault. This is not true.
They knew what was going... What is this apology? Why are you... as a person thinking it's like you're in any position, you're not a mental health care, but to be talking about accountability over Discord server moderation with somebody who has the mental capacity of a fucking child. Why do you think, like, does it not creep you out to be in that position? To be talking to an adult this vulnerable about fucking accountability and you being the one dealing with that? Like, he does not get it. He does not get it. He unironically does not get it. How can you correct a wrong that, like, you don't know, like, why it was wrong? He just thinks it was slur usage. That's the problem.
I found out about that in a call with Asuka after the final call with Rosa, wherein I asked Asuka to pass my apologies on to Rosa.
Surely there was, like, an updated apology. Surely there was an updated apology since then, right?
Rosa saying they weren't offered an apology is likely misremembering or, in worst case, a lie. And let me rip that band-aid off now. Yes, Rosa is a liar. Although they are on the spectrum and have seizures, I feel the attitude other people have towards Rosa has flipped all the way to ableism in the other direction. By treating Rosa like she has no agency because she has a hand.
She doesn't. She's under a conservatorship, Lio. She doesn't have agency. She literally... her affairs are controlled by somebody else. Dude. What the fuck? This is the apology that... how have I not watched this? I don't need to argue that he hasn't changed. I just need to watch the fucking apology. There was no change to begin with. Thank you for the 5. Oh no, Angel. Neko and Rosa were both mods. Rosa told Star Giant about Neko, and Star Giant told her not to worry about it, and Lio knew all of this. Wow, so the person with the mental capacity of a child, someone who they look up to, this Rebecca person says, don't worry about it. It's all good. Lio's got a handle, whatever. So she just assumes nothing. She trusts the person she's looking up to and moves on. Wow. Let's get a 4-hour call threatening and berating this person.
This movement of overcorrection is something I've done as well, so I get it. It's something to work on. While the call I had with Rosa...
This is a non-apology. Most of this time has been spent attacking Rosa's character. And then the things he does apologize... he doesn't actually apologize for the main nature of what he's done wrong and doesn't describe it as it is. You fucking abused her. You, like, abused her. Yes. Like, the slur... he apologizes for the most minimal aspect of this. And half the apology is just putting it on other people. You're like, I'm sorry I didn't shut the peanut gallery up, or whatever. No, you purposefully created the conditions that would allow the peanut gallery to chime in. You're even, at some points, delegating who can and cannot speak. People wait their turns. It was purposeful. You facilitated that. You facilitated a group struggle session. It wasn't like you just didn't take the initiative to mute.
was vile and abhorrent, people forget how I ran into her to begin with. My initial confrontation with her on Techno's channel was due to her stalking, harassing, and scheming to get someone else.
How does he define stalking? How does, because he's referred to harassment as like adding Zaid about his fucking Star Wars takes. So how does he define stalking?
Do a video on Misanthropony, not because of the actual wrongs the man has done, but because she didn't like his takes on Star Wars. That absolutely shows Rosa is capable of actively lying and plotting against people. Specifically, as mentioned earlier, she tried lying to Techno by exaggerating Misanthro's actions at the time to get him featured on Techno's internet horror.
What did she exaggerate? What did she exaggerate? You have to specify. Did she exaggerate that, like, he actually didn't like any of the Star Wars movies, but there were only 2 that he didn't like?
Segment. This is cognition. Furthermore, people
This is cognition?
To do a video on Misanthropony, not because of the actual wrongs the man has done.
We need to hear that if you're proving that this is indicative of some, I'm sorry, are you proving that her being capable of higher of thought is indicative of her having, okay. First of all, I like how he's just not getting into any specifics about what it is she exaggerated, because if let's say he's assuming malice, she lied, I'd need to hear the before and after, because she has memory issues, right? If it was something that's like easy to, if it's something inconsequential or like easily forgettable, or she didn't get the details of his tweets exactly right, that's not going to be proof of anything. That's going to be proof of her misremembering and not relaying information accurately.
She didn't like his takes on Star Wars. That absolutely shows Rosa is capable of actively lying and plotting against people.
No, it doesn't. We need to see that before you establish that. What was the lie?
Specifically, as mentioned earlier, she tried lying to Techno by exaggerating Misanthro's actions at the time to get him featured on Techno's internet.
What was the lie?
Horror segment. This is cognition. Furthermore, people also forget the entire reason we got mad at Rosa was due to her allowing a known child predator to be in the server for 8 months. This specifically hurt Endo, a victim of said predator Necopon. And months
Endo's an abuser.
After this call, Endo asked Rosa for an apology on Twitter. Rosa's response was to say she was possessed by a demon and that she couldn't give an apology or she'd have to harm her own family. A family member of hers was contacted, as going to the police about this would have been overkill. While said family member initially tried to defend the behavior due to her autism, they said Rosa was safe at home and they'd handle it. At no point was it said Rosa was bedridden. Yet another claim Rosa has made about the situation. While, again, the call was horrific and wrong, acting like Rosa is too unwell to make intentional active decisions is also wrong. It's flatly ableist.
I'm sure she... No, I'm sure Rosa can, I'm absolutely sure that Rosa can go, like, figure out what flavor of ice cream she wants to eat and that she likes. But acknowledging accurately someone's level of cognitive functioning and then how you would respond accordingly based on the agency afforded to them is appropriate. That's what you should do. We should understand that, like, oh, hey, maybe this, like, 12-year-old should not be responsible for, like, giving therapy to drug addicts or something. Like, that's just, like, being realistic to minimize harm.
Full stop. Especially considering that this is an established pattern with Rosa. They'll obsess and try to direct
Thank you for the 2, Belinda.
harassment to deplatform people they don't like.
She has no influence. Block her.
Remember Lovely Lena that she mentioned in that stream? That's what she tried to do to her in 2021. Lovely Lena is also on the spectrum to the extreme that they're not even allowed on Discord anymore due to their activity on there. Here we see Rosa commenting on and quote tweeting Lena's mother activity on there. Here we see
Kim, my autistic daughter and I are huge fans, knowing you are now a mom, hoping you will see we were you and reduce to where we are. I'll post Angelina's page. Please help us. We don't ask for help. Until now, we haven't needed it. Please help.
Rosa commenting on and quote tweeting Lena's...
And this is what she said on Discord before deleting. Is she quoting someone?
Anymore due to their activity on there. Here we see Rosa commenting on and quote tweeting...
Wait, it's cut out... Wait! This isn't from Rosa. This is from Lena.
Lena's mom.
This is from Lena's mom. And this is what she said on Discord before deleting it. However, someone managed to screenshot it, all in glory for all to see. She lied about her personal life to everyone, even to me. This is why the liars are to be canceled.
Due to their activity on there. Here we see Rosa commenting on and quote tweeting Lena's mother on...
That there's no evidence of a quote tweet there, and her comment doesn't prove anything. It just proves that she has negative feelings against this person.
On Twitter, berating her for the alleged wrongs that her daughter has...
Oh, here it is.
done. I don't even know how she found any of this information out, but she's using a screen.
I'm sorry, the mom is posting. The mom is posting a fucking. Are you serious? Are you is Lio retarded? Lio's like, she has cognition. She found her mother. The mother ats her in the tweet. Rosa could have literally searched her name because she was mad at her and just, I guess, isn't like able to appropriately express emotion, and then starts going on these tangents in the replies. This was the proof he invoked with Stardust, that Rosa was stalking her, and invoked like he found her mother and doxed her or whatever. He literally, all she had to do was search the username of the person she was mad at and reply to a tweet she saw. Are we serious?
And quote tweeting Lena's mother on Twitter, berating her for the alleged wrongs that her daughter has done. I don't even know how she found any of this information out, but
she didn't have to look far. The mom is adding her in the fucking tweet.
She's using a screen cap of Lena admitting to lying about a plethora of things. While Rosa claimed sexual harassment among them, I haven't seen any evidence of this.
Just like I haven't seen any evidence that Bunny sexually harassed Lio.
Now, it could very well be true, and I
thank you for the 5, Chlorovetla.
recommend anybody look into it if they feel they need to. But all this really does is further highlight that Rosa knows when things are wrong and knows, at least in some fundamental level, to call things out.
Wait, how does it... She is admiring Star Giant. This person was beefing with Star Giant. Rosa, admiring Star Giant, says this person is bad. They went after Star Giant. They're a Karen. And then they like reply to any tweet they saw when searching their name. This is Lio's evidence that this person is actually able to like scheme and know right from wrong. Okay. A fucking toddler can really like SpongeBob, and then when he sees like Squidward hit SpongeBob with a bat, he doesn't like that meanie Squidward. This child can obviously decipher right from wrong. Therefore, he knows and understands the predatory nature of grooming in a Discord server, and that Star Giant is easily explaining away this behavior so that they don't have to directly address it. And Rosa, with moderation power, should go ascertain this person as a groomer and respond appropriately and accordingly.
Cap of Lena admitting to lying about a plethora of things. While Rosa claimed sexual harassment among them, I haven't seen any evidence of this. Now, it could very well be true, and I recommend anybody look into it if they feel they need to, but all this really does is further highlight that Rosa knows when things are wrong and knows, at least in some fundamental level...
Wow, dude. Wow, you really proved that.
...to call things out.
This is his burden for who he's gonna debate. This is his burden for like when somebody's too disabled to debate. When they call something wrong. There's no like immense cognitive engagement or refutation of specific points about what this person did wrong. It's her just posting a screenshot and like calling her like a Karen. Yes, this is his apology.
Out. This also goes into her promoting videos about Lena, as well as talking about demons.
So I try so hard to bottle up my emotions and to control the demons inside me. It's Lena's fault. And then she shows an angry face on a bottle. This is Lio's proof. This guy is so fucking stupid, it's dangerous, dude. She's obviously malicious. She talks about Lena and then talks about demons. Well, it's a photo of she's talking about bottling up her demons. Or bottling up her emotions. And it's like some fucking image from Google of like anger in a bottle. What?
Again, Rosa knew who Nekopon was and what she did. She's cognitive enough to try and
has he even proved this, by the way?
She's 2 people offline, both on the spectrum for smaller offenses. She's not helpless or incapable of making decisions.
So you see it in Rosa's brain. Lights up in response to stimuli. So she was not dumb. It was fine to 360 dunk on her. True.
We may have treated her horribly, and make no mistake, we did. But Rosa is an
Dude, if Rosa can pass the mirror test, it's safe to berate her.
obsessive stalker. We found out later on that while Nekopon was also in moderation in that server, it doesn't change the fact that Rosa has absolutely reacted negatively to terrible things about people before.
In a way that shows the most minimal level of cognitive engagement possible.
The point of obsession. Rosa knew what she was doing.
It's just thing I don't like. Now let me keep reacting. Because I don't like... It's not engaging with specifics, interpreting specifics, coming up with, like, thought-out criticism.
To Rosa, I don't want to overcorrect again in either direction, but I have to acknowledge that Rosa has done things that were, and are, absolutely a concern to me. And I want to address the behavior appropriately without distracting from my own mishaps. The thing is, I'm still trying to feel out how to go about stuff like that when it comes to people with those disabilities and struggles. So I'm reaching out to you guys, the audience, for your feedback and experience.
You don't engage. You don't fucking engage.
I'd be happy to hear you all out. I've had people ask me why we didn't get Star Giant in call instead of Rosa. An excellent question. Here's the answer.
Excellent!
We tried to. Multiple times. Star refused to budge. It took Indo...
This is his half of the apology is just like a character assassination Rosa using complete non sequiturs. Rosa has the ability... Also, I want to keep in mind, her being able to tell something is wrong. The example he shows isn't even her being able to tell it's wrong. The screenshot she's posting from the Leia person, whatever her name was, is her admitting it's wrong and apologizing. So it's actually, Rosa doesn't even need to figure out that it's wrong. She just needs to figure out that this person did something wrong against person I don't like, because that's what that person just says. That's what a person says in that screenshot. So she can just see that, screenshot it, repost it, and call her a Karen and stuff. That's Lio's, like, proof of, like, oh, this person is clearly capable of, like, understanding the nuance of these grooming allegations and taking appropriate action.
Coaxing them into a private call where I wasn't allowed to get aggressive to her to get Star to talk to us at all. And the moment I pointed out an inconsistency, Star dipped hard.
This isn't up to you. You wrong somebody else, but you're trying to set terms on when something's over? When you're sitting here going in circles? You really think that's how that works?
No, it doesn't. Go on.
Yeah. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to make time sometime tomorrow. And you're going to talk to them properly about all this. Because they got a lot of other stuff they need to ask you, including chat logs where you are talking to Rosa about Nekopon.
I don't remember.
I didn't
well, it's a good thing they have these chat logs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we're going to remind you. We're going to refresh your memory.
Did she leave?
She leave?
That's why I was so calm in that call, alongside trying not to repeat the behavior with Rosa. This call,
so calm, dude.
Unfortunately, was leaked against Indo's will to dishonest actors by Techno, because Indo can't catch a break. Now I feel it's important to segue into the call I started with Raven Pines. While Susie will go into greater detail about this in her video, I have to talk about it a bit as Peach has decided
that's
to
the end
lie
of his. This is his I'm supposed to believe he's changed. He absolutely has zero understanding of why what he did is wrong, and in my opinion, there is no apology here. There's no apology. He apologized for the usage of slurs. That's what he thinks was wrong. Ad hominem and slurs. I don't think... I listen, as I said before, I love second chances. I love when terrible people become good people. I love rehabilitation. I love all that shit. But I don't think that you can change and redeem yourself if you don't understand the nature and wrongdoing of the thing it is you're trying to change from. If you're just changing because somebody else told you to do it, they're not giving you a clear blueprint on how to do it. You're just supposed to, you know it's wrong, you want to change, or you know they think it's wrong and now have motivation to change. If you don't know why it's wrong, how am I supposed to trust that you, like, made your changes in accordance with, like, actually redeeming yourself from the behavior that contributed to that action? Also, like, yeah, holy fuck, those are big hands. Dude, holy fuck. The shooting in Australia, the death count went up to 16. This is I think this is, since Port Arthur, this is the deadliest shooting in Australian history now. Holy fuck. Be careful, Aiden. Yeah, he's gonna eat me. But yeah, that's gonna wrap up the stream, guys. Thank you all for watching as always. Please don't be shy to put shit in my inbox if you have anything, so we could have some content maybe for tomorrow. Thank you for helping us hit goal. Thank you for all the support recently. Like up on your way out if you haven't. I will. Hold on. Where is... Hold on. I gotta, I'm gonna send you to my after show. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. Take care. Bye-bye.